Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di time for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia diri. Time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are here at the Asian Esports Games 2024, and we've got quite a game that is ready for you guys, and we, myself, Abstract, as well as Hans, the two of us, we're going to be your caster for today. The both of us super excited to see what exactly is going to go on here, especially since the very first match that we are going to be looking out for today is going to be the quarterfinals already between Indonesia and Vietnam. And based on their group stages, you can pretty much see that they have got quite a game to go. Don't you agree, Hans?
I absolutely agree with what you've mentioned, man. I'm telling you, Abstract, this team right here, Indonesia, has to be the favorites to win it all. But going up against them, you're currently looking at your screens as we speak. This is a team that, you know, has completely defied a lot of the expectations so far. They were grouped up with a lot of, very well-known regions, and they still managed to come through. It is Vietnam, who's looking for somewhat of an upset, because compared to what has happened yesterday, whereas we saw a lot of best of ones, this gives them at least a little bit more time to adjust, given that it's a best of 3 and it's also the quarterfinals already.
Indeed. So definitely we can expect that there will be one hell of a competition as we are coming into the playoffs. Do note that it will be a double elimination bracket. So things are definitely gonna look great for them, at least when it comes down to Indonesia versus Vietnam. It's kind of like an either-or situation, because when it comes down to Indonesia, they will pit against quite a bit of people, inclusive of Philippines, by the way, down at Group D, which we will all agree that it is a group of death. Well, in the meantime, for Group A, Vietnam was the one that is inside of that, and they managed to go through with a 3-1 score, while China takes 4-0. Definitely, I would say, Group A is a group of surprises.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, because when you take a look at the Group A, right, I felt like it was Thailand, Mongolia, China, and Vietnam. Those are the 4 countries that are really looking for that top 2 spot. I mean, I sure love Uzbekistan, but unfortunately, based on their performance yesterday, they were just unable to match the playstyles that all of the other 4 nations gave out in Group A. And I was talking to Sadafa with this as well last night, and he mentioned more about this group being a free for all. Like everybody can take it when you want to, but the only concern here is that China, in just a year and a half of being able to perform here in the MLBB international scene, they're already here making waves, being undefeated, and next up to them is Vietnam, who's also been in the scene for a while now, but their female or women's teams are starting to get recognized based on their past performances yesterday.
Indeed. So, without further ado, I believe that we do have a little bit more of tidbits of information for you guys, as I believe that we do have a standing that we're gonna have to tell you guys a little bit more about, right? So, without further ado, let's take a look at what we have got here, right? Because China versus Philippines is gonna be the first one that we will see at the top of the quarterfinals bracket, followed by Myanmar versus Cambodia, Saudi Arabia versus Malaysia, and Indonesia versus Vietnam, which will be the one that is streamed live right here for everyone. Now, Hans, is there any one of these brackets that you are personally looking forward to?
I'm honestly looking forward to, of course, being a Filipino. I want to see the Philippines make it through to the next round. Let me get that out of the way, just to be sure. But then,
Sure, of course.
I'm also looking forward to Myanmar, to be specific, because again, Myanmar was grouped with Malaysia in Group B. And before the start of the tournament, I was actually expecting that Malaysia is going to have a really easy time to make it into the next round of the competition, being the first seed. But then all of a sudden, Myanmar just went undefeated and landed Malaysia probably the worst loss that they've had in their tournament, because they've only lost once, right? But as of the moment, Myanmar really performed very well, and I feel like it's gonna be a question as to how they would be able to perform, or the question is, will they be able to perform like that with all of the other known countries, because they've already met Malaysia from before. But if they continue to advance, will we see the same performance, or will it falter?
Wow, Malaysia have commonly been seen and of course put on the map since last year, I suppose. Definitely when SRG started to come into light, everyone started to really have their eyeballs on Malaysia and understanding how their meta works and so on and so forth, right? And I think that all of us could agree, when it comes down to Malaysia, all they have is micro. Like, they are so micro intensive, they are so good at picking team fights, and they are just absolutely ruthless to run right in your face from the number 0 mark, right? And that is absolutely scary. But that also means that they don't really have the time to kind of scramble about with all these macro decisions. But sometimes you are able to beat down these macro decisions made by some of these other teams. And as for Saudi Arabia, I think that they actually are a team that has, that's kind of like, or rather they are kind of like a region that plays more on the hybrid, whereby they play according to what the opponent gives them. So in this case, it is the best case scenario from Malaysia. Malaysia wants you to duel, they want you to brawl, they want to outgap you in terms of skills and micro decisions in order to win you in these battles. And I think that Saudi Arabia will give them exactly what they want.
Yeah, at this point in time, right, we're talking about like emerging and evolving regions and countries, and I feel like Saudi Arabia could also add to that as well, considering that in the recent IESF they managed to land into the top 4, and they also gave Indonesia, I'm talking about the men's team here, right? They managed to give Indonesia a run for their money during the first elimination rounds. Unfortunately, it wasn't the same case back in the Final Four or in the playoffs, but when we pertain into the women's teams now, right, they were also undefeated and they made it into the top 1 of the standing. So there are some cases wherein some of these teams, right, a lot of the comments would usually say that Malaysia's just, putting some strategy into it. They want to face quite like the easier competition, but I don't think Saudi Arabia is that easy of a competition to begin with, given that their run has been really tremendous here. And going up against Vietnam, if Vietnam wanted to lose that one, they do not want to face Indonesia at the first round, right? That's the worst case scenario for you. But again, if you ever even give Indonesia a good run, then maybe you can make it all the way through. Or if you get to the lower bracket, then you're very much equipped and prepared with everything that you've learned from the juggernauts or the titans of women's MLBB.
Now, of course, I have a very big question on this then. You were casting with Sadafa in yesterday's games, right? So, out of all of the teams that you guys have casted, right, what's the best game that you guys have saw? And we'll talk about meta in a bit, right? But in terms of Asia Esports games, which one's the best game?
I think in terms of games, I would say that the mechanic wise, I feel like it's really the Indonesia versus the Philippines. Like in the first 10 minutes, it was as expected for them to go neck and neck. It was Indonesia getting the first 3, or should I say it was the Philippines getting like the first 2-3 kills, but then Indonesia, how ironic that they're the ones working on the macro, where the Philippines was known for that. So they really are adapting to the style that Indonesia was looking forward to. They were playing on opposite sides of the spectrum with how other regions know the Philippines and Indonesia are accustomed to playing. So I really felt like it was something that was out of the ordinary, but at the same time, I liked that there was a point where a Kadita was even picked as well. So the Kadita doesn't usually get picked anymore, right? But all of a sudden, it was just Cini and Vivian learning to make it work and just landing on that 4-man swim ultimate rough waves combo. Fortunately, the other 3 had a purifier, right? But one was caught off guard. She didn't have the petrify, and then the rest was history from there. So yeah, that's the best game for me.
I see. So that's actually a perfect segue over to the current meta of meta picks. All these kind of unorthodox picks, right? Definitely, when coming down over to the Asia Esports games, it's almost running in synonymous with the M6 wildcard, which was happening a few days back, and in fact, it's just pretty much concluded more or less soon. Now, of course, so this is the perfect time also to talk about picks, huh? Because the meta now has shifted, definitely, right? And when it comes down to Bruno, we've seen the resurgence of Bruno because of the Malefic gun. Now, when it comes down to today's games at the Asian Esports games, there are definitely quite a bit of things that we gotta have to iron out before we jump into the game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, we're starting to see a bit more. You see it abstract, right? Vietnam already putting respect on that Kadita, and it goes so well with everything that was played out just a few days ago and or just yesterday. But as of the moment, I'm currently looking at what Vietnam's going to be using here, because Vietnam can also use the alpha if they want to, so which is also resulted to banning out that Suyo. And the Bruno that you've mentioned a while ago, I feel like it is something that's going to be contested by both of the teams if it doesn't get picked up. But I'm also looking at the Hylos here, which has been a prime first pick for a lot of teams here at AEG.
Now, looking at all of these bans, with Kadita, Suyo, Hayabusa, Chip, as well as Matilda, there is definitely one important hero that have yet to be banned, and that is going to be the Jusin. The Jusin can still very possibly be that third pick coming in from the red side, and that means that it's pretty much been open for quite a bit. Yves being open, Jusin being open, some of these core mages are still up for grabs. Of course, we're not forgetting the Loi, but of course, there's quite a little bit of differences as to how we want to play around. In the end of the day, when it comes down to this meta, there is a lot of emphasis onto lane priorities. As such, heroes such as Hilda is always going to be one of the top tier picks. And with Blue being the first pick, well, I wonder what's going to be the first.
Yeah, I feel like it's either the Hilda or the Hylos. Both of these teams would want to set things up pretty quick in terms of their engage, and that is indeed going to be the choice here. Hylos for Vietnam, which leaves Indonesia with a Hilda for their disposal as well. Just like what you said a while ago, the Eve might be a prime choice here, but they're probably going to think a little bit on it even more, just because the Hylos is already on the other side. So just imagine if the Hylos and the Eve are together in one lineup, that would have been extremely problematic. So I think that's the reason why Vietnam was willing to let go of the Hilda, even though it was a premier pick in a lot of the games that we've had. So the idea that they want here, I'm talking about Indonesia, is to just go for Vivian's check push with the Cho, and together with the Alpha that's going to be utilized here by Vival. Something that, you know, we haven't seen from her the entire day yesterday, because she was using a lot of those assassins. So this is going to be a first.
So at least when it comes down to picking up a high loss from the blue side, it is pretty much understandable that when it comes down to the Indonesia side, picking up an Alpha should be able to shred down this high loss with much ease. Now, with the Hylos currently being picked out, there are of course mages as well as the junglers that they can of course take a look at, but it does seem as though they actually want to go for... Okay, so I was hoping to actually see the Jawhead, very niche pick for very specific reasons, but they're not going to be resorting to that just yet. Perhaps a little bit more time to think, because that is going to be a great answer to that Cho, especially if the Cho is going to be in your face all the time. But so far, with the Faramis pick as well as the Lunox pick, that means that the Jawhead won't appear. Yeah, the Jawhead won't appear. Faramis over to the... Wait, hold on a second. That's quite a little bit of flexibility here. The Lunox could still go to the gold lane. The gold lane or mid, Faramis could be mid lane or roam. So that is actually a very interesting B2B3 pick.
Yeah, although from what I'm seeing right now, I feel like that gold lane is going to stick with Lunox already, and mid lane goes with Faramis, which is the reason why I don't think it's a good set of picks right from the get-go coming in from Vietnam, because this gives Indonesia more flexibility with the options that they would want to have in this specific draft. So picking up the Lu Yin not only enables them to find a way to flank Vietnam's lineup, but to also face them head on, because Indonesia is going to be expecting Vietnam to group up together when the Netherrealm has been popped off here by the Faramis, together with the late game scaling that the Lunox is going to be possessing. So Vietnam is going to need to take a bit more time here, and it kind of is like a nightmare to match up against those three heroes from Indonesia when all you need is time. Just look at the show, right? Vivian gonna be dashing in and out of your purple and orange buffs, and you don't even have a respective jungler yet. So that's also a good ban for the Nolan, because that could be the only potential thing, and the Hayabusa that could scale very well against the Alpha in the early portions of the game. So I'm wondering what's going to be the pickup here for the jungle position coming in from Vietnam.
Yeah, I think that for the assassin position is mostly pretty open and wide, considering the fact that we haven't really quite seen who the marksman is just yet. So that means that the R4 blind pick very likely wouldn't want to go for anything such as the marksman, just so that the side of Vietnam could prepare against that marksman. So this is where the ball is on the court of Indonesia. They have a very good set of drafts already. Going for the Bane ban pretty much eliminates any form of counter engage that Bane could potentially be able to put out over to this composition. So far, we don't really have anyone that is able to really melt down people in an instant and make full use of the Way of the Dragon. So there are definitely still some kind of spots to fill. When it comes down to the Roma, we can expect to see a Cho EXP lane. At this point in time, unfortunately, with the Hilda gone, Hilda would have been a perfect addition to the draft, considering the fact that Cho really needs that kind of burst. So with the EXP lane currently, with the Khalid as well as the Hilda taken away, a big part of me believes that the Cho might actually be flexed over to the EXP if they kind of want to play around that route. Going up against a high loss in the EXP could also definitely be the choice. But Indonesia wants to lock on onto the gold lane. Not the 1-1, not the Bruno, but the Irithel.
Yeah, they want to keep the EXP lane for a mystery here, because the Irithel is gonna match up well at some point against the Nether Realm. So at some point, right, we've seen a Martis being added here. I was thinking more of like a Julian being picked up here by Vietnam, but they were really looking forward to match up very well against the early game scaling of Alpha. So they want to go all in on that early game damage coming in from the Martis. But this also gives them a problem, because if they don't have the first blood, or if they don't have first few kills in the first 3 minutes of gameplay, then Martis scaling is gonna dip down quite fast. So Carmilla is gonna be the addition here to hopefully just make sure that everything's going to be okay for them. And we're waiting for the final pick here coming in from Indonesia, and I feel like it really depends on whether the show is going to be flexed. But if this is going to be the pickup coming in from Indonesia, which is the Terizla, it is still quite flexible now. But Vivian is going to be the choice to go with that show, and she's going to have a really easy time in finding out the information and the vision that's needed, because you're only gonna need to worry about the Martis, but you're also gonna have to be careful, because when the decimation is already activated, as soon as it's level 4, then you're gonna have trouble. You can't give most of those kills moving forward into this game.
Alright, so with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the Land of Dawn for this quarterfinal stage between Vietnam and Indonesia, with the Vietnam side starting at the blue side, and of course Indonesia at the top right hand side, the red side, and Vietnam starting things off on the purple buff, while Indonesia onto the red buff.
Retribution has already been utilized here by both of the junglers, and as you can see, right, Vival is doing pretty quick work in that orange buff situation. Meanwhile, it's Kao Cute Ka looking at a little bit more of that extra damage output that they can really use, because as of the moment, right, the Alpha is already on the mid lane of our map. Meanwhile, Vietnam is still looking for ways, and huge help here coming in from Vivian, just dishing out the information to know where the jungler of Vietnam is going to be coming from.
Yep, there's a lot of information already. And Indonesia, they do definitely have the lane priority in middle lane. So it's pretty much expected to see that Indonesia will want to put up a very good fight for the river down in the bottom lane. As you can see, Chell as well as Vivian going all out aggressive on the Crystal is definitely not going to be enough for them to bag a kill, but at least it's more than enough to kind of pose quite a bit of threat to the Carmilla.
Yeah, there's a lot of threat already in the early portions of the game, given that, Vivian has been serving as a shadow of Kao Cute Ka, following her wherever she goes, so that Vival would have an easier way in terms of rotation. And maybe after this jungle creep, Vival is already going to reach level 5. Meanwhile, Kao Cute Ka is going to be going for just level 4, approaching this very first turtle of our game. Fortunately, that's not going to be the case, but Fumi, Echo, and the rest of Indonesia are already here to help them secure that objective.
And in the meantime, we've got a glorious pathway that's already been set in, but Vietnam is not going to be challenging against the turtle, as now the Spear of Alpha just going to be connecting down to Chell and Fumi. The 2-man penalty zone plus the flicker just going to be landed on the 2 and just going to be perfect. But unfortunately, we do have a little bit of the Nether Realm that's going to be popped from the side of Vietnam. What a way to drag and connect down the Crystal. Almost bring Crystal down, and yes, that is a double kill for the side of Vival. However, that is also a shutdown that will be credited over to the Martins.
You love to see it coming in from Indonesia, right? The access to the Nether Realm of Sa means that Vietnam's going to be grouping up together, and that is the best target coming in from both Cine and also from Fumi Echo, because you can land the flicker penalty zone to at least 2 to 3 members for sure whenever you pop those off. And in addition, you can also take note of Cine just landing on those dispersion and rotation combos, and then afterwards they can easily bounce out with the diversion tactic, which is exactly what they did to avoid further casualties coming in from Kao Cute Ka, who also got his extra kill, and here it goes.
Ooh, immediately, that seems like Indonesia that did manage to get themselves a kill. Crystal is going to be the next one on the bag, but Luckily, with the Curse of Blood, he did manage to get himself away, but Vivian is not going to be done just yet. We have the Dragon connecting down to Daisy, but Chell, surprisingly, with a good amount of damage to his crossbows, with a quick little flicker from Daisy, he's going to be getting away, but the Spear of Alpha nets on the 2, and effectively brings Vietnam down from right underneath the turret's nose.
Rotation has been on point here for Indonesia in this current matchup. They are really making sure that all of the bases are covered, and Vietnam is slowly losing real estate here, even though, you know, a lot of those outer turrets are still alive. They can't really get to them due to the fact that when they're alone, the information that is given by the rotation that is done by Indonesia has been marvelous so far. Always first in the objectives, and Crystal couldn't do anything but watch, and Chelsea might just be able to do the same.
Honestly, right now, looking at the lineup from Indonesia, I didn't really quite expect too much from Vival to be the one that follows up from the Weight of Dragon, but so far it has been working pretty nice and pretty effective, because in the early stages of the game, Vival is the only one that can make full use of this Weight of the Dragon with the true damage that this Alpha is capable of dishing out. Everyone else, not quite. But in the meantime, the Diversion is just going to be porting the rest of the members from Indonesia down to the bottom lane, putting a lot of problem for the side of Daisy. But in the meantime, the Curse of Blood connects onto 3 that allows Vivian to be taken down in an instant. The flicker coming in doesn't seem like it will be able to do too much for Fumi Echo to get himself, or rather get herself away. But Chidi, that's what we want to see. But hey, Chell brought down Martis before the decimation could even connect onto Cini.
Yup, Cini having a good time right over there. Shell already dishing out the damage, forced to use that Nether Realm. Is still Shell has a lot of that damage output to be able to give Daisy. Right before that team fight as well, she did a really good Order of Brilliance that made her invulnerable towards all of the attacks that Indonesia was looking forward to doing. I was thinking that she was still staying in that bottom lane turret was a bad decision, but that wasn't the case because they were able to take 2 heroes in the process, but Indonesia with an immediate counter attack landing onto 2 courtesy of Chell's damage output, and they were able to do that consistently, and now they are leading by 4k gold.
Extremely micro-intensive thus far. Indonesia is just making full use of all of the lane prio that they had in the early stages. But in the meantime, Glorious Pathway, that is going to be a red carpet for the side of Vietnam to make sure that they will be able to jump right in onto the side of Indonesia. But Vietnam, they're the one that's being shredded, and they're not able to get themselves out of this. With only Fumi, the only casualty from the side of Indonesia, Vietnam is slowly getting the full brunt of that engagement, and this is the crazy amount of goal lead that Indonesia have that's working out for them.
That was the dream setup for Cini, to be honest, Abstract, because all of those passives coming in, the passive damage coming in from the Louis is going to be felt because you are in a place in the map that's going to be very low, and here they go again.
Oh, it does seem like the villain is going to do quite a number on the start of Chell, but Vivian went straight in with the Whale Dragon kicking K Daisy away, but it's not quite enough to quite save Chell. Now, Indonesia, we do have seen he's just going to be finding himself in a tough spot, but I'm pretty sure that the Decimate is going to be more than enough to bring Fumi Echo down just a little bit more, but unfortunately, Vietnam is unable to close things out on the 4th member from the start of Indonesia. Good comeback.
Bit of an overextension there also coming in from Indonesia, but it wouldn't have happened if that glorious pathway wasn't on point. It really caught up to the rest of the members in, and Vival has been taking control here by the 4 of the other members, but she still got it anyway.
That is so dirty! The fact that you allow Vival to get this close, even with the Spear of Alpha, is just absolutely disgusting. Now Vietnam is going to be having the back against the wall. Whale Dragon connects down to the crystal, and Chelsea pops off with the Glorious Pathway to ensure that the slow onto the side of Indonesia is going to be felt on full force.
Oh, that was disgusting. What a really good set, using that Alpha Ultimate to get a little bit more closer. And Indonesia, right when Vietnam was starting to get a bit of a momentum, because they did the right thing, right? They went for the objective as fast as they could because they know that Vival is nowhere to be found. But Vival, considering that she was already cut off to at least half of her HP, and yet she was still able to get that neutral objective is something that you really have to commend her for, not giving any type of breathing room here for Indonesia, or for Vietnam rather, and Indonesia. As soon as they find a way to just make sure to give a bit more pain and suffering to Vietnam in terms of what they would want to do in terms of scaling, they go for it 100%.
Yeah, Vietnam right now, the main problem that they're receiving and they're feeling from this lineup is the fact that they can't just lock anyone down at all. They don't have any form of crowd control. And even when they brought down that Glorious Pathway, the first thing that they're going to be experiencing is a full round of damage from the side of the Lower E. And by the time that they have reached their opponents, they have already lost a good chunk of HP, like half at the very least for the side of high loss. So definitely not an easy competition from Vietnam. No one that can eventually be able to set up with a flicker, so on and so forth. And even for Crystal, have a lot of issues just getting close. And if Sa wants to use the Shadow Stampede in order to set things up, that is clearly not going to work out, as you can see. Vietnam, they are literally teetering on the breaking point, and Indonesia taking down the inhibitor turret in the middle lane and the bottom lane is just going to bring out that gap even further. And Indonesia, they just want to go for the final closeout, as Chell just going to be focusing down onto the core, while the rest of the members from the side of Indonesia ensures that they are just going to be diving down onto Vietnam to bring them down as soon as possible. The core is down in half HP, but Indonesia, they practice a little bit of discipline and make sure that they will be moving themselves backwards a little bit more. But Vietnam takes the bait as it continues to move on forward, and they chase down onto Indonesia, hoping that they will be able to bring down these low amount of HP people. Sa did manage to come in with great amount of dividends, but all alone, there's no way that he will be able to stop this push from Indonesia.
Bro, I'm just gonna say one thing. All right, I'm just gonna say one thing. They were right at the base for 2 whole minutes. For 2 whole minutes, bro. They didn't leave. They didn't go anywhere. The base was, the inhibitor was already brought down 7 minutes in. That's number one. They were staying at the enemy base for 2 minutes. You're like, Vivian was probably like, guys, you want to get the Lord? And then the others were like, nah, I want to stay here. And that's exactly what happened, right? As of the moment, yeah. Indonesia's just on another level. I was talking about them with you before the start of the game, and it seems like I'm not glazing. All right, it's just there. That's the reason why they're the strongest team. They're the favorites to win it all.
Honestly, pretty darn scary, but this is just the first game of this match. This is the best of 3 format, so we will be looking at Vietnam coming back again, and hopefully that they will be able to give us a way better draft from what we have seen right here. Let's talk a little bit about the draft, because when it comes down to the in-game situation, it's rather clear that Indonesia knew exactly what they gotta do, and the very fact that they won the early game, which was actually the win condition of Vietnam. There is absolutely nothing going for Vietnam anymore. And Indonesia, they hog on to the lead. They played with the lead, and they know how to play according to the lead that they have. What do we want to see from the side of Vietnam when it comes down to the draft? What exactly is the problem when it comes down to this draft?
I think it's the order of heroes that they would want to use and pick first, because again, I think it was a little iffy already with the Faramis getting picked up a little too early, together with that third hero. I'm trying to remember what it is. Oh, the Lunox, because the Lunox recently, we've seen already that it is a staple hero that is placed in the gold lane. As much as there's a lot of flexibility that could surround it, this is the reason why you can't really do something about it already, because the Lunox is a bad matchup to this woman right here, Chell, the MVP, that game number 1, using that Irithel, because number 1, she has the advantage in terms of movement. Most of the time, the Lunox is going to be really stationary whenever she wants to use those order or those Chaos Bolts, and as of the moment, she was able to deal a ton of damage, especially with that Malefic gun as well. And you have to give props to everybody here, man. I mean, it's no surprise that the vision has been crucial. And at the same time, Cine, they were really catching up to a lot of the possible stops that Indonesia can do here against Vietnam. And they were able to do that in orderly and smooth fashion.
We did manage to get a short little glimpse of the itemizations from the side of Vietnam. Just so you guys know, Vietnam's on the right side and Indonesia is on the left side when it comes down to this scoreboard. Daisy, as well as Kalkut, actually went for the Sky Piercer. And unfortunately, because of the fact that they didn't manage to grab hold of the early game, the Sky Piercer eventually came to nothingness as they can't get any kills, they can't do any form of funneling. I can definitely understand if the Martyrs were to go for the Sky Piercer, but not exactly for the Lunox, as they will just be scrambling for the kills and they can't get that kind of funneling working for the Martyrs. Because the main thing that they gotta do, the main obstacle, is to play according to the win composition, and that is to ensure that they get the funnel over to the side of Martyrs. Give Martyrs as much kills as possible, let Martyrs be the one that eventually be that main damage dealer. Main damage dealer, main executioner. Because even if everyone dies, we throw the Carmilla, we throw the Hylos in. And based on the fact that there is a Loi on the opposite side, it is imperative for these two men to go down. But we need to, at the very least, be able to peel for the Martyrs to be the final man alive, because Martyrs is that kind of hero. With a Sky Piercer, they can 1v4 as long as the team manage to peel and bruise the enemies well enough.
Yeah, I feel like they were able to do that in like the first few minutes when there was an overextension coming in from Indonesia, whereas the Martyrs somewhat got like a double or a triple kill as far as I can remember. But this is where the breaks of the game, in your experience, if you're Indonesia, will start to come in, because they did the right thing, right? I just wanted to point it out. Vietnam did the right thing. After getting that main objective, after getting the triple kill, you somewhat already have a snowball for the Martyrs, because that shutdown gold, those are extra kills coming in, and you have all the time to yourself for you to be able to secure the turtle or a major objective to even shorten the gap or even prolong the gap if you're already leading by at least a couple of hundred in terms of gold. But it was Vival putting a stop to that immediately by getting a retribution take on that turtle. So I feel like if you're Kaukyutka, she was able to do something about it right away. But I'm gonna put a bit more pressure on the Rome now, just so they could at least have a bit of an idea on where the other members of the opposing side are.
Yeah, so, well, Indonesia, they played their hearts out, and I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to see a little bit more coming in from them. And I gotta have to say, Indonesia, game number 1 is already this convincing. I'm not too sure if whether Vietnam is able to hold a candle against them, but Hans, give me a prediction of this match. Is it a 2-1 or is this a 2-0 for you?
I'm just gonna put my hands up so I don't have to say a lot.
Okay. I always like to support a little bit of the underdogs action, but that is provided if Vietnam will be able to get
too
that
much,
drafting
man.
worked out well. Indonesia is too much. I think it is copium from my side to say Vietnam will take 1 point away from Indonesia given the performance just now. I want to support the underdogs, but we gotta give credit where credit's due. I believe that it will be a 2-0 in favor for Indonesia as well. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Abstract and here's with me Hans. The both of us will be back with you guys again for game number 2, match number 1 of today, right after this very short break. See you guys in a bit.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. kecabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri, dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. kepada tim SRG Golak Red Giant. Banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Abstract. With me here is Hans. The both of us is going to be a caster for this upcoming series. We have just concluded the match between Vietnam versus Indonesia, game number 1, as we'll be moving on to game number 2 very soon. And due to a dominating performance, I believe that is a unanimous decision that Hans and I believe that it would be a 2-0.
Yeah, I don't see. I'm not gonna try to be Doctor Strange at this point and see that one possibility. I unfortunately I see nothing, bro. It's just a little too much for Indonesia's just a little too much to handle, man. Like you've seen what they can do. It was just, I don't know. It wasn't disrespectful. It's just the point where they're just that good. Like staying there for 2 whole minutes is something that I don't usually see very often, because when I play around games, I would always tell my friends, or I would always tell the people, like, come on, let's go for the Lord, man. Let's try to finish this off so that it's surely gonna be ours. But to them, they don't give a care in the world about objectives. They knew that they were leading by 10,000 gold, and they were like, yup, we're staying here. We're not going anywhere.
Yep.
Let's go and finish this off.
That is absolutely scary, right? As long as the team knows exactly how to play according to number 1, their win conditions, number 2, play based on their gold lead, then nothing will be stopping them. Unless they started to play be a little bit of complacency, then that is going to be a completely separate topic. But Indonesia is a team, definitely, I believe that they know exactly what they're doing. And coming in from Indonesia, one of the giants of MLBB when it comes down to regional prowess, I think it's relatively fair to say that the Indonesian ladies, they know how they want to play the game. Now, of course, before we even jump over to the next game, a quick little housekeeping so that everyone is on track with what's going on here at the Asian Esports Games 2024. I gotta have to say that we do have got a total of 5,800 gold. Gold. I'm too used to saying gold. But 5,800 US dollars that we spread amongst the participants from the first to the third place. With the first place going back home with 3,000 US dollars, with $2,000 to the second place, and a total of $800 to the third place. $800 to the third place. So honestly, when it comes down to all of this, there is quite a bit of stakes that is on hand, and all of this is happening right in Bangkok at the indoor stadium Hua Mak, where all of the players were flown right in to enjoy the stage and the tournament.
Yeah, I do feel like this is also somewhat of an opportunity, a chance for all of our female gamers or female MLBB teams to showcase what they are made of. Given that, as far as I remember, SEA Games is also going to happen next year in the same place, right? So this could be some sort of like a testing ground or a proving ground on whether or not we're going to be seeing the next Southeast Asian Games that will be having another edition of women's MLBB, because I'm sure the men's MLBB is going to be there. I sure hope so, right? I'm looking forward to it.
Yep.
And at the same time, this is going to be a really good chance, a really good shot at it, so that they can do something and they could also prepare for yet a bigger event, a bigger tournament. You'd love to see, esports players getting more of those gold medals, and yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking forward to do here.
Yeah, especially when it comes down to the Women's League. I always do want to emphasize on this, right? When it comes down to the Women's League in esports, there is absolutely no other capabilities for any kind of unfairness per se, because I would say that when it comes down to physical sport, there will always needs to be some kind of a segregation because of physical differences. But when it comes down to esports, the women and the men are in a complete similar playing field, and I absolutely love to see more of a resurgence from female players and coming in to the Asia Esports Games. I think that it will shine a lot more of a spotlight to some of these players, which we might be able to eventually see in some of these mainstay teams that we normally see in the M Series or perhaps even in the Mid-Season Cup.
Yeah, I think we've seen. We're about to see actually some of the female players that could also participate moving forward into the M6 World Championship, because I believe CFU has had 2 girls as part of their roster. CFU's from Cambodia, in case you guys missed it. So I feel like that's a really good chance and opportunity for them to be able to, showcase what they can do. It's just a matter of a point on whether or not they will be able to play. That is going to be the issue, and how prepared are they going to be on whether or not the pressure could potentially get to them. But that's going to be for another story, as now we are looking at both of the teams somewhat already switching. Indonesia is on your left side, aka the blue side, and Vietnam is on the red side as we speak. So the usual consensus here is that the Hylos will always get picked first, because they are more wary of the Eve being picked up, so that they can have something to neutralize the slow that would be brought around by the real world manipulation. And this is again another one of those pocket picks by Vietnam. They tend to pick up a little early here, getting the 1-1 to their side.
So I think that fast picking on 1-1 is not too big of a deal, at least for me, because now 1-1 has a very good person to break all the weaknesses from. That means that when it comes down to Vietnam, right off the bat, the only problem I have is that they are straight out just saying, guys, we're going to be playing front to back. The first thing that we're going to deal with is going to be the Hylos. And then from that point on, 1-1 flies in the sky and we go ham from that. So understandably, that means that when it comes down to Indonesia, they need to counteract against that. They need to ensure that, number one, the Hylos won't be that easy of a prey. Number two, they gotta have to play in a composition that goes against what Vietnam wants. And as a result, they've decided to pick up a Jawhead as well as a Harif to their name. Of course, we don't see Harif all that often, especially since the Jawhead and the Harif together, because that means that you have already got the EXP lane as well as the Rover that has been picked out already. This pretty much puts the Summon Force in a very difficult spot, because I'm not exactly sure if Chell will be able to stay alive in that Summon Force for an extended period of time with no AoE crowd control that eventually will be able to stop it with the likes of Hilda, for example.
I think the idea here coming in from Indonesia is that they want to get a better laning matchup for Cine in like the early portions of the game. The advantage of Harith compared to the 1-1 is it's not going to be easily tainted with the crossbow of Tang once she is going to be able to complete those marks, because the Harith is also a very agile hero on its own, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult than usual to put the target on the Harith. And the Jawhead is also going to be picked up here. They are going to be a little bit more ready with the Hilda's engagement and aggression, so that when it goes into the Indonesian side, then they will immediately just use the ejector and the unstoppable force combo to put a stop to the aggression that the Hilda is going to be trying to force here from Vietnam. Now, this is a staple pick coming in from Vietnam as well, the X-Borg that they have been using yesterday to win a lot of games. I know that we don't usually see a lot of X-Borg in international competitive play, but it has been a trend so far in the AEG 2024, simply because of the fact that it gives you a second life. It gives you a second chance, most especially with the Firaga armor, and when you add it, when you add the immortality to its arsenal as well. So I feel like that's something that they're gonna try to look forward to, sustain, increase the before it even happens.
On this point in time, I absolutely love what Vietnam has drafted so far, actually. The only thing that is not working out for them is the hyper aggression of the Hilda that's constantly that wants to go ham onto the jawhead. That is pretty much all. I think that's the only thing that they're gonna have to play around and ensure that, yeah, look, you can't overextend as a Hilda anymore. But the main thing is they have a lot of answers to the current win condition since the Harif has already been picked out, right? We have a very good catalyst for the 1-1 to go into the sky with the Tempest of Blaze because of the Hylos on the opposite side. We have the answer when it comes down to the X-Bog to deny areas coming in from the Harif whenever he drops the Zaman Force. And just if Vietnam were to lock on to this Aurora, that makes things even more difficult for the side of Harif to stay in his Zaman Force now. And now Indonesia, they went all in for that Dyrov immediate pick. Ooh, I'm not too sure about this Dyrov though. He's great in the early stages of the game, but aside from that, he's not exactly able to funnel any form of snowball for the rest of the team. I need some convincing to know how this draft is gonna work out for Indonesia, to be honest.
All right, the idea for the Dairoth here is that it could go very well against the Hilda. You've already mentioned it a while ago. During the early portions of the game, that is probably what they're going to be looking for, so that in terms of the further engagement, when the Hilda tries to invade them moving forward, so it seems like the Dairoth is going to be going into the jungle position, right? So with that ultimate coming in from the Dairoth Abysm Strike, it's gonna eliminate right away the Ferraca armor coming in from the X-Borg. That's the number one solution. And then number two, whenever the Hilda tries to invade the jungle and disturbs the Dairoth from actually scaling very well, he already has the early damage. So at some point, it's quite of a good answer as well to the potential aggression that Vietnam's going to try to push. And going back to what you were saying a while ago, the Aurora is a really good pick here because it somewhat neutralizes the threat of the glorious pathway being a certain form of aggression. I'm just gonna be really looking forward as to how Sa is gonna put herself in a very good position so that when things go a little bit more south, right, they are gonna be able to do something about it. So yes, Dairoth is a very unconventional pick, but given the heroes that were assigned to him, maybe this could be a potential answer that, you know, not a lot of heroes or players know about, but it depends on how Vival is going to be using it in this specific game.
Now, that is well said. I believe that there is quite a lot of emphasis onto the Dairoth in order to dominate in the early stages of the game. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, in to the Land of Dawn we go. As Indonesia will be starting at the blue side, Vietnam starting at the red side. And when it comes down to the jungle rotation, it does definitely seem as though that both teams, they're going to be starting at the top part of the map and ending off at the EXP lane eventually. With a very early aggression over to the side of Vietnam forces Shieru to pop off the flicker, and Vivian as well.
Yeah, so Shiero and Vivian, both of them already accumulating most of those flicker skills that were given to them. I feel like as of this moment, Cine is also going to feel a bit of the brunt of the damage. So another flicker is going to be utilized here, but they still managed to get away. And this is the aggression that we're talking about, right? As long as Vival stays alive, Indonesia might be okay. But if they're going to be giving Cine early on in this matchup, you can't really utilize the Valentina up until the level 4 where you can copy most of the ultimates coming in from Vietnam. Good take for the first blood.
I think I'm really gonna bite my words here. That Vietnam might get too old by Indonesia because the draft from Vietnam, I just absolutely love it. But of course, that is very inclusive of how they're going to be piloting their draft and how they're going to be playing into all of these team fights. Because Indonesia, we know and we saw how they make their micro decisions. Vietnam has got a very simple thing. Number one, deny the Zaman Force. They have got a lot of ultimates that can eventually be able to deny it, but when it comes down to lane control, that is going to be a completely separate issue. at least when it comes down to the EXP lane, it's relatively fair to say that Vietnam has got very strong lane priority with the Hilda in the bottom lane, and when it comes down to the middle lane, we've got the Edith plus that Aurora. But that also means that the Jawhead Assault and Edith will always be in problem. But when it comes down to catch, Vivian will always be the one that will be able to catch a lot better. So this kind of sets up the middle lane in a tougher spot, because this way, I'm pretty sure that Shieru is not that willing to just go all in and try to wave clear together with Saadi, more in the middle lane.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about a while ago, right? Vietnam's plan is to try to go for a bit more of that aggressive play, and that is not gonna work if Vivian is always gonna be the one to receive most of the aggression. Because before you even try to play aggressive, Indonesia is already ready for it with the ejector play being coming moving forward. So Cine tries to go for that extra bush check. Not a lot of happenings here just yet, unless
The Zaman Force not gonna be popped out just yet, but the rest of the map is coming from the side of Vietnam. They're just running right into the face of Vivian, almost bringing him down. Yes, he will go down in the end when it comes down to the fire spray. But now we even have got the Glorious Pathway as well as the Frigid Glacier just gonna be popped. Vietnam did manage to get himself a pretty decent exit out of that battle. But Chelsea,
not only that, they were also
again.
able to, yeah, at
Fumi
some point
Echo.
trying to go for the extra engage
man.
as well. But Fumi Echo, at some point, she can no longer stay alive as of that moment. So Indonesia, with that being said, it's just an immediate takedown as well. I feel like in terms of the draft, Vietnam's draft is a little easier to execute because of Sa. Sa has been the catalyst so far in this game, just because of how well she's able to position herself. But as soon as I say that, immediately using the flicker right away and just putting it right away. My bad, man.
Yep. Just gotta get himself away, but now Vival finds herself at a tough spot. As such, will be taken down almost immediately. While the Pride of Ice from the side of Star is just gonna be popped and deleted by the side of Cine. And the rest of the members from Indonesia, they definitely wanted to get a kill down on Chelsea as well as Shieru. Without a doubt, Indonesia should be able to get this one kill in the bag.
When you look at it from a specific standpoint, right? Indonesia and Vietnam does have a lot of team fight mechanics and has a lot of skills that they could throw into one another to hopefully bring either one or two heroes down. But the longer the team fight persists, it somewhat goes to the side of Indonesia, just because of the fact that Vival is going to be there and those basic attacks are going to start to hurt compared to, Sa, that has a lot of poking capabilities, has a lot of at least counter engage measures that Vietnam could potentially use, but most of them are being built up on the burst potential. So as soon as those set of skills are gone, and it's gonna be at least 10 seconds before you use it again, it's gonna be a 10-second window for Indonesia to finally unleash most of the things that they have been trying to put on, which is the reason why Indonesia has been all thoroughly aggressive in this very first few minutes, because this is their window of opportunity.
Chelsea walked right into the brush. It's a prank, said Indonesia, as 4 members just decided to jump themselves down to the bottom lane brush and melted Chelsea down almost immediately. Now, let's talk a little bit more about itemization, because this Daisy picked up onto the Malefic Gun as the very first item. We'll break into that in a short little bit, as it does seem like Fumi Echo is just going to be opening up the Glorious Pathway down to Shieru with a quick little toss to ensure that Shieru would not be able to run away fast enough, while Vival take the opportunity to take down the bottom lane. Zaman Force from the side of Chell, hoping that he will be able to get away from Macau up to the top lane as well. But that is just a lot of trades, but I'm not too sure whether that is going to be the end just yet, as Vivian comes in from the proxy, looking for Daisy, flickers, as well as the Unstoppable Force brings Daisy down. And Indonesia, unstoppable. They're constantly finding all of these opportunities to bring Vietnam down.
You were talking about trades, right? And at that moment, Indonesia got the better share of that trade, just because they got Daisy. If they wouldn't have gotten Daisy, then it would have been like a complete stalemate. But Daisy already went out, so that is going to be a little bit more on the delay with what Vietnam is trying to do, which is to take this into the later portions of the game. No Zaman Force just yet, but the turtle's gonna be spawned, and here it goes.
Me Echo gonna be the first person to be taken down, even pop the Glorious Pathway right before his death. Now we talked about Daisy when it comes down to the Malefic Gun. How much is that gonna help out for Daisy, and how much damage does Vietnam eventually have now that Daisy did not pick up onto the corrosion size first? As Chell brings down one, while Cow focuses down on the turtle to bring that down almost immediately, while Cow just gonna go straight in for the last Insanity to melt down the Chell ASAP. But with that all said and done, Chelsea is going to be the last person remaining in that main team fight, as Indonesia has done well to zone in over to the main course of the event.
Again, they were able to at some point get the turtle for themselves. Vietnam was also able to put a kill down onto Shell, and Shell is having quite of a hard time because of the last Insanity always finding him. So good sense of awareness coming in from Kao Kyutka, knowing where the gold laner is, knowing where the most vulnerable targets are in the middle of those clashes. That has already happened once in the turtle pit and also on the top side, as to the reason why Daisy also has those 5 assists already. But when you take a look at it, Indonesia is not only making trades in terms of the kills, but they're also capitalizing on the objective takes. 3 turrets have already been brought down by Indonesia to none from Vietnam. So even though most of these trades are happening, it is still somewhat of a 1.4k gold lead, already building a Starlium Scythe and a Feather of Heaven here for Chell, even though she is having quite a struggling game, is because of the fact that they were able to get a lot of those objectives. Meanwhile, Vietnam, they start to realize that, so they slowed down for just a bit, knowing that all they needed is time, but they also need to get some objectives in the process.
They need a lot of time, let's be honest here. Daisy is not anywhere close to getting the trifecta for the itemization just yet. The main thing that she has got for himself is a little bit of a quality of life. Fumi Echo comes in from the back, but it doesn't seem like he will be taken, his weakness points is going to be taken back just yet. Sa immediately flickers himself backward to just make sure that she's going to be A-okay for now. Indonesia lost Sini throughout the entire team fight. Definitely not a great aggressive play from Indonesia, as Vietnam has got so much answers to this aggression because of how much counter-engage Vietnam have got within of their arsenal.
You said it yourself. Counter-engage. As long as Sa is there, in terms of the team fight, I feel like it's gonna have a bit of a struggle in finding a way to get most of those kills as much as possible. But Indonesia is right now in position to be able to take this. They have a flow of the minions on both the top and the bottom side. So unless Vietnam goes through there, that means it's immediate information. But Indonesia would want to go there.
Sini quickly flickers himself away right after taking away that last Insanity. And even had to expand the last Insanity just to get away from the Frigid Glacier. That is Sini that would not be able to do anything in this upcoming team fight. If Vietnam wants to take a fight, they should definitely take it now. But unfortunately, that is going to be Chelsea that will be finding himself prey to Bival. And that means that Indonesia, they do have got a 1-man lead. Make that almost a 2-man lead. There we go. 2-man lead. Indonesia will be able to take this Lord with no problems whatsoever, as they slowly back themselves back into the confines of the Lord. They take it down, and they look forward to an imminent push.
Worked so well for Vietnam, or should I say for Indonesia as we speak. They were able to at least tone down on a lot of the potential counterattacks that Vietnam was about to throw into them. And you're right from the start, right? Sini was already using that ultimate to be able to escape, which means that she is somewhat already limited in terms of like the damage output. Didn't stop Indonesia to actually, unleashing ham and hell towards Vietnam, because they were able to scatter them around, not really focusing on their rotation, because they wanted to at least focus on their formation. But Indonesia put a stop to that as soon as Chelsea was out of the picture.
I really like how Indonesia has been playing pick-off thus far, and their damage is just overwhelming whenever Vivian finds that unstoppable force, or perhaps even the force ejector. So at this point in time, Vietnam, they have no choice but to play possum. They know that the Lord is going to be marching up to the top lane, while Indonesia puts their main rallies in the middle lane and the bottom lane. And now the Lord threatens the top lane with his trusty trident, while the rest of the members from the side of Vietnam wants to bring down this Lord ASAP. And they did manage to successfully bring it down, but unfortunately, the inhibitor turret in the top lane and the bottom lane has already suffered heavy damage.
Yeah, it's just around, one or two basic attacks depending on if you already have the minions. And also the next wave is about to appear, right? So they're going to have to try to find a way to defend this. And they're about to do their best, but ultimates have already been used here.
They have split themselves crazily, and unfortunately, Vietnam, they're not exactly playing according to their win condition. And that is also that is to make sure that Daisy constantly sticks onto Fumi Echo like a shadow, because that is going to be the main person that you would want to pick up all of that weakness stacks on. But it's easier said than done, because Vivian is doing a tremendous job in drawing that line between Indonesia and Vietnam. Anyone that tries to come across that line, they're going to be thrown backwards. And unfortunately, that one person has always either been Shieru or it has been Chelsea. And once that one person has been taken out, Vietnam would then lose a lot and a huge chunk of health pool in the front lines, unable to enable Daisy to fly up into the air.
Yeah, now this is where Indonesia is going to have to be careful, right? Because they got an inhibitor as of the moment. And as you can see, already two heroes or two players coming in from Indonesia have already absorbed at least 10,000 in terms of gold. We are looking at 4 heroes coming in from Vietnam that has already established around 7.7k. And this is going to be a problem for them because they have a lot of room to catch up on. And Indonesia is looking forward to getting this very next lord for themselves. So as of the moment, this is going to be the perfect scenario for them to do so, and it's a specific game that they could take on.
Chelsea immediately went himself right into the face of Chell, and a flicker from the side of Shieru knocks off of Chell, but unfortunately, Chell was still in the summon force. As such, there's still a lot of shields working for this Harith. In the end of the day, they couldn't even get the kill down on the Harith, and being the main damage dealer, they completely forgotten about Chell. And now the summon force is back out. Even when it comes down to Frigid Glacier, it's not going to be stopping Chell anytime soon. Chell is going to be getting out of this battle with a triple kill, without even losing much health at all. Unfortunately, not quite enough to bring Kaokyu down in order to get her triple. But hey, a double kill to her name, plus another one onto Shieru is more than enough.
At this point in time, right, if you are Vietnam, really gonna have to depend on the wave clear that you possess right over here, because Indonesia is going to make sure that they will put a stop to everything that you will try to do. And at this point in time, Indonesia already having the Lord on the bot side, they're currently working on trying to destroy more inhibitors, but Vietnam already having 5 heroes apiece, so I feel like they could have a really good chance of being able to defend this.
As we see the Lord down in the bottom lane, there is still an inhibitor turret in the top lane and the middle lane, but Vietnam is doing a tremendous job at this. But take a look at this. It is going to be a double whammy from the side of Indonesia that will be blasting the last insanity right into the face of Vietnam, while Star has lost the pride of ice. But it's okay, because Vietnam, all of them are still alive. Despite losing all of their inhibitor turrets, they will still want to defend this to the best of their extent. Indonesia said no though, as they would want to continue on with this fight. They have got a decent amount of lead, to be exact, 7,000 gold lead. But that is not going to help them stay in the upper phase for long, as Vietnam comes back in with full HP and says, get out of my hole.
Yeah, a lot of those inhibitors, or both of the remaining inhibitors of Vietnam, have already been taken down. But this is where Indonesia is going to have to be fully patient, because that is what Vietnam's gonna do all throughout the remaining course of this game, because they have the Aurora, they have the Export, and they also have a 1-1-3 heroes that are really good in damage, but are also tremendous in terms of wave clear. So they're gonna have to force a way for them to come out of their base, because as long as Vietnam is going to be staying at the respective portion of their base, there's nothing that will happen, and they will struggle in finding a way. So a lot of the damage output is going to be put on towards Chell, and Vival's power spike is close to nowhere to be found already, because it's Daisy and Sa's turn to showcase what they can do from here on out. So if you're Indonesia, you're gonna have to find a bit more space to make sure that Shell could get those damage outputs done, most especially while Kaukyutka doesn't have the immortality as we speak, because Kaukyutka hasn't died for the entirety of this game, unleashing those 3, 0, and 4 kills, and that has been the reason why Vietnam is still hanging on by a thread in this game.
Honestly, Vietnam, I find it baffling that we haven't really quite seen too much from Daisy just yet. But this upcoming fight, it might just be the testament of what Vietnam has been building when it comes down to the draft. But Shiru missed the onwards. That means that he's dead! As Chell picks up a monster kill. Fumi Echo right in the face of Kao. While they drop down the Zaman Force Aura as well as that glorious pathway. Fumi Echo gets himself away, but he's going to be popping off with the Eternal Crown, the Winter Crown rather, to make sure that he's going to be staying alive a little bit longer. The rest of members from the side of Vietnam moves themselves on backwards, while South Expensive Flicker gets herself away, while the rest of Indonesia, 5 men all in, down on the Cow to make sure that Cow will suffer the first death. Never mind, not even the first death for Cow, but the main thing is we've got the game done and dusted in the hands of Indonesia.
Really an amazing performance coming in from Indonesia. They knew exactly what to do, because if you're gonna be expecting that you're gonna try to face Vietnam full on while they're defending the base, that's a total of 6 damage dealers and sources that you're gonna worry about. So the idea for Indonesia was they needed to get them out their comfort zone, get them out of where they're comfortable, which is the base. So they tried to go for the Lord, tried to go fake Lord, and you'd also have to commend Shell in the position that she was trying to commit as of that moment, because it was intensely risky. I'm telling you, being the only laner that was there in the river bush, all of the other roamers and XP laners from the other side is trying to look for you, and yet you were still able to deal at least half of the damage output to the opposing tank. Already finished the game here for me. Take a look at it. It was a very even 19 to 11 score, but Shell, as soon as dying in like the first 5 minutes, she never died even ever since, courtesy of the space that was given to her by Fumi Echo.
Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, with the game 2-0 in favor for Indonesia, we'll tell you guys a little bit more about the brackets. But for now, let's wrap things up when it comes down to this game number 2 between these two teams. When it comes down to itemizations, I would definitely say there's nothing too out of the ordinary. I would definitely say that Daisy going with the first item, Malefic Gun, is something that is out of the ordinary for me. Losing out a lot of attack speed in the early stages of the game, just for a couple of quality of life. Not exactly my cup of tea, but what do you think about this, Hans?
I think at some point in time, she would want to get a bit more of that range, just so she would be able to reach Shell in the early portions of the game. But I agree, it's not the usual build in terms of like the very first that you could have, because you would usually get the Demon Hunter Sword, the Golden Staff, and also the Corrosion Scythe for your disposal. So that is also a Sea Halberd built up in a Rose Gold Meteor for like extra sustainability. That was taken in the like the later portions of the game, but in the early moments of this fight, I wish you would just stick with somewhat of like the traditional build, so that there could be some sort of situations wherein she would build other types of items, and that's gonna be completely okay as long as you have those 3 core items to help you unleash the damage. Because I felt like this is where the problems were created already, because Indonesia was dealing too much damage and they needed damage to answer to that, but they weren't able to get it just because of the prioritization of the items that was built up here by Vietnam.
I absolutely agree. Unfortunately, when it comes down to Vietnam, their main core win condition has to be the 1-1. And they're just buying time just so that 1-1 will be able to get to that point whereby they will be able to win in those team fights. We need that 1-1 to be online in order to successfully be able to deal with that high loss, or perhaps to even deal with the Jawhead. If the 1-1 just isn't a threat, then it is just going to be a easy push over onto the side of the 1-1. So unfortunately, that is probably one of the reasons why it didn't really quite work out that well for Vietnam. And other than that, I would say that Indonesia has been great when it comes down to the game. They knew exactly how they want to play, and of course, they tackled Vietnam with a vengeance to ensure that they managed to get all of the pickoffs just so effectively in the early stages. And that means that Indonesia will move on to the upper bracket semi-finals, and they will be facing off against Malaysia that have also managed to 2-0 against their opponents. So what you can expect is the lower bracket best of 3 is going to be Vietnam versus Saudi Arabia at the lower bracket, where the competition starts to get even tighter. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going off for a very short break, and once we are back, we'll be able to give you guys even more of the goodies from the Asian Esports Games 2024. We'll see you, and don't go anywhere. Right back.
Pada tim SRG Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa, dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
siapa ni?
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the Asian Esports Games 2024. My name is Abstract. With me here is Hans. The both of us gonna be your caster for this upcoming match, and it does definitely seem as though we do have quite a bit of games for you guys, as we will be going down over the lower bracket to, I believe, to take a look at Myanmar versus China.
Yep, that is going to be the case there. It is quite unfortunate, as I was, telling you stories about Myanmar a while ago, and how they could fare very well against all of the other competitors, but a lot can change in 12 hours, man. That's what I can tell you. Maybe it depends on their sleep, but also in terms of the preparations of the coaching staff as well. I felt like for some of the other teams who are really serious in winning, some of them probably didn't get enough of sleep. I mean, you rarely ever get to be part of these international tournaments, right? So some of the coaching staff would tell me when I go overseas that, you know what, sleep is just sleep. An international tournament happens maybe once or twice a year, so you can skip that for now and then go and land on your sleep someplace else. But for Myanmar and China, this is gonna be their final lifeline. Whoever is gonna lose in this best of 3 series will be eliminated, and I am excited to see depending on how this series is actually gonna go, because again, these are two of the rising contenders for the AEG 2024. Unfortunately, they're gonna have to face each other a little earlier than both of these teams wanted to expect.
Exactly. I mean, looking at China versus Myanmar, I think that is probably one of the few teams that we would not expect going down to the lowest bracket, or rather that fast. Let's take a look at this, right? China dominated in the Group A bracket, right? So gotten themselves a total of 4-0, getting wins away from Vietnam, Mongolia, Thailand, and Uzbekistan. While in the meantime, for Myanmar, they themselves have also gotten a 4-0, getting wins away from Malaysia themselves, okay? From Malaysia, Hong Kong, Kazakhstan, as well as Timor-Leste. So, honestly, I gotta have to say, this upcoming game between China and Myanmar might actually be one of the tightest games that we might be expecting, because I was expecting to see both of them go into the semifinals. But looking at the fact that China had to go up against Philippines, and as for Myanmar to go up against Cambodia, there's definitely a little bit of a 50-50 coin flip going on.
Yeah, honestly, in terms of the matchup, of course, we're going to be expecting to see a little bit more of the competition here coming in from both Myanmar and China. Unfortunately, they went up against really premier competitors back then, right? So it was honestly a thought to a point wherein the question is how they would be able to at least find their way to make sure that they could advance to the next stage of the competition. But unfortunately, they will be advancing in a sense that they will have to fight for their tournament life from here on out. They're going to be joined by Saudi Arabia and Vietnam. So all of these 8 countries are actually, very well known in terms of the MLBB scene. But as you can see, those 4 countries that have made it into the winners semifinals, Philippines, Cambodia, Malaysia, and Indonesia, have been the most prominent ones. And I am sure that the ones who are currently at the bottom wouldn't want to not only stay there, but to also continue and move forward against further competition.
So from this point onwards, China versus Myanmar, Hans, what do you think about this? China or Myanmar? I always like to put people on their spot. China,
Yeah,
Myanmar,
man.
2-0, 2-1.
I don't know. I honestly feel like this could go 3 games. I'm not entirely sure on which team I'm gonna be rooting for, but since I've already told you stories about Myanmar, maybe I'll root for Myanmar 2-1 because I haven't prepped you up against China from a while ago. But in terms of what they can deliver to the table, they've also got their rotations fixed, and I am sure that this is a team that could definitely make some waves as we try to get a little bit more of the understanding with how they're going to be executing most of their gameplay. But now we're going to be going into the draft. You got to see a little bit of it, but as of the moment, just gonna try to make some certain configurations just to be sure, and then afterwards we're gonna make sure that everything is fresh and proper for you guys to take a look at everything that's happening.
So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we are about to go into the game. And once we have got the game, we've got that all, fine and of course dusted in. Now, for those people that have just came in, welcome to the live stream. This is the Asian Esports Games 2024. And in case you're wondering, what to expect coming in from these games, one thing's for sure is that we do have got quite a prize pool that is available for all of these ladies that is competing right at Bangkok within of the indoor stadium Hoa Mark. There is a total of $5,800 in terms of US dollars, where the first place prize will go over to the first place prize will get a total of $3,000. Second place with $2,000 and $800 to the third place. And what you can expect when it comes down to these games is we'll be looking at all of the scheduled games eventually, and then tomorrow is when we are definitely going to see more of the bigger games, whereby we look at the winner finals, the lower parts of that, and then eventually the gold medal match, which is the game that you all would definitely want to tune in for tomorrow.
Yeah, and speaking of which, there's a lot of games that are probably going to be happening in like the next couple of days. We're talking about now and tomorrow, and we are currently at part of the now, as Myanmar and China is looking forward to win their respective games in a best-of-3 series. I like to start off the draft. It's a little scattered, most of the bans for both of the teams, but the first idea here that I have noticed from Myanmar is that they tend to pick up the Hilda quite quickly because in case you guys don't know, for China, Jessica has used mostly the Hilda for the entirety of day number 1. I didn't see her use any other hero, so I feel like they're trying to force China to use something else for that AXP laner, and Lang Ku already has their 3 heroes depicted here. So for Myanmar, not a lot of creativity already in the first 3 picks because you already know where those 3 heroes are gonna go, and I feel like it could be the same thing for China, but you can interchange the Akai and the Kali depending on your preference.
So with that all said, there is definitely quite a bit of lane priority that's given over to the side of Myanmar, at least for now. Looking at the rest of that fact, mid lane is not really quite shown from the side of Myanmar just yet. I absolutely love to see a Bruno being picked up for the mix. Both the Moskov and the Bruno both really wants to pick up the Malefic gun. So at least in the early stages of the game, we definitely want to see Myanmar picking up very aggressive heroes right off the start. Mid lane heroes with great priority. The fact that they have already picked up a Tigro, this pretty much is it's a showcase of Myanmar saying that, hey, we want to pick up a Vexana. We want a Vexana. So China, you gotta have to ban out Vexana. There's no other heroes but Vexana being the main priority, whereby they get they get a power in the team fight, while in the meantime they also have a very good lane priority in middle lane.
Not only that, right, but you also get good wave clear at some point, because Vexana might be the missing piece for both of these two teams, considering that, especially for Myanmar, they are lacking that wave clear aspect. Of course, you have the Hilda and the Bruno on your side, but most of those heroes, or both of those heroes, are in terms of like the single targets. So I feel like you're gonna need something here to take control of the waves faster, so that you can also rotate faster. So that might be the idea that Myanmar's actually gonna go for here. But the Vexana instead is gonna be banned by Myanmar here. So they're probably thinking of something else. The Valentina is still
Oh,
open
yeah?
for their disposal if they want to. But China might also undergo the same kind of thought process, just because they don't have another mid laner on their side. We're still not sure on what their jungler is going to be like, but they're going to speed things up quite a bit and probably pick up this alpha for themselves.
Okay, not what I expected with a ban on the Vexana, but that's definitely going to be fun to see. The Alpha is going to be the one that's picked up from the side of China, while in terms of in terms of junglers, we actually are starting to dwindle down with the possible amount. Excuse me. Now, looking at junglers, Xbox, huh? I'm actually looking more towards someone that works very well in terms of pacing, but if they do want to play a little bit more of area denial or a lot of damage against heroes that got caught by an implosion, I can definitely understand that. While Myanmar, they don't have the Aurora, they don't have the Vexana, they decided to pick up Lilia instead. You gotta blame priority. So at least when it comes down to that, it is still a very viable pick.
Yep, it's me.
That's right. When you look at it, the Lilia could be a pick that's going to be crucial for them. But at some point in time, I'm really looking at the possibility of the Lilia not being able to do as much, except for giving pressure towards that Moskov. Because again, it may be a good hero to peel most of the tanky frontliners coming in from China. You have the Khalid, and you also have the Akai as well. But the Exborg is definitely going to help. So I feel like for Myanmar here, their approach is looking for a slow burn type of composition. Not really a lot of burst damage, to be specific, right? You don't really have to take note of much of that. But when we're talking about slowly pitting the damage, you get the feel like it starts to hurt a lot more when you pinch it the longer time, right? The longer you pinch it, the longer it hurts. I feel like that's what Myanmar is going for, except for compared to China's composition here, that they have a lot of burst. They also have crowd control abilities, so that it could work to their advantage if they want to.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with that all said and done, we are about to go into the next game. We've got quite a draft coming in from both China as well as Myanmar. I gotta have to say that, at least for me, Myanmar has got very strong lane priority in the early stages and also contributes pretty well into their later stages of the game, where Xbox, Lilia can all play into the implosion. And then, let's be honest here, from that point on, Bruno just does whatever the hell that he wants. So I've got I've got my token onto Myanmar, but we shall see how that's gonna work out, as Myanmar is gonna be starting onto the blue side, while China is gonna be starting onto the red side, both of which is starting from the bottom half of the map and will end up at the goal lane.
It's been a while since I saw a savior, honestly, and I feel like that's going to be the determining factor of this game. Checking out the vision, especially when China brings it into the late game. Myanmar has a bit more of that early game composition, so they would want to at least assert dominance in like the first 10 minutes of gameplay to hopefully finish off the game by 13 minutes. But if that is not going to be the case, you have the Moscow by Yinhuai and Vermouth here for the side of China. Meanwhile, the attack is actually going to happen here already. Fan Hua is going to be using that flicker to be able to get away. Lots of activity happening in the first minute.
And right off the bat, it does definitely seem as though that Myanmar, what they want is to be fast on their fingers, fast on their gameplay. As long as they are able to just run around the river line and ensure that they get themselves a good amount of control and eventually bleed themselves into opponent's jungle, that is eventually going to be the best case scenario. Winning against Jessica in lane is definitely what the Hilda wants to do. Gold lane is something that I would say that there is definitely going to be a bit of stalemate going on. It's more of a skill matchup at this point in time.
Yep, I feel like everything is gonna start to happen in like the first beginning of that the turtle take. But as I say that, of course, Fan Hua out of position already, so that means Myanmar is going to be having an easy time here. This is definitely the scaling that they're expecting, and with those kinds of mispositions coming in from China, they're definitely going to punish it as quick as they could.
Yep, the turtle currently resetted by the hands of Myanmar. We're having the priority over the turtle as well. China can't seem to really break through the barriers of Myanmar just yet, as Fan Hua definitely have a lot of problems trying to break in, especially since she doesn't have got the heavy spin. Just a bit. Hold on a second for the side of the. Okay, never mind. Yes, we got to fight.
Yep. I got it. It is actually cool now, taking the brunt of the damage here for the rest of the members of China, but even so, they got one kill whatsoever. Turtle going onto the side of Myanmar, but Jessica is not yet done. Looking her sights towards K just a little bit on that dawning light, but she is still able to escape as of that moment. The Hilda and the Khalid are both on the chase, but that is going to be the end of that team fight. A turtle for a price of a life coming in from Myanmar.
Ooh, definitely a very fair trade for both sides at the very least. I thought that Myanmar might be able to dominate in the team fight a little bit more, but China, they definitely made things a little bit tougher for Myanmar to take control of the river line. I didn't really quite think that China can just casually just walk right in, especially with Jessica's on the Raging Sandstorm. But all in all, China, they just need to hold it out a little bit longer. They do have very strong early game presence as well when it comes down to the Desert Tornadoes damage as well, chokes.
As of the moment, Choke is here, is being caught in the crossfire, but there goes the last insanity. Catches on to Fan Hua, uses the flicker to be able to get away, but those hammers coming in from the hill is going to be coming in handy. Lying gets it through. Raging Sandstorm right from the back is going to be able to at least deal a ton of damage to get the counter attack for China. Two heroes are down, that's Lying and Q, and now the rest of the members of Myanmar are going to be trying to back away. Same goes for China. But good attack initiation and the counter segment from China to bring this game right back to their side, leading by 600.
What the hell was that amount of damage? That is just absolutely illegal. Like, especially for the side of Jessica coming from the back with a Raging Sandstorm, that sandwich was so perfectly executed.
They just knew where to, position themselves. And I feel like I haven't seen Jessica in a while, except for the time where she already started to use that Raging Sandstorm. Just, waiting for the right opportunity, hiding under the bushes. And I feel like Myanmar was so preoccupied with trying to force a clash towards China, to the point where China, when they got the position that they wanted, it was Jessica's turn to actually deal the damage. And now they're currently in the turtle trying to force it in. Stuns coming in from Vermouth a little early on that dawning light, but another fight is going to be ensued here by both of the teams. And there is going to be another Raging Sandstorm that will land to two heroes, but Jessica is going to be trying to stay alive, although two are already down for the side of China. Jessica's not going to be healing it instead, but Ku pays it for her life. But even so, that's Chokes and Fan Hua. No retribution coming in from China, so Myanmar might just well be able to get this next hurdle of this game.
And there we go. Myanmar indeed get themselves a turtle with a little bit of a 700 goal lead. Not too bad, not too bad. The early game aggression from the side of Myanmar definitely is not exactly as rewarded as as they wanted, especially since when it comes down to Jessica leading against the Hilda in the EXP and not punished at all. I think that is going to be one of the biggest mistakes from the side of Myanmar, to just allow Jessica to roam free. The Hilda just deals so much crazy amount of damage over to the side of Khalid that this shouldn't even be happening. You shouldn't allow Jessica to run around the map that much.
And look at this, right? The burn already starting to get felt by Jessica, and that's exactly what happens when there is just enough damage per second coming in from Gay, already at 401. This is the best start that you would want to have if you're an X-Borg, although a trade is going to happen for both of the gold laners, and Lying here trying to get close to Yin Huai, but that is not going to be the case here as the push lands in towards that Moskov. Still a lead for the side of Myanmar at 1k gold, but as of the moment, this is still a stalemate. However, when you take a look at that turret, somewhat Myanmar already has that advantage just because of an extra turret being taken down.
With the T1 turret in the top lane and the bottom lane taken down, Myanmar will find themselves with a 1,000 gold lead. Not exactly the amount that they wanted, but to be fair, both teams, they do have very similar levels of power spike, but Myanmar, they will definitely be able to hold down the ground better.
As of the moment, there's going to be another attack, and unfortunately, Sikoshi goes down, and Lunalin joins her. So now it's time for China to actually fight back there. That's going to be another one of those passive first skills coming in, and now it is Ku going down as well. 3 for the price of none, and what an incredible turnaround coming in from China. A seesaw battle we're seeing here, Abstract. It's surely going to go to the turtle, or the turtle's going to go surely to China as of the moment, as Lang trying to get the brunt of the damage, but is able to stay alive and keep the middle turret active.
Yep, with now the Lord coming back only in about a minute or 2 minutes or so, China has been really dominating in these concepts of the fights. They have a lot of lockdowns, they have a lot of crowd control, and they just generally have very strong pokes as well coming in from Yinhuai, as well as for Vermouth. So you can't exactly play the long game with China, especially if you're just right in front of their faces. So far, we haven't really quite managed to see Ku just going in for big implosion just yet, since that is going to be one of the main catalysts.
Just not the best target there for Ku. She found Jessica, but Jessica is a little too tanky for Sikoshi to be able to bring down. And, you know, it's already 8 minutes in, not even a kill for the Bruno. This doesn't really look good for Myanmar as we speak, because again, you'd love to have the Bruno scale pretty early, at least get those kills, maybe a couple, maybe just one, but you can't really die. And as of the moment, that is the complete opposite of what is happening to Sikoshi in this specific game. So China, in addition, you're also taking note of Vermouth this time, checking all of the bushes at least 24/7 in this specific matchup, and that gives China breathing room here to actually know where they're supposed to go, just spamming those all throughout. And that's going to be another one of these attacks coming in. Ku is going to be taking the brunt of the damage output, and once more it's -1 for Myanmar.
And now China is knocking right onto the doors of Myanmar with the 2 turrets in the top lane down, 1 T1 in the bottom, but now it's still going to be left with a T1 in the middle lane, which arguably is one of the most important turrets if China do want to take control of the map from this point onwards and hopefully be able to move on with even more aggression. It does seem like China is just going to be working on the Lord first though.
Fanhua looking at the possible heavy spin here, but that's not going to be the case. It's lying on the backside. She's able to get it. Now it's Myanmar's turn. Landing 2-0. Even so, Chokes manages to get an extra turret takedown, and she's also going to be able to at least get lying down. And now it's a Raging Sandstorm once more. Yinhuai using that Spear of Destruction, although he's not ready for the damage output brought about by Myanmar. K pops off the Immortality. Chokes here being pushed right back just so she wouldn't be able to land on that damage in for the price of 1. It's Myanmar getting 4 kills, but China getting a life and also getting the Lord on their side.
Slowly but surely, Myanmar will want to continue to hold on for as long as possible. Do they have a good comp for the late game? That is mostly going to be the main question, huh? Because when it comes down to the Bruno is always a hero that we can observe very strong power spike in the early stages. But of course, once you leave him alone, even in the late stages, he is still definitely someone that is very difficult to deal with. But of course, with the Twilight Armor being a very easy answer against the Bruno, just so that you will be able to receive lesser critical damage, that is always going to be the easiest way out for one of the few main frontliners, especially for Fanhua as well as Jessica.
Yeah, this is still going to be difficult for Myanmar. That was one of their windows, whereas they could possibly have a better chance of winning this game, but most of their heroes, the spikes, have just already disappeared. And China's macro game has been really splendid right from the start up until this point of the game, where Vermouth, even though she already has that 1 death, has assisted most of her teammates 7 times out of 9 with the attacks, and just given out at least the vision and information that's going to be needed for them to win the game. Now Lunalin is going to be caught here, but she will be able to escape. Patient enough to not use neither the Purify nor the ultimate, which is going to be the Black Shoes. So she stays out of trouble, knowing that she's still going to have enough HP bars to make it out of there alive.
Yes, at this point in time, completely neck and neck. We're going down the wire for game number 1. Exactly what we were expecting when it comes down to these two giants going up against one another, and both of the T1s are still not taken down just yet. To my amazement, both teams, they defended very well, but I'm sure that it would not be for long though, as eventually the Lord that is coming up into the top side of the map will be one of the main threats that forces one of these turrets to go down.
Yeah, it's a little, Myanmar is currently at a stagnant pace of their gameplay. They kind of like are trying to figure out still what they're supposed to do next, just because of the fact that there are little to, none of the things that they can do except for just waiting for the Lord, or maybe even get a pickoff right over here, because that apparently isn't the case for them. But Yin White chooses to go inside, but that gives her immediate access to the Lord as fast as possible. But Luna Lin is going to be cut to at least 25% of her HP bars. Conceal's already going to be utilized here, but there goes another one of those Myanmar players, and she's going down. Here comes another one of those heavy spins as well. Immediate flicker just to be able to get out of a certain situation. Last Insanity is going to be utilized as well. Jessica here just throwing most of those scimitars right into the face of the enemy, and there it goes, icing on the cake, landing dawning light for the price of none. China are starting to feel it, and they immediately go to the bot lane.
This is what we are looking out for, ladies and gentlemen, as the rest of the members from South China move down and push us down to the bottom lane. And this is where Myanmar loses everyone within of their arsenal, and China takes game number 1.
Victory!
Incredible showcase.
My goodness.
I'm telling you, man, incredible showcase coming in from China. And at some point in time, it really was inevitable. I have to say, it really was inevitable for Myanmar to experience that kind of situation, because they were unable to capitalize on the fact that they had everything going for them in the early portions of the game. Or maybe not everything, right? But majority of what has happened in like the first 3 to 5 minutes have been in their favor. And yet China was able to, take advantage of a few moments of the situation in like the 5th to 10th minute, just because of the Savior. I think if the Savior's not the MVP here, I'm gonna be mad. No, I'm just kidding. But she deserves it. She deserves it for real.
Honestly, this is a composition that will work very well in the hands of Malaysia. They are, we mentioned that before, composition like this whereby all they need to do is turn off their brains, run right in, play solely based on muscle memory. They know very well how to play their micro game, and they learn how to take fights, take favorable fights. That is what's so good about a composition like this in the hands of Malaysia. But unfortunately for the side of Myanmar, they're not necessarily too sound when it comes down to their micro plays. They're still trying to squeeze in a little bit of a macro here and there, and they're not exactly winning in the lanes that the way that they are supposed to. They're respecting their opponents a little bit too much, whereas this composition allows you to outright disrespect the enemies, right? You see a Hilda, and you see a Hilda going into a Khalid. A Khalid should never, ever be able to leave the lane faster than a Hilda, because a Hilda can outright just bully this Khalid in the lane the moment that Khalid tries to put down a single Desert Sandstorm. This is one of the main portions that allowed China to move around that so effectively, because the Khalid is just around the place, which in turn allowed a lot of space for the Xavier.
And of course, there you have it, as expected, or as I wanted it to go. Don't worry, guys, I'm not the boss of it, all right? They're the ones choosing it for us, all right? But as of the moment, that was the MVP. You saw Vermouth there, the Savior 3-1 and 11. And I just like to, showcase the level of understanding that she had with checking the vision, giving out some space for the rest of the Chinese players to just wreak havoc in the 5th to 10th minute of the game, because I felt like that is where the transition started to take advantage for China, because for the first 5 minutes they were a little hesitant on what they should do, even though they're already starting the clashes in terms of the turtles and the neutral objectives, because they know that the power spike of Myanmar is right there. So if they make a sudden move, then it could go south for them, and they won't be able to do what they did in that very first few minutes of the matchup. Here you're looking at the highlights, right? And as of that moment, we started to see Myanmar tending to be a little bit more aggressive, but props to China as well, because they were fighting back, even though, the scaling wasn't really on their side.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see the amount of control that China had in these fights. They know the opponent is going to be aggressive. As such, they pick up the archive for themselves in order to really disengage the fights and really be wreaking havoc and just creating overall chaos right into their fight. As you can see, Fanhua has been pivotal in controlling all of these fights, just so that their team will be able to prioritize on that one player constantly, and if not all the time. In the meantime, Vermouth will be the one that eventually deals the huge chunk of damage. Now, we constantly just put our eyes over to the side of Arkai as well as Vermouth. The both of them are the main battery in this game. Fanhua opens up the game, and gives some opportunities just so that Vermouth can continuously be able to throw out some of these dawning light. And I gotta have to say, every single one of these players from the side, from the China team, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they covered each other to the T. And this is just a display of being able to take control of a game despite having losing composition and despite having losing lanes.
I felt like I felt like for China, they were just able to execute very well, understanding the power spikes and taking control of the situation when it's their time and they got the scaling they need.
I honestly just believe that there's so much more going on for Myanmar that it was kind of wasted, especially since it was the first pick on the Hilda, if I remember correctly. And the first pick of the Hilda should have been able to give them quite a lot of lead, especially since the Khalid was picked into the Hilda. I always had this. I will always say that Hilda outright beats the Khalid. If the Khalid ever wants to go into the quicksand guard to avoid going back home, all this Hilda needs to do, dive the turret and take 2 turret shots, and you will be able to deny that quicksand guard, because every single one of those second skill have a mini knockback, and just from those knockback alone, you will be able to make him unable to heal, while you have brushes all around the map that allows you to heal.
Yeah, it wasn't really very well there, but that was indeed a good execution coming in from that game number 1.
Yeah,
but I feel like at the moment, yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, you go to take this, man.
Okay, so anyways, we are gonna go off for a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back again with you guys for the Asian Esports Games 2024 after this short break. Take care.
Pada tim SRG, Gurek Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa, dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar dan berkembang indah. ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri, dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya mewati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tak berhenti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Abstract. With me here is Hans. We are back in here for the Asian Esports Games 2024. We have just finished and witnessed the very first game between China versus Myanmar, and to some of our surprise, it has went over to China for game number 1. And looking at how China has played thus far, we are all absolutely daunted with how they have been going up against Myanmar. But without further ado and enough of the yapping, we've got the draft already prepared for us, and we've got quite a lineup that is prepared too.
I think there could be some changes with how both China is planning to execute this as well, considering that there has been a lot of different scenarios that we are going to be looking forward to just in case, so you guys won't really miss it. But in terms of like the first few picks that I saw, the Gatot Kacha was already there, but at the same time I did feel like the Moscow has been opened here this time around for both of the teams, because from what I've witnessed a while ago, if I remember correctly, China just had a really good time in terms of that mid-game spike, and that would not have been possible if not because of the initiations that was brought about by the Savior. So now they're bringing another mid lane hero into the mix, which is going to be the Zask. I haven't seen that hero in a long while, but it's been a trend in like the previous patches that we've had. So maybe they're looking forward to even getting more aggression, and it is also a really good answer towards the Hayabusa, because the little alien, or should I say the big alien, when you get the ultimate gun, is going to be tanking that brunt of the damage coming in from the Ubi Shadow Kill.
Yeah, exactly. So I can only imagine that is what would work out for them, but surprised to see that with B1 being the Khalid and R1, R2 being the Gatokacha as well as the Moscow, is not something that I believe would have been what are the few main priorities. Normally, when we are looking at a Gatokacha has always been a very good answer to a Yves, which we actually haven't seen in a very long time, right? Especially in today's Asian Esports games thus far. Despite Yves being one of the few top priority being picks right there, but regardless, you're not going to be seeing that, at least from the side of China. And I don't think that Myanmar would want to pick a Yves into the Gatokacha as well. That's probably the last thing that you want to do. There are still definitely a lot of other heroes that's currently still available. With the fact that the Aurora as well as the Vexana has been taken out, Loi definitely can still be a relatively good pick, but it's kind of tough considering that if China decides to blind pick into the Julian, there's not much information that they would need, or rather there's not much information that they have that can really work for that Loi pick.
Yeah, I feel like as of the moment, when we take a look at most of the picks that we have right here for both of the teams, the Julian and the Nolan could really be a prime option, just because it's the Hayabusa on the other side, right? I feel like there are 5 heroes that have been utilized so much in the jungle position. That's the Suyu, the Alpha, the Hayabusa, the Julian, and the Nolan, because they are the assassins, or maybe the junglers, just because Alpha's not an assassin. The junglers that are really fast in terms of getting their wave clears done, so that they can reach level 4, and that is where they can come onto full effect. But yeah, the Julian is going to be the choice here. So that's magic damage. It is good balance with the Moskov, the Zask, and the Julian as well to at some point just unleash the damage output that they need. But again, when you look at it, it's going to be the Eve as well as the Minotaur getting picked up here by Myanmar. They are digging deep in their back here. They're trying to fight a crowd control skill with the Avatar of the Guardian with the Minoan's Fury brought about by Ku here.
I can understand the Minotaur pick, but we have definitely seen before a Yi being picked up into a Gatokacha, and generally still works pretty decently, but that is provided if the Gatokacha doesn't hyper prioritize over to the Yi. Because we gotta have to understand, when it comes down to the Avatar of the Guardian, plus the taunt, it immediately takes Yves out of the RWM. Like any form of knockups, any form of stuns, it doesn't take her away from the RWM, but taunting does. So that is the difference, and that is why Garukacha is so good going up against the Yves, and there's really a lot of things that you can do from the China side in order to disrupt that kind of combination, considering that Yves is the main damage dealer in the team fights now. We don't have anyone else that can deal AoE damage. We have a lot of setups coming in from the Minotaur, setup from the Khalid, but damage, that is what we're missing out on from the side of Myanmar, and I personally am a little bit worried for anything that's past 8 minutes, because they may be able to set up well, they may be able to get 1 or 2 kills, but that is at the cost of 4 of their own members.
I don't know about you, Abstract, but I think this is going to be a fast game. I hope I didn't jinx it, but I do feel like this is going to be a fast game just because of how well most of the China's heroes complement each other. You have a Tigreal that could really activate you from like having that level 1 to level the first skill and the second skill already. You also have a Vermouth on the other side, just mainly putting the pressure on most of the heroes in the first few minutes of the game, just because of the Dominator's descent that she would always try to unleash not only the information but also dish out damage. So, I feel like if China plays their cards correctly here, they're gonna be able to sweep this game.
So they have the information that the jungler from the side of Myanmar started in the purple buff and eventually will hit themselves down to the bottom side. So China will take this opportunity to try to steal away and take away the River Crab by the EXP lane, while just ensuring that the Moskov would not be the prime target of the Hayabusa as much as possible. But Fan Hua have decided to put herself down in the bottom lane just so that he will be able to kind of help Yin Huai out, but to change things up, to change the script, as China wanted to respond to the Hayabusa instead of avoiding.
This is what we're talking about, right? The Hayabusa isn't really going to be effective up until it reaches level 4. And as you can see on the left side of her screens, she hasn't unlocked her ultimate yet. So China, immediately knowing this, they understand that for most of the rotations that both the junglers are going to be doing, they're practically gonna try to mirror each other. So they somewhat knew where the Hayabusa was gonna be coming from. So with that being said, that's an advantage that went on to China. Myanmar has to go back to the drawing board here.
Honestly, it's kind of scary, the fact that Hayabusa didn't take away the beetle at the bottom side before heading over to the opponent's jungle. But hold on a second, middle lane.
Yup, it's gonna be Luna Lin unleashing that RWM, but the only problem is there goes the implosion, and automatically 2 heroes are gonna go down for the side of Myanmar. China just looking stellar here in terms of the performance, immediately going to that purple buff to even delay K, in which she was already delayed from the first place because she now has part of her record.
Yeah, I mean, K is currently at level 4, lost the purple buff, and not to forget, the mini purple buff is still in the camp. That means that Myanmar will have got their purple buff spawned only very a while later. And it does seem like the Khalid might not have caught wind of it just yet. So
come on, Lane, kill it, kill it.
They didn't see it at all, didn't realize that at all. This is gonna be such a rough game for K. I'm calling it. It's gonna be 5 minutes into the game. All of the turtle will not be going to the side of Myanmar at all. And China would very likely be able to take the first turtle.
And there he goes, another Minoan's Fury to just be some sort of initiation.
What?
But here goes Myanmar. They're trying to fight back as well. Fan Hua is going to be the recipient of that Raging Sandstorm in the combination. Now it's Sikoshi being activated here. Bruno with a triple kill. And for some reason, they're staying alive. But Kay on the other side of the map is really struggling to find her rhythm in this game because she was very close to that third death. But their saving grace here has been Sikoshi. And as long as Sikoshi is okay, then, you know, Kay might just have a little bit of a breathing room here because Sikoshi got most or maybe all of those energy shields.
Yeah, I mean, Myanmar now taking those fights is definitely great because they know that as long as the Garukacha is kind of stuck at the top lane, there's really not much that China have got when it comes down to the answer for the RWM. So China now understood, they literally just understood that, yo, we need our Garukacha. We need to unlock this Garukacha out of his lane, and then we can start to take on the fight. We cannot allow these free kills going over the side of the Bruno ever again. As such, you can see the chokes immediately went to the top lane.
There it goes again. The Raging Sandstorm landing by Lai, and there goes the AOG as well. Minoan Sphere is going to be added to the mix as well. Both of the teams are trying to secure it, but it's going to be Kay finally getting her rhythm here as another kill has been taken onto the neutral objective, but most of China is just looking for Ku as of that moment, and they will be able to take it for themselves. Not only that, but they are also putting the pressure on the purple objective, in which China will also be able to get, because Chokes didn't need to at least put most of her efforts on that turtle objective, because Kay already utilized the retribution skill of hers on the turtle objective. So with that being said, China has been making some moves here. Before the start of the turtle fight, it was around 1.3k gold lead courtesy of China. Now it is at 1.3k gold lead still. So I feel like, you know, China's making moves even though they're not getting a lot of those objectives. They're making sure that the lead stays with them.
It seems like they're trying to do something a little bit different from what we would expect. Generally, we thought that China... Oh, wait, hold on a second. Bottom.
Just trying to fight a way here, trying to find a way. Now there's going to be a Raging Sandstorm. The fight has been split into two, but then all of a sudden the third is still alive. They're trying to find a way here. Now there goes the ultimate coming in from the Zaz. Ku lands onto most of the damage output. There goes the heals coming in from Lying. So no casualties are going to happen here whatsoever. But Jessica's already pretty low. Chokes, on the other hand, is going to be taking the brunt of the damage, and she will go down courtesy of Myanmar. Now it's Myanmar's turn. You know, they're looking for some mistakes that China has been doing here, and that's been the story of the series so far. Whoever makes the most mistakes is going to be losing this game.
Yeah, but still, it is still relatively early for us to say that China is out of the game just yet. In fact, they're not exactly a composition that plays very well into the early game, especially if the Garukacha is locked in the EXP. So technically speaking, from this point onwards, it's only then we'll be able to see a lot more team fights that China would be able to win with the AOG plus a taunt into the RWM.
But that's the implosion, and the AOG combo landing onto the side of China as they now have the lead with 2 heroes down for the side of Myanmar. Make it 3 already, courtesy of the ultimate coming in from the Zask, and he's not done. Vermouth just, you know, landing most of those skills as much as possible. Fan Huan landing that conceal as well. She's trying to look for somebody else, but, you know, the call maybe of China here is to play their cards right, play patient MLBB, and that is exactly what they're gonna do. They lead this time by at least 2,000 in terms of gold as Fan Hua sees Lying, and Lying immediately retreats as China gets a turtle.
Honestly, I gotta have to say that was amazing backup from the side of Vermouth, just ensuring that she will be able to deal with the Yve while the RWM is popped, because Jessica was just nowhere to be seen. Jessica already used the AOG a little bit too far away to even initiate the taunt onto that Yve, so might as well just send the Dominator's Descent right into the face of Yve, and Yve couldn't even hold on to it any longer. But to be fair, that was all that the Yve needed to do. Just popped up the RWM. As long as you're able to keep it on for more than 3 to 4 seconds, you have already done your job. That's the most amount of damage that you can possibly do. Anything after that is just pure bonus.
And that's just 1v1 at the jungler position. Now it's going to be Jessica in all full confidence onto the side of Republic of China as Sikoshi is going to be fighting from a distance here. But Ku goes down immediately, and that is a really good sign. Coming in from China here, Chokes being choked in the spot here by Lunalin. Does he have enough skills? He chooses to fight anyway, but that is not going to be enough. But she actually manages to escape. Raging Sandstorm also flicker utilized by Lying at this point in time. But Jessica was ready to fight back, and she was able to escape in the middle of Myanmar's aggression towards her. What an incredible performance, and instead she might actually go for a kill here, but that is not gonna happen. Even so, an impressive set of sequences coming in from China, specifically from Chokes.
Oh man, I gotta have to say that was not exactly a flicker that I was expecting from the side of Myanmar. Just let him run. Just let him run. No worries. So now, unfortunately, Khalid doesn't have the flicker for the next upcoming fight, especially the Lord is coming back in 10 seconds. So that is a problem. That's a very big problem for Myanmar. They lost means of initiation, and now they have to work on counter-engage with the Minoan's Fury. I'm not too sure how well that is gonna work out, but I have a feeling that Myanmar might want to just give this Lord away instead.
Yeah, they're trying to prioritize on attacking Yin Huai. Yin Huai probably feels it already, which is the reason why she dashed back, but also using the Purify as well to be able to stay alive. Jessica's gonna join the party, trying to protect that inner surge from actually happening. There goes the Minoan's Fury as well. The Moskov is gonna go down. Chokes is starting to join the party. Sikoshi is gonna be cornered here, and they will go down as well. 3 heroes down for Myanmar. What seemed to be an early aggressive tactic coming in from the blue side didn't really go their favor, because they not only did they get the Lord, the thought about China here, but they also got 3 kills in the process. So now it's back to another form of reset for Myanmar, as China has extended their lead to 6,000 gold.
Exactly. How crazy was that? To be able to just take the Lord, make your way down to the bottom lane, and win in the fight. It's all about the lead at this point in time. China, they've got themselves a heavy lane down to the bottom lane. It brings the T2 turret down, and all of the inner turret is about to be destroyed. It's just going to be left with the inner turret in the middle lane, and once that is dealt with, I think that China will play the same game as we have saw before, and they would just be right in the opponent's faces and be like, yeah, you can't take a fight. The Holy Defense is about to be taken away soon by in 1 minute's time, so even if they were to kind of expand out the Holy Defense right now, it's not going to be that big of a deal.
Yup, the Holy Defense, just like what you said, has been taken out now. Not only that, but China was also able to take an inhibitor on their side. So with that being said, super minions are going to be flowing on that top lane, as China is looking forward to slowly but surely kick things off with a W here. Myanmar fighting for their tournament life as we speak. They are looking for a way to possibly not only extend this game, but also extend this series in particular. But their composition kind of like limits them to do that, because China already has the scaling in their favor, and Lang, who's usually the tanky person here for the side of Myanmar, is still going to be taking a lot of the damage. There goes the Avatar of the Guardian as well. No one's feared, just trying to defend most of the rest of the members in, but that is going to be cool going down. Sikoshi taking the brunt of the damage as well, coming in from Yin Huai, and now it's just 3 against 4 as Jessica also fell down in the Chinese team. Now it's K trying to go with the Quad Shadow way back, but Sikoshi taking a lot of the damage output coming in from Yin Huai here, and that's going to be the end of that fight.
Ooh, now we are looking at about 20 seconds into the Lord. Myanmar, let's take a look at the current state of the game, alright? K, currently at level 13. No way that he'll be able to hit level 15 in the next few seconds. So Chokes should be able to take this Lord, no problem. Looking at the fact that their itemization is just so great at this point in time. And wait, hold on a second. Myanmar, are you sure you want to contest for this? Because it will not go well, buddy. It will not go well.
Here goes Fanhua. There's a heal coming in from Ku, but that is a take, and another one of these. You said it yourself, Abstract. This is exactly what's going to happen here. A lot of those stacks are going to be coming in. That's Lunalin and Ku going down. Make it 3 heroes, unless Sikoshi is going to be able to stay alive at this point in time, but she will not be able to. That's 3 heroes already down. Those little aliens have been annoying for the side of Myanmar, as China wants to go for a bit more, as K cut off to at least 10% of her health. But Showcase is going to be able to stay alive at this point in time, and Lang tries to go with a heal, but that is not enough with the damage output that she is looking to give. Now it's K, just the last person remaining, and she is starting to feel that damage output. This might just be over, Abstract. This might just be it, as China gets to look forward and advances to the next round of the tournament.
Chokes, how tanky are you? That is the crazy amount of lead that has been showed right then and then. I mean, boy, so much damage, so tanky. The entire Desert Sandstorm has been used, and there was just nothing that they could do at that point in time. So honestly, really crazy stuff from the side of China. They didn't even had that much amount of time to familiarize with MLBB. In fact, they have just entered into the competitive scene not long ago, and here we have China 2-0 against Myanmar 4-0 in their group stage, and they are now gonna be looking forward and going into the next part of the lower brackets. This is phenomenal showing from China.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, I was just incredibly surprised with how well they were able to take the macro game, and not only that, right? The layering of skills coming in from both of the roamers and the EXP learner, and talking about the Gatot Kacha and the Tigreal as well. They specifically knew their roles in this game, understanding that their main option was to set up. And you were with most of the things that have been happening all throughout the series, it was that Tigreal's idea was that she needed to go first, right? She would always go first in terms of like the initiation that she wanted, and then came the Avatar of the Guardian. That has been the fundamental and textbook play that is necessary for you to get the best setup possible. And with that being said, yeah, that was the idea that they were trying to execute, and they were able to do that ever so flawlessly, maybe more times than 5. I'm not sure if I tried to count that correctly, but yes, it was more than 5 times, just because of how many objectives they were able to take just because of that combination alone.
Honestly, I kind of wonder what was the communication like right before the final launch. What was their intention on crowding in their jungle? It seems like they're trying to go for it, but in the meantime, they don't have enough time, and by the time that they realize that, okay, we lost the Lord, let's move back, the opponent is already right there in their faces. But ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Chokes, the MVP of the Chinese team here for this match against Myanmar. Very, very well deserved. We have seen exactly what this Julian has made out of, and she piloted the Julian to the absolute T.
Yeah, it was just a difficult game in general for Myanmar, man. I mean, aside from that triple kill that Sikoshi got in, I think the 8th or the 9th minute of the game, that gave them quite a silver lining to, prolong this fight even longer. It wasn't the case for the rest of the matchup, because China was able to at least capitalize on the early game aggression that the composition of their lineup has, right? You have the Moskov, even though there were some times that she continuously gets pressured by 4 of the members of Myanmar. Jessica and Fanhua was able to at least put a stop to it as well by trying to always be in close proximity with the Moskov when they want to. So whenever there are some sort of attack threats coming in from Myanmar, they will always try to find a way to be part of that team fight so that they would win and turn things around immediately.
Exactly. Now, you guys pretty much saw the lineup, or rather the score line of the Yves. Unfortunately, it didn't look all that great. 0-4-5, if I remember correctly. Solely because she is the main target. She's the main guy that needs to go down. Although I gotta have to say, there's a lot of these situations where Luna Lin, you take a look throughout this entire fight, right? Luna Lin could stay for the entire RWM because there was no Gato Kacha at all. Why? The Gato Kacha was stuck in the lane. And ever since Chokes went to the top lane to unlock the Gato Kacha has been in the game all the way through. Even though the AOG plus a taunt combination hasn't been landing onto Luna Lin 100% of the time, such as this instance, at the very least, we have Vermouth that came to cover up for the lack of crowd control onto the Yves. They just needed an answer to the Yves. It can be the Gato Kacha, it can be anyone that deals significant amount of damage. As long as you take Luna Lin away from the RWM, then the Myanmar team would have absolutely no damage whatsoever to be able to continue the team fight.
Yeah, it was just a cool set that was displayed by China here, just because of the fact that they somewhat lead this game when we're talking about AoE damage, right? That has been the problem of the composition of Myanmar back in the first few minutes of the game. Yes, they have the advantage in terms of like the early game scaling, in which we saw the Bruno, just like what I said a while ago, get that triple kill to hopefully close the gap within them and the goal lead that China had. But in terms of the team fight, it's always going to go to China's side, just because of the fact that whenever the Eve uses that real world manipulation, it somewhat gives them like quite a struggle to find a way to at least unleash the damage output, because when the Eve unleashes the ultimate as well, there's no frontliners anymore, and that is what the idea of the Avatar of Guardian and Implosion does at some point in time. Because when you stun or you taunt most of the tanky heroes coming in from Myanmar and they get eliminated once the RWM is used, there's no way that she could cause a lot of damage, because there's no one else to defend her from unleashing the damage that they could potentially go for.
Exactly. You need a very strong brick wall in front of the Eve, and we gotta have to agree, right? RWM is a great utility skill. However, ever since the change into Glowing Wand, Eve has changed just from a pos 4 mage into a pos 3 mage just because of this single item. Eve deals so crazy amount of damage in the early stages of the game. Just a single Glowing Wand, boom, pos 3 mage, you are so great, and people are starting to realize that, and that is definitely understandable why having a brick wall in front of Eve is just so important, with China have a very good answer to it. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this match of the lower brackets between China versus Myanmar. We're gonna go off for a very short break, and once we are back, I believe that we're going to be looking at the winner semi-finals, and that will be Malaysia versus Indonesia. It is a game to watch, so make sure you guys come back in again, and we will see you guys in a short bit.
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, bangga Malaysia.
Champion juara Wakil Malaysia di fight for N6 in Malaysia.
keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia di time for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, Adian hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Kepada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Time for M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Asian Esports Games 2024. My name is Abstract, with me here is Hans. The both of us gonna be your caster for this upcoming match, and it does seem like we have quite a game. As you can see, the draft is already ready between Cambodia versus Philippines. What's your thought about this, Hans?
Nah, bro, it seemed too quick. Like I'm quite surprised with the fact that for most of the time that we have right here now, I think the Philippines would have like a personal goal of actually beating Cambodia, because Cambodia was the team, or Cambodia was the country that defeated the Philippines back then in the IASF qualifier, which is probably the reason why, in case you guys are wondering, right? The Philippines weren't able to qualify in terms of the women's MLBB division just because of the fact that Cambodia eliminated them right away. So with that being said, Cambodia and Philippines, this has been a classic matchup all throughout. And we're going to be starting off with Hilda, of course, one of the pristine Vicks immediately coming in from Cambodia. Meanwhile, Philippines, it has been the usual counter, or maybe just the next sequence. Whenever a Hilda pops up, the Hylos gets picked next, or vice versa, right? Although this is where things get to change with the third pick now. And I feel like the Hayabusa will really appear here, considering that the Suyu and the Alpha have already been banned for both of the sides.
Okay, so right off here, when it comes down to the pick and bans, okay, so technically understandable when it comes down to looking at a Hilda. Philippines have decided to pick up a Hylos for themselves just so that they won't be absolutely ragdolled in the lane. So it's pretty fair to say that the Hylos might very likely go over to the EXP, unless, you know, Philippines have decided to think about something else. But in this very case, we are looking at a Vexana in middle lane, that's priority, and a very early goal laner. Cambodia wants to play the early game. Cambodia wants to start off strong and go absolutely ham. For Philippines, ooh, with the Kadita to the mix, it might seem as though they want to go for something a little bit more of the pick-off style, to the point that I might not be surprised if Cho might be one of these few picks that they may look at. You know, Cho, Kaja, anyone that's really good at just snagging in someone.
Yeah, I agree. I think the idea that the Philippines are going for here is that they understand the fact that the Hilda could potentially arrive in the latter part, or in the first few minutes of the game. She's gonna always try to go inside those bushes. So I feel like the idea here for the Philippines is that let's surprise the Hilda as soon as she goes inside, because that's the only way for them to check vision, right? With the three ways of, or three heroes that they have currently in this draft that they have allocated for them, Cambodia, at least they have some sort of like a bush clear, or like a bush check, if I would say, with the Vexana and the Hilda as well. But if the Kadita of the Philippines would be able to find like a sneaky position for her to unleash the Petrify and the Rough Waves combo, then that could work well for them. Because again, they've already given away the Bruno to Cambodia's side, which is a really good hero to be specific, but it also has its risks and advantages, right? So if they can't get the early game scaling, then Bruno's gonna have a lot of trouble, and that is where the Philippines should need to capitalize on.
Honestly, Khalid is still a very good R4 pick at this point in time, especially since it's not being banned out at all. This is a perfect start, at least for Philippines, if they do want to play that kind of bushwhack that you talked about. In fact, it was a very good point that Hilda wants to play in the brushes, while in the meantime, Kadita wants to play in the brushes as well. So this is all looking to be great. While the marksmen on this point, I think Philippines, they are generally a team that, or rather, Philippines is generally a region that like to play super late game, right? And unless something has changed. But with this current meta, everyone seems to be always on that high octane pacing, which I am not generally surprised about. With their Gatokacha coming in from the roam position of the side of Team Cambodia, they are looking for counter. They're looking for counter engage. They're trying to look for more follow-ups from what they have at this point in time, because they don't really necessarily have someone that can really open up the map all that well. So the Gatakacha at least have got that portion, as long as he has, I suppose, Purify. Most of the time we'll be looking at Revitalize, right? But if you really want to get yourself away from the Petrify, Breath of the Ocean, Rough Wave combination from Kadita as a Gatokacha, then I think that that's generally fine, unless as a Hilda you also want to Purify, just so that you can respect Kadita.
Now I'm thinking of what the final pick of the Philippines was, because we saw them a while ago before it transitioned to us, the hovering of either it was the Moskov or maybe
Moskov
something else that I'm not really fit. But it looked like the Moskov, or it sounded like the Moskov based on what we're hearing, right? But again, as of the moment, this is going to be the game number 1 of the winners semifinals. Both of these teams played undefeated in the recent quarterfinals, and they are looking to make it quickly into the top 4 as we speak, so that they could have a certain advantage to be able to watch the rest of the competition in. And this is a really good shot for them to just move forward and get along with what they want to do.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 1 between Cambodia versus Philippines. And right off the bat, we already have something really crazy down in the bottom lane. As you can see, that UEE did manage to suffer a little bit of damage from the side of Khalid. Not like it's going to be that big of a deal. But the Fanny is going to be starting off at the purple buff, while the Hayabusa starting in their own respective purple buff. So both of the junglers is actually going to be landing on opposite sides of the lane.
This is a little different, right, from the other games that we've seen all throughout the day, where the Hilda has always been placed in the EXP lane. So this is the first time that I'm going to be seeing it today, and we're going to figure out what the differences are in terms of how they would want to execute things. But as of the moment, it is not off to a good start, as the Philippines get the first blood on it. And it will go to Al Puerto, which is the best case scenario, because you'd want the Hayabusa to scale very well in terms of objectives.
Honestly, this is a little bit of a gamble, in my honest opinion, from the side of Cambodia. Looking at the draft with a high loss as well as a Khalid, it's kind of like both teams are trying to get a read on each other, and Cambodia actually wins in that read. In the meantime, we're just going to be looking at Vivero did actually somehow manage to get a kill on the Hilda. I don't know how that works out, but this is actually really interesting. So don't mind me, I'm going to ramble a little bit on. But Philippines, they picked up the Hylos as well as the Khalid. Both of them is kind of like an either-or situation. So they would want to put a Hylos over to the EXP because they expected that the Hilda is going to be the one that goes over to the EXP. This way, they will be able to kind of tally things out, and that way that the Hilda would not get a free reign in the EXP. While the Cambodia believes that that is what Philippines is going to do, so they swapped it out. They made the Gatokacha go over to the EXP lane instead, so that they still get the advantage of a Hilda versus the Khalid kind of interaction.
So far, the advantage is that the Philippines has a really strong trio mid, because those are 3 pretty agile heroes, with 2 of them having crowd control skills as well. Now is going to be UE on the other side, looking for a way to be able to dish out the damage going up against El Puerto. But then all of a sudden, it's going to be the Vexana going down, and then it is the Yagon out of everybody that got the turtle for the side of the Philippines, and UE puts the pressure on El Puerto, but she still stays alive. Meanwhile, Moshi on the other hand is still trying to dish out the damage as well. Most of the members coming in from both the Philippines and Cambodia are trying to go tooth and nail, but the brawl is going to be ending right there with UE going down. Third death already coming in from the Hilda, and the Philippines getting a lot of what they wanted, already getting 2k in terms of gold.
Oh, Cambodia really scrambling at pieces. As much as I will believe that Cambodia is supposed to get the lead of things, they have a winning lane in the gold lane, supposedly. And not to forget, when it comes down to the roaming... Oh, hold on a second. Quick little flicker from Nabi. While in the meantime, the rough waves also from the side of Amoris. So, honestly, Cambodia, they are supposed to win in the early stages of the game, but somehow they have been caught off guard a little bit too many times.
Yeah, I think it's also an addition wherein UE is kind of like having a difficult time in terms of like scaling very well. I'm talking about the Bruno. I just realized that UE and UE kind of sound like the same. So I'm gonna try to figure something out so that we can do something about it. But again, in terms of the scaling, Cambodia is having a hard time because the Bruno is also sharing the lane together with the Clint, which is a really good early to mid game hero as well. And you can feel the critical damage oozing out of the bullets coming in from the Clint. So Bruno's having a bit of a hard time, given that Bruno already is at a bit of a disadvantage. And not only that, they would want to do another thing more, as the AOG is going to be there as well. But UEE is going to try his best to make sure to stay alive, but that's not going to be the case here. Tegami looking for someone to slay, and she gets the Kadita as of the moment, 2 for the price of 1 here. But it's still the Philippines in the lead here, slowly inching their way to extending that gold gap.
We're looking at a 3,000 gold lead in favor for Philippines. And to make matters worse, Alberto knew that SA Hayabusa has got a lot of lead ahead. So going forward, that Sky Piercer is definitely going to be great to his name. We should be able to get some really good stacks up on top of Cambodia, especially since they've gotten a really good lead. And let's not forget, Ogi Shadow Kill traces Tegami even as he's soaring through the skies with his cables.
Yeah, although there's a trade that Cambodia is going to be doing here, yes, the Philippines got the turtle for themselves, which, gives them a bit of an extra shield in terms of those team fights. But Cambodia has had permanent damage already from the base of the Philippines by getting the first turret of this game. UEE doing a really good job, even though she's already died at least 4 times in this matchup. She never gave up in at least dishing out the information for the rest of her teammates to be able to use it as well. So at some point in time, there wasn't really any sort of disadvantage that Cambodia had upon giving up that turtle. And Diagon was forced, or somewhat really not really forced, just she wanted to give the pressure towards the Bruno. She wasn't anticipating that most of the members are going to be there, but that wasn't the case. Revitalize is going to be utilized by UEE at this point in time, but Amores just taking a lot to take there in terms of the damage output. But then there's going to be the AOE, or AOG rather, coming in from the rest of the members. Enraging Sandstorms are going to be utilized. Perez is still staying alive, and the fan is going out. Moshi in the middle of it all. A lot of the members are trying to find a way to be able to at least execute and dish out the damage as well. But at the Philippines getting through, Nabi making sure that she will be the one to stay alive. But that is not going to be the case as well, as a triple kill lands on towards Vivero. Alpuerto against Yui this time around, but most of that Ugi Shadow kill lands towards the rest of the members in Yui against Alpuerto. The flicker didn't work. How unfortunate was it for Alpuerto, or actually for the rest of the members? And now here's a cha-cha dance, and Tegami's not gonna hit. The Philippines continues to...
Why did Cambodia force that fight? Oh, it hurt that the AOG didn't land on the majority of them, right? We all can agree that AOG is not an initiating spell. As long as the team, or rather, as long as you have already started up a team fight and Philippines has already been deeply rooted in the battle, only then an AOG is going to be great to initiate, or because it's more of a follow-up at the point in time. But Moshi decided to go for an AOG into an initiating team fight, and they ran right into the face of Philippines. Yes, they definitely do have very strong AOE battle. If they are looking at the Eternal Guard, they are looking at the rest from the side of Nabi. There's a reason why Nabi did manage to get a decent amount of kills in that one and survive.
Well, look at this now. Perez getting the brunt of the damage as well. She's trying to stay alive as we speak, as Tegami is still struggling to take that purple objective of hers. Alpuerto already using the Ugi Shadow kill as well. But then a transition onto the bottom side as Yui goes down into the hands of the Philippines, and Vivero unleashing those basic attacks once again. This is the change that the Philippines did compared to the first trade that has happened in like the first few minutes of the game, right? In exchange of a turtle, Cambodia was able to take that turret up top and also the Clint. But then all of a sudden, because they're putting the tanky members down low, they were not only able to get the turtle, but also take a turret and maybe a life here, depending on the situation and how it's going to go, because the Games again is going to be able to go down. Amores is going to keep things for herself, but the only problem is that UEE, she just landed that ultimate onto the minions. I'm not sure if I saw it correctly, but man.
Well, we haven't really managed to see a lot from the Fanny from the side of Cambodia. Initially, we were just thinking, wait, is Tagami mostly playing the Fanny that is not very comfortable? Because so far we have only been seeing mostly 2 cables, 3 cables kind of Fanny. But in that fight just now, it's been very clear that Tagami actually does know how to play the Fanny. Can straight cable pretty effectively, but hold a second, bottom lane.
Yup, they're gonna be effective actually in taking down this bottom lane turret. That last hit coming in from Yue is gonna be successful. So in terms of the turrets, Cambodia's cut down that Philippines lead to just 1 turret in terms of the lead, but UEE now is going to be taking a bit of that damage output, but she's going to regenerate those HP bars courtesy of hiding in the bush, but that is not going to be enough. There goes the EG boy once again. Eternal Guardian landing onto the rest of the members of the Philippines, and then all of a sudden, it's going to be Moshi going down next, 2 for the price of none, courtesy of the Philippines getting a lead over here, and 6k is still almost the standard gold lead that the Philippines is holding on to.
This is really interesting. Like, one thing that I was expecting, I was looking at Philippines and I'm thinking, wait, they are playing in all of these team fights, and I respect that they have damage. I respect that they are tanky as well, but they shouldn't be getting out of these team fights with so much HP to work with. And it just made me double back to take a look at the battle spells. Indeed, it's true. It is true. They have to revitalize on Vivero as well as Diagon.
Oh, they were looking for Yue the entire time, but then all of a sudden Yue escaped, but at the price of 3. 3 Cambodians go down as of that moment, and at this time, the Philippines are just making sure to continue their aggression. It was, what I would call a mission failed successfully because they were looking for the Bruno, but they got 3 heroes instead. Now they want to go off and finish this game with only UEE and Yue trying to go for it as well. UEE just taking a lot of damage out, but no more bushes to just let her heal. Now Nabi and the rest of the members are trying to stay alive here. Moshi trying to use that Avatar of the Guardian to at least give out the pressure to the rest of the Filipinos, but they already got more than what they wanted because they already broke down the inhibitor on the mid lane. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe what I saw. How is that possible? But then Diagon all of a sudden is going to try to go at it as well. And that might be it. Abstract, this is your turn, man. I'm sure that there's no fight after this.
Honestly, at this point in time, it's just so tough for us to be able to do anything at this point in time for the side of the Philippines. They are just essentially gone for the count right now, so they really is having a lot of difficulty to play around this.
Yeah, they're gonna have to relax though, because that is not how things are supposed to go if you are Cambodia. And then there comes the glorious pathway as well. The perfect run coming in from the Philippines because the red carpet was already brought down, and Moshi just follows Yue in as of that moment, and it's gonna be an unstoppable for Paris at this point in time. 4 heroes are down. It's only gonna be Nabi trying to defend, and with that KDA, it is close to nothing that Cambodia is gonna do. But just an incredible performance coming in from the Philippines as they got another win to start things off. Game number 1 goes to the Philippines.
Oh boy, Philippines took this game by the storm, and all I can say is Philippines, they went all out and they knew exactly what they needed to do. It is absolutely dominating, and it's absolutely scary to see what they have gotten for us. They were strong in their lanes. They didn't even need the flicker onto the Khalid, but somehow it all worked out flawlessly.
Yeah, I think it really was a matter of trying to know like the draft counters. So usually, right, when you have the first or the second pick, you would immediately go for the Bruno right away, just because it is a hero that is very good. But the Philippines got the job done quite quickly.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna go off for a very short break, and once we are back, we will give you guys the second game between these 2 giants. I'm gonna have to say, super excited, but you guys gotta have to hold your horses. We'll be right back with you.
Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. kepada tim SRG Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia diri. For N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Asian Esports Games 2024. We have just seen the conclusion of game number 1 between Philippines and Cambodia. And of course, my name is Abstract. With me here is Hans, all the way from Philippines. He's super happy the Philippines has taken such a convincing game against Cambodia, I'm sure.
Come on, man. Don't do me like that, man. I know for sure I'm happy, but like I want to make it as chill as possible so that I don't want to jinx it. But yeah, that's the reason.
Always
of course. Right, of course I want to make sure that to show my support. That's why I'm smiling. But at the same time, I really do feel like Cambodia is a legit threat based on what they displayed in that game number 1. So I feel like we can't be, or I'm not gonna include you.
Complacent?
All right, you're gonna have to be neutral.
Okay.
You're gonna have to be neutral in this. All right, but yeah, I feel like the idea for the Philippines is for them to just find good counters towards the approach of Cambodia in terms of the heroes, because I feel like we've seen a lot of consistent picks already getting picked up by a lot of the teams here in AEG, and the Clint was an outlier to that, right? So I felt like there weren't a lot of teams that would pick up the Clint even when there is a Bruno on the other side. But now it's Cambodia's turn to adjust. They have the 2 prime picks available to them. Let's see if they're gonna pick up Hilda again.
I'm gonna do you a solid and just say Philippines 100% will win this game, no problem, at a drop of a hat.
Okay.
We shall see how far that goes.
I'm hoping and praying that that's not a jinx, but thank you, man.
Hey, so far we haven't seen a 3-game series just yet, and to see if Philippines were to go all 3 games, boy, oh boy, that is gonna be a game that we have on our hands. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just hold that thought a little bit as we take a look at the rest of the draft. We do have a Hayabusa, Angela, as well as Moskov banned out from the side of Philippines, while from Cambodia with the Jusin, Matilda, as well as Suyo banned out. They picked up respectively from Philippines a Hylos, while Cambodia has picked out the Gatokacha as well as an Aurora. Very teamfight-centric composition from Cambodia at this point in time. Not really solidified just yet, but it's definitely inching towards that. While, of course, the Gatokacha pick will always want to be a great denial against a Yi from the opposite side, since they already have got a Hylos.
Yeah, I honestly feel like if that's going to be the case, they would tend to pick up the Nolan as well, which is, a pretty ideal pick as well, just so they could pop off the passive of the Aurora as fast as possible for it to not react quickly. But then the Kadita is going to be the immediate pickup coming in from the Philippines once more. So we are quite sure that the Kadita is already going to go into the mid lane. But now that I said it, I feel like there is still some flexibility with what the Philippines is going to do. Because yesterday, when they faced off against Indonesia, that was the only loss that they've gotten in this competition so far. So I really do feel like this Kadita could go into either the mid lane or in the roam position, depending on who is going to be using it. Meanwhile, I also share the same opinion with the Hylos, because it could go to the XP or roam. So the Nolan is the only certainty here from the Philippines. And I feel like with Cambodia picking up here, Lancelot for sure. Wow, Lancelot being a part of the mix, and Aurora in the same way is definitely going to go to the mid lane. I'm just wondering about where the Gatot Catch's role is going to lie here.
Yeah, you are absolutely right on that. Well, there's still a lot of ambiguity coming in from both teams. I think that the main thing that we want to look out for is the core composition, right? What are they looking out for? At least when it comes down to Nolan, great amount of mobility. So far, mobility seems like the name of the game for the side of Philippines. They want to have a little bit of a pick-off coming in over to the side of looking at the Hild from the side of the Kadita. That will also means that Philippines might very likely want to pick up a Hilda for themselves, because just by having a Kadita on their side, it kind of discourages Cambodia from wanting to pick up that Hilda. So if Cambodia would do want to ban out the Hilda, that would probably be the best case scenario, since if they can't pick it, Philippines shouldn't get the chance to pick it too.
Yeah, I mean, that's at the moment, right? From what we're seeing, there are a lot of bans that have already happened. That's the Tigreal and the Khalid. So we're not going to be seeing a bit more of the aggressive state coming in from both of the teams, except for the fact that they have the initiator still, once again, with the Gacha and the Hylos available. So now that it is being said, I feel like you're going to have to put or feast your eyes towards the EXP lane, and I feel like the Hylos and the Gatot Kacha that we see are gonna be the ones stuck in Rome, because based on the bans here of both of the teams, the Khalid and the Tigreal seem to be the flexible options, but unfortunately those are already removed. So unless you still have some options here, if you are both of the teams, and maybe that's something that you could definitely go for. Matilda is no longer available. I was just about to say that it could be an option, but of course, first phase finally out, and I feel like a Terizla could be an option here for Cambodia or for Philippines, depending on which route they go as of this moment.
Very team fight oriented from the side of Cambodia still. I would like to still believe on that. But the Hilda, that is always the question. Do they want to play into the Hilda? Harif. So indeed, they still want to play based on aerial denial. So we are still lacking that one hero that does very well in this kind of aerial denial kind of thing to play for AoE. Minotaur is currently still available, but we don't really see Minotaur all that much. It is still a very viable pick, don't get me wrong though. But it really depends on what the marksman is from the side of Philippines as well, as a Lolita might very well still be a very viable pick for Cambodia too. Especially since Cambodia, they already have an Aurora, does very well in the lanes as well as to clear out waves. So even if they pick up a Lolita, they won't lose that much to the Kadita mid.
I honestly think that in terms of this one, this is where most of the options for the niche picks are going to be coming from. Because again, usually, right, if you are the Hylos, you don't ever want to match up against a CC, because that is a somewhat of a bad matchup towards you, because CC is fast in terms of damage per second, and the tankier that you are, the faster that CC could definitely bring you down. So this CC will be used by Don onto the EXP lane. Meanwhile, the Hylos is going to be going in the wrong position. But now for Cambodia, we were talking about how certain it already is that the Gatot Kacha will go to the Rome position, because again, the Tigreal and the Khalid were already taken out. And as I said, the Terizla could be a very valuable option here in terms of team fight, and that's exactly what they're going to do. So both of the teams looking at their compositions, you can expect that there's going to be a lot of team fights happening, but it's just a matter of fact on who it is that could make the potential engagements moving forward.
A big part of me kind of slipped away from the fact that Gatot Kacha is still very flexible, being able to go to both the EXP or the Rome. So that will make a lot more sense, right? Actually putting themselves a Terizla into the EXP, still have decent amount of damage, pretty good tankiness, and of course great initiative call when it comes down to the penalty zone as well. So honestly, right now we can definitely expect quite a bit from inside the Cambodia's lineup. Very strong when it comes down to AoE, crowd control, and all that jazz. But they need to make sure that the funnel actually goes well in the early stages of the game and allow that Lancelot to have good amount of farm later on. If they do not manage to get themselves a decent amount of farm, then honestly, I think that it might be a little bit difficult for the Harith to move on. But ladies and gentlemen, into the land of dawn we go, with Philippines starting at the blue side and the Cambodia side onto the red. Both of the jungles are going to be starting on the opposite end, with the Nolan ending in the EXP and the Lancelot ending in the gold.
I feel like there's going to be some sort of difference moving forward into this game depending on how the side lanes are going to be worked at, right? Because again, if you are CC, you're going to have somewhat of a faster wave clear here than Terizla in like the early portions of the game. But as soon as it reaches up until the mid to the later moments, I feel like the Terizla is really going to have a crucial point as to how she would be able to allocate those resources in this game. So Amores and the rest of the members of the Philippines are going to have to find a way to at least take advantage of like the early game scaling coming in from both the CC and the Nolan, so that they could give some space to Perez using the Melissa here, because that is going to be their main source of damage in the later portions of this matchup.
So right off the bat, it does seem like Cambodia have got quite a bit of lane priority. Excuse me. Quite a bit of lane priority, considering the fact that it is an Aurora in the middle lane after all. And of course, with a Gatot Kacha, you kind of clear the waves very fast as well. So kind of gives and makes a lot of sense for Cambodia wanting to get themselves into the river as much as possible, kind of push El Puerto away. But if whether they're able to do that, that is going to be the main question. Because in the early stages of the game, do they have enough damage to be able to stop Philippines? You just need to ensure that Amores is able to land that rough waves on the right person, especially since it is a Lancelot, a little bit slippery, very hard to catch.
Yeah, as of this moment, the first turtle fight has already appeared, and it's going to be UEE taking a bit of a brunt of the damage there, but there are some fractures already utilized by El Puerto as of the moment, as they will try to focus on getting the purple objective first, which gives some space for Cambodia to actually allocate most of their resources heading forward into taking this very first turtle of the game. Close as they are, I don't know if the Philippines are going to be contesting, but that's exactly what they're going to do. Taking out the Lancelot for the first blood. But meanwhile, it's going to be Nabi safely securing that one. UEE misses all of the Philippines in that Avatar of the Guardian and Vivero. And the rest of the members are going to try to put the pressure on that Gatot Kacha. Still not dying as of the moment, but Diagon finally takes her down. Amores Vivero still stays alive. 2 kills for the Philippines, but Cambodia gets the first turtle of this game.
Yeah, Cambodia starting off great. Looks like Amores wasn't able to find the right person to go for the kill. But hey, at least there's 1 kill, 1 assist. So 2-0. Philippines did manage to kind of like tally that out a little bit. So I wouldn't say that it's too big of a problem per se. Both teams are still pretty much neck and neck, and they are all just gonna stay back. Just kind of play it for play for a long period. Unfortunately, because of the pride of eyes, Nabi is not gonna go down that easily.
Yeah, at this point in time, it's just around 300 gold separating both of these two teams. There's really not a lot of activity so far, except for when the objectives are gonna start to appear. So that is where most of the attacks are gonna come from. And if you're the Philippines, you can't really play passive here. You have the Kadita, you have Amores. You can do a surprise attack towards one of the members of Cambodia, but Cambodia is also doing a really good job in taking care of themselves, checking the bush before they go in by unleashing some of those skills from UEE and Nabi, so that they won't be surprised with a strategy that the Philippines would pull off here. So both of the teams doing some minuscule things that could really result into a greater impact once they make it into really full effect. And as of the moment now, I feel like this is a certain attack that we're going to be looking for. The Philippines and Cambodia, all of a sudden, that's going to be a solo kill down bot, as it would be Perez going down. But then all of a sudden, there's going to be a certain amount of attack. Nabi now caught in the crossfire. Diagon's going to be right there, but this time it's going to be Cambodia getting another turtle for their own. Nabi goes down into the hands of Diagon. And what a really good set coming in from Cambodia once again, closing in on the gap once more.
And just like that, 3-1, a little bit of 1-for-1 trade, but top lane Diagon, I don't think that is gonna go down that easily. But regardless, Cambodia, they have got quite a game in their hands at this point in time as we speak. Still got 90 seconds until the turtle eventually spawns. Let's take a look a little bit more about lane controls, as well as, you know, how they want to eventually play in their game, right? Because Cambodia, they are great when it comes down to 5v5.
Yep, but as of the moment, that is going to be a kill pretty quickly coming in from Diagon with the recalls as well. I am sure that she felt really good about herself in that one, considering that it was the ultimate and there was nobody else that got the extra amount of downpour here coming in from the yo-yos of the CC. But as of the moment, they are winning most of their lanes, and I feel like that is going to be crucial. But Cambodia is really doing a good job in terms of taking care of most of their third objectives. But Diagon, or Tegami if I should say, has to really be careful as of this moment, because again, she wasn't really practically sure, but the fracture has been evaded. Diagon's trying to chase him, and Diagon is going to be able to reach him, and that means Philippines gets another kill, and it might go to another one of those objective taken.
Tegami currently at level 10, while okay, El Puerto is also at level 10. That's not too big of a deal. While we do have a little bit of trade in the top and the bottom lane, a tier 1 turret, both teams is effectively trading against one another.
And now they're going to try to force that next main objective, which is going to be the turtle. As much as the Philippines is leading by only 700 gold, they still are trailing, but this might change depending on how that Nabi kill is going to impact this turtle take right here that we are going to be seeing from the Philippines. They are the first to take themselves into the turtle pit, but Cambodia has been taking those first two turrets, but that is about to change now as the Philippines finally secures a neutral objective for themselves and making a monster kill as well for Diagon. Really a hot start. This is the reason why I was pertaining to the CC, and just having a huge impact in this game already showcased in the first 7 minutes.
T1 in the top lane and T1 in the mid lane taken down. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the end.
Still, the continuation of this fight, the penalty zone is going to be utilized here, but the only problem is that no Phantom Execution to be able to escape in that one, but that is going to be a 1-for-1 with Vivero going down together with Tegami. And as of this moment, the Philippines slowly chipping down on the defenses of Cambodia and also increasing the lead that they have. Amora swimming away from danger, and Cambodia somewhat struggling a little bit to contain most of their lanes, as all of the outer turrets have already been brought down.
Oh man, Cambodia, they want to play 5v5. They just need to open the lanes, and in this case, actually, the fact that they managed to bring down the top lane and the bottom lane T1 is more than enough. From this point onwards, technically speaking, we're starting to see the power spike of Tegami just by a tad little bit. However, with Tegami only at 0:3, it might take a little bit longer. Maybe 10 minutes into the game, Tegami will get a little bit more farm and a little bit more damage that can really work very well for the team. Yui, on the other hand, 101. Pretty fair to say there should be a decent amount of gold, close to 5,000, maybe 6,000 gold to the side of Yui already. So it just takes more time. As long as Cambodia is able to isolate and single out these team fights effectively and try to go for a proper front to back, they should be able to do this no problem. But Vivero is a very tanky beast, and I'm not too sure whether Yui will have enough damage from the Stallion side in order to work that out.
Yeah, Vivero's doing a really good job in trying to sacrifice most of her HP just so the Philippines would have enough breathing room, and exactly that is going to be the example, right? Vivero's going to be taking the brunt of the damage. Unfortunately, she might not be able to escape because of that penalty zone, but she is actually going to be able to get out of that danger zone, as most of Cambodia's ultimates have finally been brought down. Now it's going to be Perez landing on towards that rough waves as well. Puerto right from the back, and everybody's going to take the brunt of the damage. Now it's UEE maybe up next, but that is not going to be the case. Tegami now unleashing that Thorned Rose. Diagon getting a bit more of that HP courtesy of the yo-yos she's been trying to pull here. Now Puerto again is going to try to target most of the members coming in from Cambodia, but Tegami again unleashing that Thorned Rose and the Phantom Execution combo. But that is going to be the end of the team fight. Good presence of mind coming from Cambodia. It could have went very well for a lot of misclicks happened during that time.
There's too much difficulty for Tegami to actually catch out onto the Nolan. Unfortunately, Tegami has only one target, and the target happens to be Melissa. Now, Lancelot is especially good against the Melissa, and for a very good reason. In the meantime, bottom lane, Lord fight.
There is more fight actually happening, and with that being said, that is going to be a jungler going down in the Philippines. Gets the Lord Puerto only for the price of Puerto, and everybody else goes down for Cambodia. An immediate wipeout. The latest one, or the most recent respawn, is going to be at around 10 minutes or 10 seconds of gameplay. How will Cambodia be able to defend this?
Oh man. As much as I really want to see the Cambodia actually getting a point away from Philippines, but they have lost 4 members, and this inhibitor turret definitely will go over to the hands of Philippines. I don't think it is over just yet though. The T2 in the bottom lane is down, the T2 in the top lane is going to be the next one down from the side of the Lord, as it's ready to come in and plunder and pillage everything that Cambodia absolutely wanted. We are just a few more seconds until the whole defense eventually disappears. Not that it's going to be a big deal or anything.
Yeah, but Perez is already dealing a serious ton of damage here. However, Vivero's going to be feeling it first. That is one of the Filipinas going down here, as Cambodia tries to go for a valiant effort in terms of defense, and they're going to be able to do that, but also with the assistance of the holy defenses that would be coming from the inhibitors. So Cambodia is still safe. They're going to be able to find their way back into this game, but Philippines already having the advantage in that middle lane inhibitor, and that's possibly something that they could work on moving forward into this game.
Fortunately, that it is just a middle lane inhibitor turret. It's not that difficult on a macro sense, but the only thing and the only problem about the middle lane inhibitor turret going down is that you cannot afford to lose all 5 members in one fell swoop, because that is just going to be the end game for the side of the Philippines. That's the great thing about middle lane inhibitor turret down. So Philippines may want to choose to go for that. If it happens to get all 5 men down, that's great, because that is actually the MO of Cambodia. They want to fight at 5.
Here it goes again. It's going to be UEE stuck in the crossfire again, using that Avatar of the Guardian defensively. Good thing it's still a minute before that Lord appears, because that would have been a really crucial ultimate to lose in this portion of the matchup, where, you know, objectives are going to be as important, and Cambodia trailing by 7k gold lead behind. As you take a look at the Philippines so far, just, you know, seemingly clear with what they want to do. Force the initiation first with Vivero using that glorious pathway, and then Perez is going to follow suit immediately, and the Mores would try to be that woman to find most of the players coming in from Cambodia, and it's going to be up to Diagon to just deal a ton of damage, given that she started off really strong with 6 kills, and she's 804 ever since.
So right now, Cambodia with a total of 6,000 gold deficit. Yui as well as Tegami, they need to have all the farm that they have gotten. And unfortunately, I don't think that Tegami is that far ahead or maybe have even much gold. I would think that it is fair to say that Tegami should probably have somewhere close to 7 to 8,000 gold, while Yui should be close to a 10,000 gold. That should allow Yui to be able to deal a pretty decent amount of damage over to the side of Vivero with the, there we go, the Divine Glaive, right? Because the Starlim Scythe plus the Divine Glaive, man oh man, would that be annoying to deal with.
Yeah, that's going to be the case here, but the Philippines are going to be forcing this one. It's going to be UEE taking it. The force field is going to be there for Perez already, but the penalties also going to be utilized as well. Diagon looking for something, but that is going to be El Puerto going down. Meanwhile, Diagon still right there utilizing the Vegets. It is going to be 2 heroes, 3 heroes going down for the side of the Philippines, and UEE is still alive. A lot of Cambodia's players are low, but they are able to make sure that they will stay long enough for them to secure it unless Diagon does something here, but it's gonna be Yui winning on that fight, and Perez is at the danger zone. Cambodia gets the Lord, and Yui is gonna try to find a way to continue in this fight, but Perez stays alive. She is the only one alive from the Philippines.
That is how big a Divine Glaive is gonna change the tides of the battle. Just from a single Divine Glaive, you can see that Yui went absolutely ham, and I gotta have to say, perfect play from the side of Cambodia, especially from the side of Yui. Played safe, does not have a trigger finger. She waited in the brush for the absolute timing because he knows that the number one threat is going to be El Puerto. The moment that the moment that the Harif appears, then El Puerto will just go straight in and go for the fracture combo. And Yui ensured that she don't appear that early. In fact, she will wait for El Puerto to enter. Then, only then, the Azaman Force goes down and most of the damage landed onto Nolan. That's how Yui got the kill.
A really good understanding of the game here for Cambodia because it really was a good initiation coming in from Yui, and not only that, Nabi was also able to take most of those stuns coming in from the rest of the set of skills that she possesses here just to make sure that Cambodia is going to have the lead. And now the tides have turned. It is now turn for Cambodia to possibly destroy more of the inhibitors here coming from the Philippines, and the Philippines are doing their best to be able to defend this one. Good thing that the Lord isn't going to be able to break that one. But even so, it was already an inhibitor brought down by the rest of the Cambodians moving forward in. But Moshi and Diagon facing off right there. Not a lot of HP lost between those two, but I feel like now we are all tied up with an inhibitor lost per team.
I mean, we gotta have to look at things from a objective point of view, right? Cambodia is a team that wants to play team fight, and only in the later stages of the game we would be able to expect a little bit more on that, right? With the Avatar of the Guardian plus the Frigid Glacier, you can pretty much expect that anyone that wants to jump right in will be stopped right within of the tracks. As such, Vivero wanting to open things up with the Glorious Pathway will always be met with being frozen solid. It's not that easy after all. In the meantime, unfortunately, Cambodia haven't really been managing to find those assassination attempts from Tegami onto Perez, which is one of the main reasons why Philippines is still in the game. Cambodia, though, as long as they're able to deal with the front-to-back kind of synergy well enough, Yui should be able to stay alive long enough because he's got very tanky front lines. UEE as well as Moshi to be able to peel for himself and the team. And let's not forget, Nabi playing as the Aurora is also a form of peel as long as the Pride of Ice is available.
Yeah, it seems like, Cambodia has gotten it all figured out, and Perez is somewhat struggling also to find the best position possible because the force field or the go away coming in from Perez doesn't really work with Yui's skill set, right? And especially Nabi's skill set too. So Perez is struggling to find her position in this specific game. So she's really trying to fight for him, and the stunts landing HP bars towards Moshi as of this moment, and Moshi also taking note that she doesn't have an immortality here. Same goes with the other members, but for the side of the Philippines, they only have Vivero popping off the immortality as well. Not really happening as of the moment. But there's a lot of things happening here already. Vivero just trying to stun UEE, but the Lord is already cut off to at least 35% of its AP. Will they be able to do something about it, or will this be Cambodia's Lord to take once again? And that is going to be the case as Lancelot gets it in. Meanwhile, the fight is about to ensue once more. There goes Amores going down, and all of a sudden Vivero goes next. Diagon might just go up here. Depends on how this is going to go. Good stun coming in from Perez for them to stay alive. There goes the Rose Gold Meteor for Alberto for them to be able to buy, but a good initiation coming in from Cambodia. They're just not letting up, and they're planning to continue this fight as Perez goes down. Monster kill for Yue, and all 5 members are still alive. There's a lot of things you need to worry about, including the Lord.
That's the peel that I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Cambodia went through all of their needs and wants, and they managed to bring it through over to the south of Philippines, and Southern Force is completely untethered.
Ooh, that's gonna be it for this game. We are going straight to a game number 3. Cambodia showing how it's done and showing how to respond in this specific game. And where do I look? All right, this is where I look. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man.
With great power comes great responsibility. Sometimes even I am amazed with the level of jinx that I have right within of my power. Like,
I
so
need
good.
my strawberry drink. All right, give me a second. All right, go ahead and talk, man.
Oh my goodness. You know, sometimes I honestly, I believe and I know that Philippines is indeed a very strong team, right? But Cambodia, they definitely stood out when it comes down to playing in the late stages of the game. Philippines, their early game was great. We gotta have to agree with that. They knew exactly how to tackle against the side of Cambodia. But in the end of the day, Cambodia, they still understood what they gotta have to do. They just have to extend the game all the way to the later stages of the game, until the point that no one can ever stand on their ground against that parrot. Let's be honest here. You're going up against a Gadokacha. He's got quite a lot of crowd control with the taunt as well as the AOG. You have a good amount of iframes onto that Gadokacha as well. How are you supposed to catch him out while you're stuck within of the Summon Force? Number 2, we also have got Aurora. You think that you have done well enough to bring the Aurora down, but no, Pride of Ice is still available. That's peeling. You've used so much skills on both the Gadokacha as well as the Aurora, and boom, there's still a Harif right there.
Yeah, I felt like there were a lot of complications already coming in from the side of the Philippines as soon as Cambodia has had easy access towards taking down Perez. I feel like that has been their key towards getting most of the victories that they have had, because they were able to take down the defenses. I'm talking about the tanky heroes coming in from the Philippines, because again, you do have the Hylos. At least you have an initiator. But when you don't have a tanky XP laner to actually join in on the party, that's going to be a little difficult. And we've said it right from the start, right? That the team fights are really going to happen in this specific game, most especially because a lot of those AoE damage dealers are from the side of Cambodia. So they're willing to force those team fights whenever possible, and it became a lot more difficult for the Philippines to utilize that, given that most or some of their damage dealers are on single target and squishy as well, right? So it really became difficult for the Philippines to do something as of that moment. As you can see, some of the stats here, it was a decent effort coming in from the Philippines, but Cambodia, courtesy of Yui, was also given a lot of space by the rest of her teammates to make sure that they can take this game number 2.
Honestly, coming into looking at the scoreboard, whenever I see a CC, I will always just say, CC is only ever great in the lanes. Aside from all of that, if you need a way to win in the lanes in the early stages, just so that you can convert that over to the mid stages of the game, CC is great. But if you want the CC to be able to realistically do anything in the late stages of the game, that's really not quite much. Looking at the CC though, 8 kills, 2 deaths, and 5 assists. All I can say is that CC has got the score to show that she has been taking most of those kills. And thus, the funnel is not towards the Nolan, nor is it gonna be onto the Melissa. Although I gotta say, that also means that the CC has been great when it comes down to surviving as well as positioning, but we can also twist that narrative around and just say that, look, the CC is tanky enough and poses so little threat that Cambodia couldn't give a rat's ass about a CC. They just deal with all of the most important heroes, front to back, deal with their high-lows, and then deal with the anchor, which is going to be the mage hero at that very point in the game. And then from that point on, what's the CC gonna do against all 5 of us? Throw your yo-yo in my face, throw your yo-yo right in my gato kacha, only to be taunted? Yeah, there's really not much a CC could do once you're down for the count.
Yeah, I felt like that is where the problem rose also for the Philippines, because as much as the CC got a really good scaling, that would have been a really good time for them to finish off the game, but that didn't happen because of a lot of counter-attack skill sets coming in from the Aurora, and they were also able to put a stop to it courtesy of amazing positioning coming in from Yui to extend this to a Game 3.
Exactly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with that all said and done, we are done with the second game between Cambodia and Philippines because of it's definitely not because of a caster's jinx. That's why we are going to look at a game 3, but it's definitely always nice to watch a 3-game series. In the meantime, I am going to go off for a bit. We're gonna take a short break, and I'm gonna head somewhere and possibly take some some help for being a jinx or something along those lines, so that I will not put any problems with any one of these teams, and I do not want to be headhunted. Okay, I'll see you guys in a short little bit. See you guys. I will cleanse myself.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia Time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berpang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak jangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. kepada tim SRG, Bulak Red Giant, Bakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. My name is Abstract. With me here is Hans, here for the Asian Esports Games 2024 after witnessing the crushing defeat of Philippines in game number 2. I took the liberty to go over to the nearby shrine and I ran there at 50 miles per hour and cleansed my hand, cleansed my soul so that I can never ever jinx anyone. This one.
Thank you, Abstract. In behalf of all of the Filipinos, I think we give you salute. I'm sure a lot of people in the comment section are probably thinking of the same way. But if you are, of course, from Cambodia, you probably didn't like what Abstract did here because you'd want the jinx to stay the same. But just in case you guys don't know it, here's one thing that could keep you overjoyed.
Exactly, and that is going to be the TGA, as Mobile Legends Bang Bang has been nominated for the best esports game at the Game Awards 2024. It is the only mobile game to be nominated, by the way, so this already puts us at quite a bit of a spotlight. At this point in time, TGA is of course considered as as kind of like an Oscars of all Game Award ceremonies, and it's a big achievement to be nominated. So head on over and vote Mobile Legends Bang Bang at TJ's website at thegameawards.com. It is open from now until the 11th of December. So don't forget to go on and vote once again at www.thegameawards.com. Help Mobile Legends Bang Bang be the #1 best esports game in the Game Awards.
You know, I just hope that whenever we win, or if by any chance we win that, we get to thank Beyonce
Diamond?
so that we can still win it next year. All right, I do hope that we, you know, at some point, maybe, but again, I'm just throwing it out there. right? Just throwing it out there just to
We
be
can
sure.
only hope.
Just
We
reminding,
can only
right? Reminding the people, you know what? We're about to figure out now on who thanked Beyonce or not in this game number 3, because I feel like that's gonna be the scenario that we're gonna be looking for. But of course, I'm just kidding. None of these teams, none of these players are in contact with Beyonce. All of them are okay. If you know, you know. But
Are they?
Philippines on the red side, hey man, don't do us like that. But yes, that's gonna be the case that we have now. All right, Philippines and Cambodia, they are one game away from either making it into the next stage of the upper bracket, or will they go down into the lower bracket? Whoever wins in this specific game is gonna be certain that they can make it into the top 4 of the competition.
So with all of the bands that is already thrown right out already, we've got the Mathilda, Alpha, and Hilda banned out from the side of Cambodia, while from Philippines have banned out the Suyo, Jusin, and Angela. With the Hayabusa being first picked from the side of Cambodia, it is still very much open. And we don't really have any form of idea about how both sides of the team is going to be picking out just yet. But we definitely have a pretty decent idea when it comes down to, you know, the meta. Bruno is available, and Yeef is available, Hylos, all of that is available as well.
I'm wondering if Philippines is still going to persist with the Kadita at this point in time, because they've picked it for 2 consecutive games already, but there's a lot of mid laners open here. To be specific, you have the Aurora, Vexana, you have the Eve as well, just like what you mentioned. So I feel like the Philippines would tend to prioritize other roles just because they know that they have other options left available in their arsenal. So Gatot Kacha is going to be one of those picks, but there it is, right? Just like what I was saying a while ago, the question is, will they go for the Kadita for the 3rd time around? And that's exactly what they're going to do. Amores sees something in the Kadita that not a lot of teams don't, so or not a lot of teams do. So I feel like, yeah, 3rd time's the charm here for the Philippines.
There could be a probability that Amoris is extremely comfortable when it comes down to the Kadita, and they know just how much stake there are in this game. So whenever in doubt, if the meta is ever evolving and there are heroes that you don't really know how to play all that confidently, you can always rely on your most comfortable hero pick, especially if they are not heroes like Layla, Icon. It can all definitely still be played to a certain degree. Now, Cambodia, they have decided to go for an Edith as well as an Aurora onto their side. So at this point in time, there is a lot of crowd control and a decent amount of damage coming in from the Aurora as well. So we can definitely expect that when it comes down to the gold leaders, there is quite a lot of heroes that is gonna be great fit for this kind of battles.
Yeah, to be fair, that's going to be the final pick as well. The Ling picked up by the Philippines here to go up against the Hayabusa. So we're going to be seeing an assassin versus assassin matchup here. Something that we haven't really seen, I feel like, all throughout the day, because we've seen heroes like the Martes, the Alpha, and Soyo coming into play. So this is going to be something that's like a little fresh for us today, but Cambodia is still picking up on that Aurora as we speak, together with that Edith. So right from the get-go, the first 3 picks of Cambodia is really going to be hard to go up against in terms of the itemization. Like, how would you want your items to be built up if you are Vivero and Diagon? Because these are 3 heroes that are really good in terms of the mix of having physical damage and magic damage as well. So you need to prioritize your items depending on how you would want to approach this game. So I feel like that is really going to be the crucial point. Cambodia already learned their lesson from that Clint, so they won't be able to so they will not, put that right away. And same thing goes for the Philippines. They knew that the Harith was the problem in game number 2, and they will remove it. So both of these teams learning from their lessons back in the previous games, and we're about to enter a new age here.
So with all of these heroes that's taken away, and Harith being one of the most important heroes from the side of Cambodia, let's kind of take a look at what are the other gold laners that would suit very well, especially since we're looking at a Ling onto the opponent's jungle. You gotta have to have some really good footwork to ensure that you'll be safe away from that that Ling, right? Entropy is going to be a very essential skill to get away from a Ling, right? So Natan is definitely going to be one of the main hero picks from inside of Cambodia. It would depend if whether Philippines would want to steal that away. Bruno is also available at this point in time. With a quick little dodge away, you should be able to be pretty fine and dandy, although you should still get hit by at least 2 blades, but it's more than enough for you to stay alive to continue in the fights.
To me, fun is
All right, so the 1-1's gonna be the final ban here for Cambodia. I'm curious to see on whether or not this is gonna be because for the Philippines, right? You have the Bruno, you have the Melissa, you even have the Beatrix at your disposal, and I am not so sure as to why the Beatrix hasn't been picked up in a long while. But the Philippines, they went with the Melissa in game number 2, but that apparently did not work. So Paris is gonna be sticking with what she knows. Is handing on that Bruno, hopefully to at least adhere to the scaling composition that the Philippines has. The only concern that I have here is that both the Ling and the Bruno are really going to be in need of gold, so they're going to be sharing a lot of those objectives moving forward. So both of them have to stay in their lane, get at least 2 or 3 items before they finally engage. That's for the Ling. But for Bruno, he can be activated anytime, and I hope the Philippines are aware of that.
We shall stand fast to the very
There we
end.
go. The Natan, just as we expected. But with also the Tigreal that is going to be joining into the mix. So honestly, I gotta have to say that there is quite a bit of there's quite a draft from the side of Cambodia. Let's be honest here. It's pretty darn scary. So Philippines, they're right now only lacking onto a either Roma/EXP laner, so it could go in an either way situation. Khalid is still gonna be a very good pick, considering that you would want to go for some good initiations on your part, because AOG, once again I said before, it is not an initiation skill. AOG is a counter-engage / a follow-up skill, because it takes a little bit too long of a what's the word? A little bit of too much backswing in order for that AOG to actually land and hit. So how is it going to be like for Philippines? They have decided to go for the Terizla. A little bit more rooted onto the ground, but that also means that it's a little bit tankier at this point in time.
Yeah, I like it. At this point in time, right? If you are the Philippines, you've said it yourself, right? At some point in time, you need like a first initiator and not that avatar of the guardian. Because if you are just gonna depend on the AOG to be the primary initiator, then you're definitely not going anywhere. So they picked on the Terizla so that it's a faster way for them to group up their opponents before that AOG is gonna be popped off. So I see the idea here coming from the Philippines, but on the other hand, you have like a really good front to back composition coming in from Cambodia. It's very quite understandable in what they're trying to pull off here. Just making sure that they have or they could take enough time by getting the snowball on the Hayabusa pretty early. If that doesn't work, they still have the Nathan in the later portions of the game to save them from this stress. I mean, we've seen it a couple of months ago or weeks ago where the Nathan could really hold out up until the later portions of the game. So with Navi also using the Aurora for the second consecutive time, there's a lot of possibilities that this game could go for.
So right now, it's so difficult for us to even be able to tell what's a good composition, because both teams is even Stevens. It's all about their micro and macro play at this point in time. In fact, both teams are not exactly super great in the early stages of the game. So I would say that micro decisions in the early part of the team fights, not that big of a deal. As long as they have good macro coming from the side of Ling, as well as good macro from the side of the Hayabusa, I can always say that there could be a lot of these split push composition that would eventually work out. And this might be one of those games that we witness a backdoor endgame.
Yeah, there could be a possibility for that as well. I was just, looking for a Louis for them to be able to do that. However, you can also take note that the Ling from the Philippines could potentially do that if they want to, but Amoris, good heal. getting in there right just in time, courtesy of the passive. So now Tegami is going to be taking the brunt of the damage, and she is going to be going down here, courtesy of the Philippines. What seemed to be a really good start coming in from Cambodia didn't pose so well for their respective team as we speak, as the Philippines tends to get first blood. Action still not ending here, as Vivero's going to be taking the brunt of the damage. UEE is going to be, going away from that one. Not a lot of damage, not enough damage to take the Philippines down.
Oh, that shy bit of damage. Just a single hit onto a Morris. Oh boy, oh boy. Just a one little hit. But the passive just had to pop up and give that massive amount of heal over to the side like a Dita. That's just so annoying to see. And for Tegami to go down because of that overextension, it's definitely gonna hurt. In the meantime, you gotta have to look at the battle spells as well, right? Philippines so far have been loving the double revitalize composition, and this is where that Tarizla also picks up the revitalize together with the Garukacha. So we won't be able to see a penalty zone flicker from the side of Vivero, and that is a very bold move.
Yup, already activating the penalty zone as we speak. Both of them actually landing. The Tiger is going to be using that implosion, but the Philippines is going to be getting that turtle. And also, EE as of that moment, here goes another one of those Avatar of the Guardian episode plays going to be utilized as well, waiting for the right opportunity. And all of a sudden, the Philippines are getting what they wanted out of that fight, just waiting for the right time to strike, not even using any sort of ultimate before that, or right after that turtle fight. That's just the time that they used it.
Yeah, so with that said, we are already looking at close to a 3,000 gold lead, realistically at 2,000 gold lead in favor of Philippines. However, they don't really have got a lot of heroes that can actually prioritize and of course to make full use of that the power spike and that lead in the mid stages of the game. Even if we have reached the 8 minutes into the game, I won't think that the Ling will be able to do too much, because the best that I can believe is going to be a single Berserker's Fury over to the side of the Ling, and perhaps one other item. You gotta have to lead with a lot of kills in order for the Ling to able to pop off and get a total of 3 items just by 8 minutes, and it's very much impossible, let's be honest here. But Paris, he needs to be the one to get the farm. With a total of 1 kill to his name, he's eventually gonna get his way pretty effectively if he joins in the fight even more.
I feel like the longer the gold lane stays stagnant for both of the teams, the bigger of an advantage it is for UE, just because the Nathan really is effective in the later portions of the game, and so far none of the activities have been happening in the bot lane. It seems like Cambodia is trying to prevent that lane from being invaded so that there is no sort of pressure, but all of a sudden, what a beautiful take coming in from the Philippines. That is a rough waves and the Avatar of the Guardian, including the penalty zone as the icing on the cake, as 2 heroes, Nabi and Moshi, go down in the process, and the Philippines are in the lead.
Oh, that is an absolute slaughter. I didn't know that I made a trip down to the slaughterhouse right now, but that was an impressive fight from the side of Morris. Catches onto 1, which was actually only onto Nabi, but just so happened that Moshi walked towards the breath of the ocean, only to be hit by the rough waves as well. So that was definitely disgusting, especially with Diagon really fast when it comes down to that follow-up as well. Yui down in the bottom lane. Also another one that will be taken down by the hands of that Kadita.
Yup, they're not yet done, as Nabi's gonna be taking the brunt of the damage as well. Maybe no Pride of Ice, which is why she has committed to use that flicker. And there goes the AOG as well. Not gonna be able to hit anyone, but Nabi still staying alive here. The Philippines not giving this one up, as that is gonna be the Pride of Ice finally procced here. But Nabi still staying alive in the middle of it all. But the turret is not gonna be able to save her, as the Philippines did not only get a kill, but also taken down a turret in the process, now leading by at least 3,000 in gold.
A turret for a turret, an eye for an eye, is what Cambodia is trying to go for. They did lose the T1 at the bottom lane, but at least they did manage to kind of equalize that fact by getting the T1 up in the top lane as well. But unfortunately, Philippines... Oh, guys, amores. Mi amor. This is crazy. We don't see Kadita that much, but this is where Amores is just absolutely dominating. 3-1-5.
Bro, we were literally just talking about why the Philippines isn't really changing as much in terms of the composition that they would want. And here it goes again. Nabi already popping off that pride of eyes in the penalty zone. Cuts us into 3. And the implosion is going to be mixed up with it as well. But they will not deal any damage whatsoever. Tagami's going to swerve onto the right. They're looking for the Hayabusa right away, the Philippines. But here comes Yui finally joining the party. Diagon is going to try to go at it again. But Yui is no longer going to be staying alive. Moshi trying to join the party as well. But that is not going to be the case. Amores here is no longer gonna stay in this fight as Tegami made sure that he can get or she can get at least one, but her life was also taken in return. So the Philippines are in slaughter mode right now. They want to take most of the lives coming in from Cambodia here in the get-go.
Great defense from the side of Nabi, just so that they will be able to hold on to the T1 in the middle lane. And we all said we all mentioned it before, mid lane turrets super important.
And as of the moment, that is going to be the case here. They were able to bring down that turtle, but also for Cambodia, you have to respect the defense here. Just, Nabi taking care of business whenever she wants to. It's just really a good performance coming in from the Aurora, even though she's 0-3-1. Most of the rough waves and the Petrify combo coming in from Amornis are landing on towards her, but that isn't a reason for her to give up. She has made sure that this is going to be the most important aspect of their game, which is the middle outer turret, because if they lose that, then that means the Philippines will have access to both of the buffs that Cambodia is supposed to be securing. So they're not willing to let that objective go, and as long as that middle turret is going to be there, they will make sure that they can do something about the lead that the Philippines has.
But do note that Philippines is also a team and has a composition. They can do very well in all of these split pushes. In the meantime, Philippines is also constantly trying to set up a bushwhack, and this is why the tier 1 is that important. If you want a Mortis to be able to take on to all of these brushes in the opponent's jungle and potentially threaten the enemy's movements, you need to bring this turret down. So, Philippines, they gotta have to take things one at a time. They gotta have to get a decent amount of push down in the top lane or the bottom lane, force Cambodia to kind of split themselves up, and only then will you be able to kind of push all the way in. But fortunately, they did manage to get that one.
But look at that, right? As soon as the next wave of minions started to arrive in the middle lane, the Philippines just made sure that they will be able to take that down. And not only that, because Cambodia was allocating most of the heroes, most of their resources to try and defend that middle lane turret one last time, Alpuerto was able to take 2 turrets up top. So now it's the Philippines having at least a priority in terms of the slower take. Meanwhile, Cambodia is going to be transitioning into that bottom lane, looking for a way for them to also get real estate of their own. So it is safe to say that the Philippines are going to be able to take something out of this. But at the same time, if you look at the map, good check coming in from Nabi, just expecting where Amores is going to be coming from, because the fight is about to continue again unless Cambodia escapes right in time.
And now with the bottom lane, T1 down, we are just going to be expecting the Cambodia wanting to get all of these turrets ASAP. Cambodia's team composition, they gotta have to play a lot more based onto the Natan. The Natan has got 0 kills and 3 deaths. This is definitely not looking great for Cambodia at all. We need Yui to pick up a little bit more of these kills and pick up some of these scraps on the floor in order to get a little bit more farm. With 10 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, it's relatively fair to say that Yui is roughly about 8,000 gold, somewhere around there when it comes down to the economy. We still need a lot more time, give or take maybe about 4 more minutes, and that is where Yui will pop off.
Oh, look at those footballs landing onto Moshe as we speak. It's starting to hurt now. Coming in from Perez, and Cambodia is at the brink of defense here. They're trying to find a way to extend this series even longer as Alpuerto is working behind the scenes here, looking for another way for them to continue with the engage. Yui here focusing on that Lord. Holy defense has not been popped off just yet, and for that time, both of the holy defenses were finally gone in those 2 inhibitors, and Cambodia was able able to sustain all of the remaining turrets that they have within the base. And the Philippines are going to have to look for something else here, because the longer that this game goes, it's going to start to be some sort of advantage for Yui, just because she's holding the Nathan as part of Cambodia's lineup.
I noticed that Cambodia made a very crucial, I wouldn't say crucial play, but luckily it didn't happen. But in the event the Philippines were actually inhibiting Cambodia's lower jungle, that would have been all very bad. But hold a second, penalty zone.
And then there's going to be the Avatar of the Guardian as well that landed onto the center. And that might just be a really crucial thing. Yui goes down, but also Perez is caught in the crossfire as well. But this is going to be a 3-on-2 matchup here for the side of Cambodia. The Philippines looking for another way for them to continue the initiation here, but Tegami's not giving up without a fight, using that quad shadow to be able to escape while also defending the rest of the minions here. And there you have it, the Philippines finally breaks at least one or two of those inhibitors, and those are going to be crucial, most especially because the Lord is about to spawn in less than 15 seconds.
2 turret takedowns, inhibitor turret. And that was just the very first Lord. Cambodia is not receiving this well at all. Yui just doesn't have the farm to really defend this, and doesn't really have the farm to retaliate over Philippines. One thing's for sure though is because of El Puerto, right? El Puerto has just been right in the face of Yui throughout this entire situation. You always gotta have to keep her toes on the ball, and just ensuring that I can use an atrophy to get away from El Puerto at almost every single instance of the fight.
But that was just an increase, or an addition to the problem that Cambodia has had, because they were trying to find a way to contest for that major objective, which is the Lord, but Tegami lost her life pretty quickly in that one. So the Philippines are really to at least add more insult to injury here, but El Puerto's going to be caught up here. Quick hands just to use that Finch poise to be able to get away. Now it's going to be UEE catching onto the brunt of the damage, using the flicker to be able to get away. So that is one less problem for the Philippines as we speak. Cambodia really has good wave clear here, so they're having quite a hard time trying to break past the defense of Cambodia here.
Doesn't seem like that is going to be the end just yet. The Lord is ready to pillage everything that Cambodia has by marching in from the top lane, and Philippines waiting for more creeps to eventually march down the bottom lane, march down the middle lane. But I'm pretty sure the Philippines, they're looking for more blood from the top lane eventually. But the lane's just going to be slowly pushed right out in the middle lane. Philippines taking their own sweet time and wanting to make very good sure that they bring this inhibitor turret down first before engaging in the battle against Cambodia.
Yup, that's going to be the idea that they're going to have here. Rivero already using that penalty zone, but to no avail. Cambodia does not falter. They will lose all of their inhibitors in that turn, but they still haven't lost the base, and as long as there's the base, you can still fight, says Cambodia. But the Philippines already holding on to that 6k gold lead. This used to be an 8k gold lead, so Cambodia is slowly starting to catch up now, and based on the duration of this game, it seems like Yui rather has already built up on the potential full item that a Nathan is supposed to have as of this moment.
6-17, the current scoreline, 50 minutes into the game. Philippines caught 2.
Ooh. And not only that, they also get Yui in the process. That's the best case scenario, but an implosion combo is also going to happen here. But the Frigid Leisure is not going to be enough. 3 heroes for the price of 1. Moshi's going to try to back away using the flicker as well. Gets right back into the Phylax. But all of a sudden, that might be the end in this game, depending on how it goes. They're looking for a way here, but it's only Moshi and Tegami trying to defend here for the rest of the members of Cambodia. And then there's Philippines again, working on all lanes of the map, working onto those minions as well. Quad Shadow, and there goes the Uki Shadow kill as well, but it will come to no avail, as that is going to be the end. The Philippines are going to move forward into the upper bracket.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Philippines will take 2 games away from Cambodia. Definitely a nail-biting situation, a nail-biting game that we have just personally witnessed. As such, Philippines, they're going to be moving on over to the upper bracket finals. They have evaded all of the nitty-gritty stuff that has to go on at the lower parts of the bracket, because China is just waiting for the ones that loses to eventually go there. We will break down more on the brackets in a bit later on as we wrap things up here when it comes down to the game. In here, for game number 3, it is all about tempo. And we can definitely be able to see that the tempo was building up for El Puerto as well as Perez. They eventually found themselves the groove and was able to find themselves massive amount of kills as well as participation in all of the team fights. Great amount of heal for Vivero as well as Diagon. Although I gotta have to say, Amores definitely gonna be my MVP for being able to catch out so many of the members for the side of Cambodia. Just keeps them shivering in the pants.
Yeah, right from the start, right? I felt like if Amores wasn't able to do what she did in like the first 5 minutes of the game, the Philippines wouldn't have established like a really good lead for themselves that they could sustain up until the later portions. Because again, it would be a dream start if the Nathan coming in from Cambodia would have a really good time upon scaling, but Yui didn't have that for herself. So at some point in time, it really went like a domino effect for the side of the Philippines, because Amores was doing very well. She was able to get some momentum for the lineup and the size up of the Avatar of the Guardian together with the penalty zone. I'd like to talk about that as well, because I feel like those were crucial ultimates. Those were two options that was in a circular motion, somewhat of a AOE crowd control skill as well, that really helped them in looking for the other members, and mostly Yui, because they were catching Yui most of the time and they weren't really even aware of it. So it was just up to Paris to finish the job, because the Bruno was already very much fed from the get-go.
Honestly, I find it really scary how the side of Philippines didn't even care about anything about forcing a battle. They didn't force any form of combat. They didn't form any form of fights. What they did was that they evaluated kill zones. They know just how far the opponent is, and the moment that they reach that kill zone, that is it. And unfortunately for the side of Cambodia, they were not able to really get a hold of how big that kill zone is. There's a kill zone for the side of Tarizla, a kill zone for the side of Kadita. Once you understand the range of it, you need to be able to draft for someone or be able to scout out some of these brushes without being in those kill zones, which is why it is so easy for Philippines to be able to just jump right in with the Breath of the Ocean plus the Ocean Oddity and then a Petrified, or heck, even just a very simple penalty zone. More than enough to catch your opponents. You don't even need a flicker onto the Tarizla to make magic work. And that is a kill zone that Cambodia gotta have to really understand when they go over to the lower bracket quarterfinals to face off against China. While Philippines, listen to this, Hans. Philippines is going up against Indonesia.
All right. I guess I think I still have time to get my popcorn, right? But yeah. I guess we need to close out the show now. Just for me to get some popcorn, Abstract. Come on, give me time, man.
Understand. Okay, sure, no problem. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with you guys right after this very short break, as we will be giving you quite a game when it comes down to hey, which game is it gonna be? Not gonna tell you. You gotta have to come back and find out for yourself.
pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia diri. Time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu siapa. Dan ia tidak memilih siapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. pada tim SRG Golak Red Giant. Banggakan Selangor, bangga Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. kepada tim SRG Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. kepada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for Earth 6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back over to the Asian Esports Games 2024. We're now in the playoffs. We have got quite a bit of games that we have casted already. And now we're going back down over to the lower bracket where we will be watching Cambodia versus Saudi Arabia for this very match itself. My name is Abstract, and with me here is Hans, and the both of us is gonna be your caster for today. We've just did the Philippines versus Cambodia match, and such Philippines will be going up against Indonesia in the upper bracket finals. But we will definitely look at them in a while later. Now we gotta look at the quarterfinals and the lower brackets first, Hans.
Now, this Saudi Arabia team, I feel like this is the very first time that we're going to be seeing them all throughout the broadcast. And I feel like it's a really good chance for them to, showcase what they can do. You've seen their names a couple of seconds ago. But I feel like now is the time for them to really showcase or really tell us what they can do. Depends on their gameplay. Because again, unfortunately, right, this may be the first and the last time that we're gonna be seeing Saudi Arabia in the AEG broadcast, depending on how they perform in this lower bracket series. I mean, like, this is a team that has dominated their groups. So I was like, why did we just get to see Saudi Arabia now? But better late than never. And it's a shot. It's a chance for them to be able to do something about it now. Will we see them again in the upcoming matches, or will this be the stop or the end to their journey? That's also up to Cambodia to figure out.
Now, of course, a quick little fun fact for everyone based on the matches yesterday in Group C. Saudi Arabia did manage to take 1 point away from Cambodia, and do note that that was a best of 1 series. So Cambodia versus Saudi Arabia for this lower brackets is definitely gonna really sting for one of them. Since Saudi Arabia have already won Cambodia once, they have a very generic idea as to they know what they gotta do against Cambodia, and they should be in a pretty good spot unless Cambodia comes in and be like, you know what, our time in the group stage was just but a fun and games. We're coming in here to the lower brackets quarterfinals to really show you guys how we play. And indeed, they did manage to take 1 point away from Philippines, and I think that is already quite a testament.
Yeah, that's a really good setup there. From 6 teams, we are down, or from 8 teams, we're just down to 6 as we saw Vietnam. And I'm trying to remember the other one. It's Myanmar that fell out of proportions here for our playoff spot. And right after this series, we're going to be saying goodbye to at least one more player. But you're right, Abstract. It completely crossed my mind when you said more about these two teams being part of the same group. And it was, Saudi Arabia getting a win against Cambodia during one of those times. So I feel like Saudi Arabia can really give Cambodia a run for their money. But the main difference this time around is going to be the fact that Cambodia can adjust, because this is going to be a best of 3 series. Usually when it's in the group stage, right, you have no hope of seeing them again in the groups because you only have one shot. But for now, it's a race to 2 wins. And I feel like Cambodia likes their odds even more, just because of the thought that they are gonna be okay whether or not they win or lose the first game, because again they still have some time to adjust. So that really is that in between game 1 to game 2 is really going to be crucial, not only for Cambodia but also for Saudi Arabia.
Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping into the draft between Cambodia and Saudi Arabia, and this is the bans that we have seen thus far. For the side of Saudi Arabia, we are looking at the Suyo, Bruno, as well as the Hayabusa ban. For Cambodia, we have a Jusin and the Matilda ban. We're still looking for that one final ban coming out. Chip is still currently available on the board, so it really depends if whether Cambodia respects the chip that might very well be surfacing from the side of Saudi Arabia at all.
Yeah, it's going to be depending on them now. So that is going to be the Hilda that will be taken away by Saudi Arabia. As you can see, they're very confident, looking at the camera as well, making sure that they're going to be the ones to take a win in this best of 3 series. But they are also the team that's going to let the chip go. And as of this moment, they're going to be picking up the Nolan. And I feel like similar to the other ideas that we've had with the other teams from before, it feels like they're trying to leave a bit more room, because again, the alpha is available, right? There's a lot of prized picks available here for Saudi Arabia, and yet they still chose to go with a Nolan. So I feel like it really is just at the comfortable aspect. Again, chip is available, not gonna be picked up. Alpha is available, not gonna be picked up. So Cambodia and Saudi Arabia really digging deep here in terms of their comfort heroes.
Well, that is definitely quite a surprise, right? Being such high value heroes that is actually leaked out to no man's land, right? With a Hylos as well as a Khalid that has been picked up from the side of Saudi Arabia, they just refuses to leave any of these over to the side of Cambodia, despite the fact that that breaks the immersiveness of that flexibility that they can actually bring over to the side of Cambodia. So it's definitely interesting that Cambodia actually did that as well by picking, okay, maybe not, because Angela can still, technically speaking, go to the middle lane. So there is still a little bit of ambiguity from the side of Cambodia's lineup.
Yeah, I feel like this time around, there it goes, right? The Angeling is to be expected, knowing that the Angela was picked up first. So I feel like they're really gonna look for that hard carry type of hero to assure and make assure that they could go for the extra damage here. That would really be helpful for them moving forward. But again, when you think about it, this is really gonna be the case for Cambodia, given that they've also locked in the Gatot Kacha, which could be a stopper to the link. So with that pickup, they have limited the options for Saudi Arabia, which is also the reason why it was going to be a Hylos and a Khalid pick that they got, because those are 2 heroes that are really good in terms of team fight and also crowd control. So that's what they're looking forward to as of the moment.
So at this point in time, with all of the bans being set out, with 1-1, Harith has been taken away from the side of Saudi Arabia, while for the side of Cambodia, no more Valentina, no more Faramis. Cambodia seems to really want to pick up that Rizla as well. It's a very tanky composition, but you gotta have to be really careful. Your lineup has got absolutely 0 damage if you actually were to do that. Your EXP laner or your EXP lane will lose in damage, your roam will lose in damage, your mid lane will lose in damage. There's absolutely no priority in the lane whatsoever for anyone to realistically be able to feed any kind of damage and help the Tegami playing as the Ling to eventually pop off in the mid stages of the game.
I think the best case scenario for Cambodia at this point is to go for the Nathan. The Nathan has magic damage as its primary damage dealt, So I feel like a balance between physical damage from the Ling and magic damage from the Nathan would be able to suffice it. At least it's gonna be easier for, Cambodia to allocate their resources to who needs it the most. Because again, when you take a look at Saudi Arabia, they have a really well-rounded lineup as we speak. Nolan is gonna be the main damage dealer, of course, in the early portions of the game, mixed up with the Aurora that has a really good amount of damage that it could dish out, especially when you take a look at the Terizla and the Gatot Kacha as we speak as of the moment, right? But in terms of like a lot of the other options that they are doing here, I feel like it really is a possibility for them to go with a magic damage dealing hero. I'm just not sure which one it is. I'm still looking for the Nathan as we speak, but if they press on this Cyclops...
Oh my goodness!
Oh! Saudi Arabia was like, what is this, bro? Wow.
Oh
you go
my
take this, man. What do you think about this?
Oh my god, Cyclops is such a bad pick, man. Cyclops is such a horrible hero, man. What the hell is going on?
I'm gonna leave for like a few seconds, alright, and then give you the entire 10 seconds or 15 seconds to rant. Go ahead, Abstract. I'm just here.
Oh my god. Okay, so here, at least in Singapore, everyone knows the very fact that I have this tremendous hate to Cyclops because he's a mage that doesn't work as a mage. He can't burst, he can't lock people down right then and then. You want to lock someone down? Oh look, they have already walked 5 miles across the country and then they're already home. So what's the whole point of a star power lockdown? Locked behind an ultimate ability which has a relatively long cooldown at the start of the game. That's not what you want from a mage. Okay, I'm good with rambling. Thank you.
All right. I hope that mini therapy session helped you, Abstract, as we approach this game, because I feel like you're gonna need it. Because the first time in a really long while, we're about to see the Cyclops come in action, and not only that, she's also gonna be part of the gold lane, which is something that we don't usually see. And compared to there in Singapore, I think a lot of people here in the Philippines would say that ranked game Cyclops is a little OD. So I feel like that is gonna be the dependent on the case that's gonna happen here. But enough talking about the Cyclops, because UEE here is taking the brunt of the damage from Livin and Pink as we speak.
Okay, Cyclops, go lane. The good thing is, my problem when it comes down to Cambodia's lineup pre-Cyclops pick is that they don't have anyone to play in the early game. That was my main problem. No one in the early, no one in the mid stages of the game really works out. And I'm pretty sure that when it comes down to Cyclops, Cyclops is not as expensive as Nathan. So honestly, I would still say that Cyclops is filling up this role to be able to deal enough damage in the mid stages of the game is still pretty A-okay. Considering the fact that Tegami playing as Link is actually more of a pause 1. You put Cyclops into pause 2, then generally in terms of damage as well as a power spike, it all makes sense. But at this point in time, you might as well just put literally any other mage in the gold lane then. Lunox would have done a way better job than the Cyclops. I can't. Cyclops is gonna get a horrible scoreline by the end of the game.
Look at this, right? That is a quick turn, considering that Cambodia still hasn't developed their very own situation here, knowing that most of their heroes just reached level 4 very recently. So Saudi Arabia has a quick advantage here with all of their members already reaching level 4. Meanwhile, when you take a look at the other side, Cambodia is starting to be the problem here.
Yep, as UEE is gonna be the first one to be taken down. From the side of Saudi Arabia, Cambodia decided to go back into the mix and hoping that they will be able to get a kill. But let's be honest here, it's gonna be a little bit tough, as now the Pride of Ice has been popped from the side of Livin and Cambodia. With the Angeline combo, it didn't really go anywhere at all.
Livin's gonna be living off of that one, and at some point Cambodia needs to allocate their resources on some more of that of those squishy heroes, because again it wouldn't work on Saudi Arabia as we speak, and them easily getting that first turtle means that they have faster rotations just like this, right? It's going to be another pick off for sure, unless Moshi does something about it, but nope, that is not going to be the case, as another pick off is going to happen for Saudi Arabia, and they're looking to fight here in this top side.
Yep, and now where's the damage coming from side of Cambodia? Yui! Why? He killed.
Why are you fighting for your life, bro? You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and take this for your reference, man. I think the Cyclops stunned you pretty well, so I'm gonna take this all the way for you to be able to say whatever you want to say about the Cyclops in just a bit, because Cambodia not only placed the skill towards the rest of the members of Saudi Arabia, but the Cyclops probably hit abstract as well, thus the coughing that you're hearing. But as we speak, Cambodia is now leading in terms of this in terms of this battle by just 400.
I absolutely despise this pick, man. It's not about the players, not about the coach, but it's just a hero pick altogether. But in the meantime, here we go. The AOG unfortunately did not land on anyone. On 10th of place, flies up to the sky, hoping they will be able to get a decent amount of kill. But Takami is going to be the first one to be taken down. Well, Pig is almost surviving just by the hair. Saudi Arabia, none of the members have been taken down at all.
Tagami's not going to be alive in that one, and UEE is also going to be joining her as they go back into the base. And a quick turnaround here coming in from Saudi Arabia, 900 in terms of gold, and extending that even to at least 1.2k, and that is really crucial for them in the early portions of the game, considering that they do have the Khalid, the Nolan, and the Aurora, three really good heroes in terms of scaling very well, and they have established themselves as to how they would want to approach this early game performance of theirs. And Cambodia seems to have struggled already, as another glorious pathway is going to be here.
Exactly, it's just going to be running right into the face of Navi. Wasn't able to get away, unfortunately. Well, in the meantime, the Fishing Glacier wants to land on Yui, but Yui immediately flicking away. But here we go, the penalty zone is just going to be landing in the perfect way. While Tegami goes over the back lines, manages to find a kill down to Moscow. And Cambodia, they wanted to get a kill down the Lyrics, but wasn't able to do so. It is a 2-for-2 trade, and it has been very, very fair until Saudi Arabia found that turret in the top lane. That's a win to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Rafa, quick presence of mind to go for that top lane turret, because she knows that there's not a lot of situation happening, but here it goes again.
Goodness, Moshi down to the count by the hands of Rafa. Saudi Arabia still putting a very good fight against the side of Cambodia. Honestly, I am a little bit baffled with the fact that Cambodia is still able to take up some of these fights, despite not being able to have any form of heroes that is genuinely good enough. Sub 8 minutes, but here we go. They have a total of 4 kills, albeit not as good as Saudi Arabia, but still, they exceeded my expectations already.
I think it's because of the Thursday pickup here coming in from Cambodia. The penalty zone really is a huge problem in like the early portions of the game, especially when you take a look at it, but they're trying to go at it once more.
Oh, landing right on the 2. The AOG wants to counter engage, but it doesn't seem like UEE will be able to do too much, while Yui just immediately went backwards, was almost able to get away right under the turret's nose, but stayed around a little bit too much and overstayed his welcome.
Yeah, I feel like for Saudi Arabia, what they did right here was they really put the pressure on most of the damage dealers coming in from Cambodia, to the point where there hasn't really been a lot of initiations that Cambodia is starting to go for, because again, you have the penalty zone, you also have the Avatar of the Guardian, but without your damage dealers, I'm talking about the Gami and Yui, you will not be able to win most of these team fights, and this makes the battle quite easier for Saudi Arabia, because they know which 2 targets are needed for them to win the game. That's Tagami and Yui. You don't need to care about all of the others, but if they continue to land most of their initiations, then you're gonna have to start a problem with them.
Ooh, Cambodia wanting to go for a sandwich, but let's be honest here, who's the real sandwich here? As Lyrics just gonna be jumping onto the back lines, the AOG is gonna be landing, but in the meantime, the main thing that we're gonna look out for is Tagami with a 4th sword. managing to deal so much damage. Nabi gets 1 kill. Livin was hoping she will be able to stay alive a little bit longer, while Yui takes 2 kills. The Cyclops is working. Oh.
I'm really curious as to how Saudi Arabia has been making most of their initiations, because again, it was quite an okay decision to put the sandwich play towards the rest of the Cambodians who were, staying at that long bush down bottom. But the problem here was that Nolan, Rafa wasn't part of a lot of the fights here coming in for Saudi Arabia. So I don't know if this is the kind of initiation that they would really want to go for, but Rafa is finally here. Can they go and unleash the damage output that I have been looking for quite some time? Because again, Cambodia, they've had the same kind of situation from a while ago, and UEE is just gonna tap that like a champ. But the second time, it's not gonna be the charm here. And fortunately for him, she was able to escape that time, but that was a lot of damage.
That is right. A very big amount of heals coming in from the side of Gadokacha. Getting away with the AOG, perfectly played out, and of course it did manage to suss out every single one of the members from the side of Saudi Arabia exactly where they were. Now, of course, we're looking at 2,000 goal lead from the side of Saudi Arabia. They're still having a pretty good lead, but you gotta have to really watch out for Tegami, right? Tegami is currently 1:1:6, and this is a pause 1 Ling. After all, whenever you see a Ling is always going to be pause 1. It's going to be a tough game for Saudi Arabia if they eventually weren't able to find a way to really knock Tegami off of her shoes, and Lunar unable to get any form of farms. That is going to be tough. But I'm pretty sure that at this point in time, Lunar should have a pretty decent amount of farm, and Rafa can deal with Yui pretty effectively over the backlines too.
The reason why Saudi Arabia hasn't really capitalized on a lot of these skirmishes is because Tegami has been doing a really good job in trying to find Lunar for most of the clashes that are always happening. So without Lunar, you don't have that physical damage aspect, but they finally put a stop to Rafa always joining the party here, but not going to be enough damage or not going to be enough reach even. But just look at Tegami, right? Like playing this Ling like a mad woman.
Yeah, and now Lunar hides within of the brushes, so really want to get away, and surprisingly, he stayed alive! They outplayed against Tegami! As Tegami goes down, Cambodia loses their main form of damage, but Saudi Arabia is not too interested in continuing on this fight, because Nolan as well as Moscow decided to go back home, giving Cambodia another round of fight as that penalty zone lands right down over to the side of Livin as well as Lyrics, and I don't think that both of them is gonna stay alive in this 4v1 matchup. Cambodia takes 2, while Saudi Arabia focuses their power over to somewhere else, the opposite side of the map, the Lord.
A lot of trades are happening in this game, and I feel like, Saudi Arabia has had most of these calculations happening for them in this specific juncture of the matchup, as Lunar is going to be trying to go at it, but Pink is getting jumped on by Cambodia as we speak.
And now Cambodia gets themselves the T1 turret in the middle lane. If they're able to defend this Lord well enough and make sure that none of these lanes eventually is able to take down their their tier 2, then it is all gonna be great for Cambodia because they would have a decent amount of lead. But Rafa over the back lines almost got a kill on Nabi, but Nabi flickers herself away to make sure that she's gonna get away from the main damage of Fracture, while Yui brings Livin down, while Tegami also manages to catch a really important kill on the side of Rafa. Cambodia, they hold down the fort. None of the members from the side of Cambodia went down. 0 casualty. What is going on here? How is Cambodia doing all of this?
My goodness, I feel like the Cyclops from you is giving Abstract some wild flashbacks here, because again, as you can see, Cambodia is, so close to breaking that first inhibitor, and she's really making the damage felt here for Saudi Arabia, and these team fights are really not working for them as we speak, because even though Livin is right there, she would save up. I feel like they're saving most of their skills longer than they would want to. We've seen the Frigid Glacier being used there, but just for them to be able to escape, and that is not the best case scenario, because I feel like for Saudi Arabia, you'd love to use your skills as the opener. You'd want to be the initiators. You have the Glorious Pathway. You also have the Raging Sandstorm. So those were the kind of skills that I would expect that would be utilized just like this, right? But it is not going to the best heroes possible, because UEE is just gonna go and utilize that Avatar of the Guardian to get away from that team fight. 3 ultimates are really lost from Saudi Arabia. I think the Lord is not present just yet.
This is damn. Saudi Arabia couldn't even bring down UEE despite using 3 ultimates, and now Tegami is just gonna go over the backlines. Look at the massive amount of damage he's able to do on the Lunar. The main damage dealer is now down. The 2 remaining swords is able to land on the lyrics. Cambodia, they will be able to push in through these lanes, push down the bottom lane T2. Saudi Arabia just doesn't want to defend this at all because they don't have anyone that can actually clear these waves fast enough without the Moskov.
And as of this moment, Saudi Arabia, they're in a little bit of a ruckus right now because Cambodia, I feel like they find order in chaos. Abstracted. That's the game that they have been playing so far. I think Saudi Arabia has had a really distinct plan of trying to fight with a 4-man lineup here and just let Rafa roam around the map, flank into the back lines, and hope for the best. Meanwhile, Cambodia is all over the place, and there's someone trying to find Rafa and Lunar scattered around the different portions of the map, and that is exactly what has been happening so far, and they have capitalized on that ever since, because they not only are they leading by 5k in terms of gold, but they also got the Lord for themselves.
Well, I'll be damned. Cambodia with a 5,000 gold lead. They have got the inhibitor turret in the middle lane taken down. They've got the Lord that is going to be working for them as well. The middle lane is going to be trampled like no tomorrow, and Cambodia is going to be super happy about that because the inhibitor turret in the top lane and the bottom lane is eventually going to eventually go down, right? And Cambodia, they're doing a massive amount of effort just to ensure that Saudi is going to be stuck within or the confines of their base. And Cambodia is doing a terrific job just to ensure that Saudi Arabia will have a tough time taking down the Lord. As you can see, the Lord with 25,000 HP walked right in. What it means at the top, how lockdown connect down on the lyrics, and of course, with the AOG living onto the live, and that Pride of Ice just gonna be popped, but he's just gonna be fine for now. But the main body is going to be absolutely decimated from the start of Tegami with 3 swords that is gonna be allowing Tegami to get herself away from the confines of the Fountain. Pink goes down to the hands of Yui. The Lord is almost going down, but Cambodia, the only thing that they have lost is UEE. Saudi Arabia lost to a gold lane Cyclops.
There. I'm gonna give like the rest of the 30 seconds to you. For everybody else who's currently watching, it's okay, Abstract. You can take this time to, gather your thoughts. I can talk to them. All right. As you guys can see, all right, it was Cambodia getting that first victory through an unusual friend, through an unusual ally in Cyclops to be placed in that gold lane. And this is the reason why you can't really, expect any other member coming in here from AEG Bangkok 2024, just because of the fact that anything is possible. We see Kadita getting picked up so many times. We see most of the heroes finally joining in on the party. And then the recent addition, the Cyclops, which Abstract is, mortified about, not because of the player, but just because of the hero in itself. But I have to say though, man, Abstract 0, Cyclops 1 for today.
Please don't MVP on Cyclops. Please just put it on the link. The link did well. The link did fabulous. Okay, they didn't show the MVP. Okay, I still have some time to breathe. So, okay. At the start, I did mention that Cyclops is labeled a mage, but he does not fulfill the conditions of a mage. And I easily say that Cyclops is understandably the worst mage made in the game, solely because of the fact that Cyclops is just not a conventional mage. You think about mage, you think burst damage, you think immediate, instant gratification. You want someone to be locked down on the turret because they overextended, boom. Heroes like Eudora locks them down almost immediately. Good amount of crowd control, there's something that Yves is able to do, Loy is able to do. But what exactly can the Cyclops do? You throw a ball to the opponent's side. Okay, thank God it's UAE. Thank you UAE for taking that MVP away. But Cambodia though, I gotta have to say they did well. They hands down did very well against Saudi Arabia. And honestly, Saudi Arabia is supposed to do super well. They have great early games from the side of they've got great early games from the side of Khalid. Rafa is supposed to have that crazy amount of pacing and tempo in the lanes in order for them to win in the early games, but that just wasn't the case for Saudi Arabia, and they just melted. They lost to, honestly, I don't even know if whether it's actually the Cyclops or is it actually Ling or is it actually it's a whole team effort. Just put it that way. Whole team effort.
Yeah, I think.
Whole team.
Yeah, I think it's because of the fact that it's easier for you to allocate your resources, given that there's not a lot of players or not a lot of heroes in that team that needs gold to be able to operate, right? Just look at it. The Ling and the Cyclops are the only ones that could garner a lot of gold. Meanwhile, when you're looking at the Terizla, it's a really good laning hero. When you look at the Gatot Kacha, it's a really good setup hero that doesn't need to be present at all of the times, and those were kind of like the combinations that has worked so well for a lot of teams here at AEG. The penalty zone and the Avatar of the Guardian combination that really locked down a lot of the opposing teams, and there's no way for them to compete in that specific scenario, most especially Saudi Arabia that didn't have a single purify skill on the other side. So I felt like Cambodia was just playing target practice in terms of where to land here. If you are containing the Avatar of the Guardian, where to place the penalty zone. And for Tegami, she was also able to stellarly play that Link to perfection, and she has that developed confidence as well, knowing that the Angela is going to be part of that team fight every single time. So good presence of mind coming from Nabi, but the mechanics of Tegami was really stellar to take note of. And last but not the least, the surprise of the game, none other than the Cyclops. Who would have thought that the Cyclops would have gotten the sorry man, okay, go ahead.
No. We wrap up this match. We're not talking about Cyclops anymore because I know for sure my social media is going to be spammed by people tagging me Cyclops wins.
Alright, let me check.
I do not want to see any more Cyclops from this point in time again. Let's hope that this is just a one-off where the coach just be like, you know what, this is gonna be great. Let's just play a Cyclops in here. It's all fun and games. They won the game. Perfect. Solid. I gotta have to say they did a very good job. But let's not see a Cyclops anymore. Okay? Let's
okay.
not see a Cyclops anymore. Man.
You need a break, man. I think you need a break. Yeah.
I really just need a break. Cambodia, you guys did a good job. You guys put that right in my face, and I need to reset myself, okay? Because you guys defied all odds. You guys won it 1-0 against Saudi Arabia, who took a game away from you guys in the group stages. We'll see you guys in the short pit. Cambodia. Good job.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa, dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impi, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Bulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia diraih for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu siapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back over to the Asian Esports Games 2024. My name's Abstract, with me here is Hans, and we are back in once again, and I have come back, refreshed more than ever, while Hans is looking terrified over something. I don't know what, but his eyes are huge, and he has frozen into a daze. He's no longer frozen into a daze and no longer scared.
Do you think I'm frozen or I'm not frozen? I'm gonna try. Look.
It was was a decent try, but the only thing that is really like throwing you off was your earpiece. That's the only thing that's giving you away.
I should like try it again. I'm gonna try it next time, cause this right here is intense. Even my earphones are feeling it, man. They can't fixate themselves into just one position, because again, this is a match that could determine the fate of both of these teams. And as of the moment, we are currently seeing, right, Cambodia and Saudi Arabia, with Cambodia already at match point. So Saudi Arabia needs a little bit more tweaking to do for them to have a really good chance of getting the victory in this one.
So with that all said and done, let's take a look at the draft right over here. With Saudi Arabia picking up the Hilda, the Aurora, as well as Khalid. So right off the bat, we already know that is an either or when it comes down to the Rome and who's going to be in the EXP. Very likely, it is going to be a Hilda in the EXP and the Khalid in the Rome. While in the meantime, for Cambodia, they did manage to pick up a Hayabusa as well as the Gatotkaca. So at least we've got that out of the way. We also managed to see a 1-1 over to the side of Cambodia. So this means that we will no longer be able to see that pesky Cyclops gold lane. Thank you, Cambodia. But looking to be pretty strong so far from the side of Saudi Arabia. Their early game is gonna be strong. But Cambodia, you're gonna have to really watch out for that 1-1 though, being able to get some free weakness points depleted over to the side of the Hilda.
Yeah, I feel like for the entirety of this Cambodia lineup, yes, the Gatotkaca can still be flexed into the EXP or the Rome, but from what we're seeing, right, from what we're seeing in the recent matchups that have happened, I feel like the Gatotkaca really is at the Rome position, and they're trying to at least pair it up with either an Edith Rizla, so that it would be very good in terms of like place where it wants to land on that avatar of the Guardian. So I feel like for Cambodia, that's been the same recipe that they're trying to go for, but for Saudi Arabia, there's been quite a bit of a change here with what they want to execute in this game, right? They picked up the Aurora for themselves. They also landed on that Van Hilda as well as the first pick, so that they would be able to disturb the Hayabusa whenever they want to. And not only that, it's also in terms of the Khalid and the Hilda, that would be a really good combination in terms of disrupting the flow of offense here for Cambodia in the early portions of the game. So maybe that's something that they could really focus their eyes on, so that there wouldn't be any sort of probabilities and possibilities here for a lot of the teams, especially with the Ling and the Fanny being banned out here. So I feel like the Nolan might be the choice once more for Saudi Arabia if they want to go for it.
That is if they want to go for it. I think that if they kind of wait to go over the back lines to really deal with the 1-1 will always be a very good thing to have. But ultimately, I will still say that they have a lot of possibilities and a lot of things that they can kind of work with to play around, right? Oh, an updated UI. Now that is beautiful.
You'll love to see it.
Now, yeah. So now we can have a better idea as to what's going on here, right? So we've got the Ling and the Fanny being banned out from the side of Cambodia, absolutely respecting the picks from the side of Saudi Arabia, even though Tegami was the one that's played the Ling and showed absolute dominance in all of that, but they definitely do not want Saudi Arabia to have that chance to pick up.
I'm wondering who that last ban of Saudi Arabia is. Oh, there it is. I was wondering who the bird was. Was that like close to Diggy?
Little penguin.
But then it's not. It's a mascot, right? It's a mascot. So yeah, Valentina is gonna be the choice there. But yeah, it could potentially be a new hero. But nope, guys, that's not the case, because you probably saw the mascot in like the opening ceremonies. But as we were saying now, it's the Valentina that's going to be banned out. So that's the Vexana and the Valentina taken out by Saudi Arabia here. But then Cambodia is looking for other different sources. And I like the fact that they have the glue onto their side. So at some point, a lot of disposition is gonna happen for Saudi Arabia that could go into Cambodia's favor. Because again, you have the Aurora, you have the Khalid, and all of these heroes are really good when isolated with each other. They can go toe to toe with you one on one. That Khalid and Hilda. So I feel like if Glue would be able to put them out of position, then maybe they could really stand a good chance against those two tanky heroes of Saudi Arabia.
And not to forget, right, Blue is absolutely a banger in the lane against the Hilda. We don't see Glue all that much because of the possibilities of seeing a Vexana or a Faramis. But in this very case, now that the mage hero has already been picked up, which is the Aurora, the Glue is all for the taking. And Cambodia really put their thinking caps on and picked up the Glue. This way, the EXP lane coming in from that Hilda is not going to be all that easy anymore. It is going to be a Glue that will be holding on to the front extremely well. And now is all about that final pick that we really wanted to see. What exactly would that final pick look like, especially since we are looking at, let's see, just lacking of a mage. Valentina has been taken away, Vexana has been taken away as well. So honestly, Loi is something that I would believe could be a very possible pick, but they don't really have anyone that really makes it sure like they want to play as a death ball. And in this case, wow! Odette!
Oh wow, Cambodia is digging deep in their mages as of the moment. Game 1, they had the hero that is not to be named, Cyclops, everybody, for everybody's information. And then for game number 2, you have the Odette right away, but this mid laner is definitely gonna go, or this mage is now gonna go to the mid compared to what has happened in game number 1. So a lot of the picks here coming in from Cambodia have been pretty unconventional, but if they can replicate the same strategy that they've had in game number 1, then anything is possible here.
Well, I think that the main thing that we gotta have to do, at least for the side of Cambodia, is to help the viewers kind of understand what they gotta have to do in the lanes and how things will work out, right? But hold on a second, up in the top lane, Moshi definitely having a tad little bit of a problem going up against Lyrics as well as Livin, but it's gonna be held out in the lane for a little while longer. I know that when it comes down to Blue, he's got very good healing capabilities and being able to lock down the Hilda in place. This is definitely going to help. In the meantime, the second coming from the side of Livin wants to get herself away from the rest of the members from the side of Cambodia. As such, Saudi Arabia has already expended a single flicker onto their side. That's not looking great at all. Cambodia continues to go on forward. Pink joins into the fray, wants to get a little bit more on the UEE, but look at that. The Revitalize is doing quite a number, but Rafa, with the electrifying beats, brought down UEE. And that is definitely gonna hurt.
That was a bad sequence coming in from Cambodia, honestly, because UEE didn't have any business being that deep in Saudi Arabia's space. She could have just let Livin go, but instead she wanted to pop off at least the Pride of Ice, but that is definitely not gonna happen with the total damage that the Gatotkacha is gonna be dealing. And not only that, right, the kill went on to Rafa, so this gives more options for Saudi Arabia to move forward. The pick is gonna be cut here to half of his health.
Oh my god, look at that. If not for Livin, that would have been a dead Khalid. But Lyrics now on the face of Moshi, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to get a kill down on Moshi that easily, as Moshi popped into millions of glulings, and he's gonna be a-okay at least for now. Might be able to possess on someone, or maybe not. He escaped and out of the sticks, the split form, and now it's gonna be down to the hands of Pink. While Livin gets a kill down on Tegami as well. Rafa takes the turtle, but now Nabi going in for the Swan Song. Not quite enough to deal a decent amount of damage to the members of the side of Saudi Arabia. And now it's Lyrics that is just pushing the rest of the Cambodians away.
Saudi Arabia making the here so far in this game. They've pushed more of those resources into trying to make the turn in this game, right? Cambodia, knowing that there are a lot of heroes from Cambodia that were low HP and they had the balance in Saudi Arabia, so there was one hero to hold the turtle, and then the other 3 members went out to try and lower the low weight coming in from Cambodia. So really good presence of mind coming in from Saudi Arabia. So really good presence of mind coming in from KSA. They know what they're supposed to do at this point, and hopefully they can sustain it, because again, this is their tournament life on the line, and you don't want Cambodia for you to land on a sweep. A team that in the group stage is gonna be the team that's gonna eliminate you from the entire tournament. You don't want that to be the headline.
Exactly, and you also wouldn't want to go down in a 2-0 fashion. It's now Saudi Arabia popping off as Rafa takes a kill down on the 1-1, and as they continue on, UAE as well as Nabi joins in the fray. But the Swan Song is not quite enough to get a kill down on the Pink just yet. Pink is just going to be roaming around, hoping that he will be able to get away, but oh no, Pink with a sliver of health almost got away, but down to the count of Nabi.
That's going to be the first kill of Cambodia in this specific game. So if you're Cambodia, you'll take what you can get. Absolutely. It just at least gives you a bit more of that composure, and it gives you a bit more of that momentum. Because again, there's going to be a second turtle appearing in this fight. And that kill went on to Nabi, who didn't really check that push and got surprised by the Khalid here.
Wow, the electrifying beast from Zara Rafa definitely putting quite a number over to the side of Cambodia. They are really afraid of that Joy, as we can very obviously tell. Now, Saudi Arabia, they do have got the priority over the turtle, and Cambodia, they have absolutely nothing that they can do against the turtle. With Saudi Arabia constantly winning in every single one of these lanes, it's very hard for them to keep up, as you can see UAE completely swamped by the numbers of Saudi Arabians. It's just going to be jumping and collapsing onto one person.
They've been showering them with a lot of those AoE damage, right? It has literally been the case here for Saudi Arabia at this point in time. They're taking advantage of the fact that Cambodia only has those single target burst damage potential, to the point where Tekami doesn't even have an entire link to herself, but she got living right at the back.
Yep, and here we go. The Frigid Glacier didn't really quite manage to land onto anyone at this point in time just yet. While Saudi Arabia, they're constantly putting a lot of emphasis on the members for the side of Cambodia. As you can see, Lyrics all the way in the back lines. The flicker, Blast the Raging Sandstorm lands perfectly, but now B goes in with the Swan Song, but surprisingly, that damage is just not really doing anything at all. While in the meantime, Moshi inhibits onto Lyrics, hoping they will be able to do enough, but let's be honest here, this is gonna be a tough one for Moshi. Once he's out of Lyrics, he's probably gonna die, but a quick little flicker will be able to ensure that Moshi runs away just as effectively, while Saudi Arabia takes 3 kills, while they only lost a single one.
Great patience coming in from KSA, just knowing when, as soon as a lot of the skills coming in from Cambodia were utilized already by the said team, Saudi Arabia just went for it, just because they have the Aerithel on their side. Lunar, we haven't seen much of her in like the first few minutes of the matchup, but that didn't stop her from getting most of these objectives to be in her favor. And not only that, that's going to be another kill towards us. Cambodia, Saudi Arabia is really going for it.
Great follow-up when it comes to Raging Sandstorm. Nabi continues on with the Swan Song. Didn't really quite manage to do too much damage at all. Living with a killing spree down on the UEE. While Tegami goes over to the backlines, hoping that the Ohi Shadow kill is more than enough to get a kill down onto Lunar. But every single one of the members from Saudi Arabia survives, while Cambodia lost 3.
Yeah, Tegami was, taking a risk as of that moment, because she knew that she already used most of her skill sets. She doesn't have a quad shadow to be able to escape, so the best gamble she could go for was to just go for a Ugi shadow kill and hope for the best. But during that time, Saudi Arabia, good presence of mind, sticking together makes or divides that total damage output. But here they go again.
Oh my god, Rafa, bloodthirsty, time and time again, just dealing with Yui like no tomorrow. Now that is definitely a pain in the butt, since this 1-1 can't do anything at all to Rafa because he's traveling at the speed of light. And Cambodia, now with their back against the wall, this is Nabi, Moshi, and UEE that went down to a single Hilda.
this is just, pretty much unfortunate for Cambodia, because again, you'd love to at least make that pretty operational, but as soon as I say that, man, Nabi and Yui is having the worst of times. 0-5 and 0 for the 1-1. She didn't get the scaling that she needs in the early portions of the game, so she's going to be even more delayed in the later stages. And Saudi Arabia has done a tremendous job, most especially Rafa, just because of the fact that she is always present whenever the 1-1 appears on the floor. She does not hesitate to use those electrifying beats to just make sure that the damage is going to be felt by Cambodia here. And now their backs are against the wall. Saudi Arabia looking to extend this to a game number 3.
Exactly. Saudi Arabia is doing an absolutely phenomenal job that Cambodia can't even do anything. But we are now currently 9 minutes into the game. We're looking at about 8,000 goal lead, very much in line to what they want to do. As the Reggie says, don't lands on the UE. Oh, not again, UE, not again! The entirety of Cambodia melts at the touch of Saudi Arabia, as this hot knife is slicing through the buttery smooth Cambodia. And this is just a tough game to come back onto, because Cambodia can only play in the late stages of the game. They need to survive even longer for Nabi to get the damage that she absolutely wants.
That's going to be another question, right? Can Cambodia reach that point in time where they can fight back when they want to? Because if they don't, Saudi Arabia is then just going to wreak havoc over and over again. Yui is struggling so much into trying to find those resources available. She doesn't have a choice. She needs to come out of the base just so the resources are going to happen here. Because from what we're seeing, right, Saudi Arabia is already freezing the lanes, not really taking much of those minions away, so that Yui is going to be starved here. She can't really buy a lot of those resources just because she lacks the gold that should come from the minions, but Saudi Arabia is not giving it to her anyway.
Oh man, so now Nabi as well, Nabi, Tegami, Yui, all three of them does not have the farm that is absolutely required for them to even go online. And Saudi Arabia is already at 10,000 gold lead at this point in time, so the gap is just going to get wider and wider. Once Saudi Arabia reaches, 45,000 gold, that is pretty much going to be the end game for the side of Saudi, while Cambodia will still be stuck somewhere around 30 to 35k on the economy. So there is a lot of time that Cambodia needs to burn and to buy. Only 18 minutes into the game. Only then can we expect Cambodia be able to fight back, but can they hold on that long?
Not only that, right, but Cambodia hasn't even broken a single turret. But as soon as they say that, it's Tegami finally contributing to an objective that was scored here coming in from Cambodia. But the only problem is that they are just struggling to find most of their damage outputs just because of the lack of gold. You see the 10,000 gold gap discrepancy here in favor of Saudi Arabia, and in disagree coming in from Cambodia. They have to find a way to secure this, because again, the Hayabusa is supposed to scale in the early portions of the game, but she couldn't come to full effect anymore. I'm talking about Tegami, because the power spike is already gone as we speak, so it's supposed to be Yui's time, but she chose a defensive item with that rose gold meter instead of building on those extra damage outputs, just because she could no longer handle the damage that was brought about by Saudi Arabia.
So now 12 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. The Lord is marching down from the bottom lane. Mid and the top lane are equally as pushed out. Saudi Arabia, they're really happy with what they've got, as Lyric just going to be jumping right into the face of UAE. UAE runs away with the AOG just to make sure that Reggie Sansom doesn't hit on anyone. Nabi popped off with the Swan Song, but where's the damage at all? Cambodia! They're melted down one by one. It is where Saudi Arabia, they broke through like an Olympic diver, and Cambodia would have unfortunately have got no answer to this whatsoever. As now Tegami hoping that they will be able to extend their lifeline, hoping that they will be able to stay in this game for a little while longer. Tegami went in for a short little bit together with Nabi. They should be able to clear this wave just as effectively, but every single one of the members from the side of Saudi Arabia are just going to be focusing down on Tegami with the next one over to the side of Nabi. Saudi Arabia takes game 2.
Victory!
They're just basically telling us that this right here is not, all right, this game right here is not the group stages. It is not the group stages. I am
Look.
for certain that Saudi Arabia really made sure that they can get the win here, because again, you don't want that to be the headline, and they are definitely not agreeing to that as we speak, because now we're back to a 1-1. And Abstract, man, Cyclops was game number 1, Odette was game number 2. I felt like there were a lot of bag of tricks, or there were a lot of possible pieces in that bag of tricks of Cambodia, but it seems like Saudi Arabia just played fundamental, chaotic MLBB ball game in this one.
Exactly. Honestly, I just gotta have to say, even though Cambodia, they gave me a little bit of a PTSD in game number 1, I absolutely adore what they have got in the drafting stage, right? Gave us a little bit of a Cyclops, gave us a little bit of an Odette, definitely unorthodox picks, which is actually one of the main reasons why MLB is so fun to watch, so fun to cast. Unless it's a Cyclops, maybe we'll kind of change things out a little bit here. But regardless, the Cambodia coach definitely have got something very different in his mind. It did work out in game number 1, but not quite for game number 2. As much as I want to say this, it's kind of tough for me to be kind of like biased per se, but I actually kind of want to see Cambodia moving on forward even further, because they've got some amazing bag of tricks that we probably don't know too much about.
But as of the moment, when you see it, right, none other than Lyrics is going to be the MVP of this game number 2. Just an amazing performance brought about by this player, knowing what she is most likely capable of, especially when she was using that Hilda, providing some space for the rest of her teammates. And not only that, right, because she was the main source of attention coming in from the side of Saudi Arabia, which enabled Pink to unleash those raging sandstorms due to the information that she was giving. Lunar was also able to increase more into that pull gap. And not only that, right, they were also you see, it seemed like you had a change of outfit there.
A little bit of change
is that what you were
outfit,
looking
yes.
for a while ago?
Yes. I was trying to unhook it from my trophy stash, just so to show my sportsmanship as well as my showmanship to Cambodia, because honestly, it has been fun. Okay, as much as I absolutely hate the Cyclops, okay, but I want to see them move through, just so that they will be able to show us even more amazing games from this point onwards. So we found ourselves in a 1-1 fashion. I honestly want to see more from them, and I am very excited to see Cambodia. What other tricks do you have in that party bag? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go off for a short little break, and once we are back, we will be able to give you the final game between these two monsters, between Saudi Arabia and Cambodia. Don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back with you.
Kepada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerat. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for Earth State in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back over to the Asian Esports Games 2024. Here, we have got the lower bracket quarterfinals between Cambodia and Saudi Arabia, which went to a 1-1 in this best of 3 series. And so far, Cambodia has been giving us one heck of a party composition. Basically, they're pulling things out of the party hat. And so far, it worked great for game 1. Not exactly for game 2 though. But anyways, my name's Abstract. With me here is Hans. The both of us gonna be a caster for this game.
Yeah, I'd like to build up on what you mentioned a while ago. In case you guys don't know, the aspect of what has been Cambodia's lineup here is more on trying out different kinds of compositions, or the same kind of composition, but at the same time you'd add something, you'd add much of a twist to it. Like Cyclops has been that game number 1, Odette has been the game number 2. It's like, you know, the famous conflicting statements of putting pineapple on pizza. Now, I don't know what your insights with that are, or those are, but it's kind of like the idea that Cambodia is trying to fixate in this kind of matchup that we have right now. And meanwhile, Saudi Arabia, it's somewhat of a very traditional, approach that we have been witnessing from them so far. Banning out the Bruno, banning out the Angela. It's been this kind of scenario already. Immediately coming in from Saudi Arabia, they know what they know what Cambodia has been capable of. So they're trying to limit the Tegami support so that the Angeling will not happen, and the Hayabusa as well.
To answer your question, I like my pineapple on my pizza. I don't love it. I like it. Most people are hating it because it's cool to hate, in my honest opinion. But I like my pineapple.
Come on, man. Don't do your social media like that, man.
But anyways, let's take a look at this game, right? Because we've got the Hayabusa, Ling, and Bruno being banned away from the side of Saudi Arabia, and Mathilda, Juiced, banned from the side of Cambodia. We're still looking for that one final ban from the side of Cambodia. And so far, we're gonna have to kind of look at what has been a problem thus far, right? Is it really gonna be the heal? Okay, they're gonna ban the Hilda after all. Joy definitely seems like a problem. It worked out very well for Saudi Arabia, but it feels like it is definitely a case-on-case basis. It worked well in the game given the circumstances, but it's not something that you can kind of pull off in every single darn game. And I still definitely gonna have to give my props over to Rafa for being able to be that pesky hunter that is just constantly going after Yui time and time again.
Yeah, as expected, it's gonna be the Hylos that will appear first. I'm expecting more of like a Khalid appearing here this time for Cambodia. I feel like um, they had a hard time trying to go up against that Khalid from before, but it completely crossed my mind that the Suyu is available, and that's immediately going to be a pickup for Cambodia, which leads me to the option of having the Alpha as well, because Suyu can go very well against the Alpha, and the same can go the other way around. So I feel like the Gatacha and the Hylos would have pretty critical roles here as to how they would want to approach trying to put a stop into one of those junglers, because that is going to be the idea that they will try to instill now. I'm wondering if Eve is going to be added into the mix now, but nope. Saudi Arabia is really about their Nolan as we speak. Even in the midst of the Alpha, they are not willing to take it for themselves. And to add that 1-1 as well, they were trying to, this was a hero that was utilized by Yui in game number 2. So kind of like giving him a lecture that, hey, this is how you use the 1-1 at this point in time.
Hey, we actually haven't seen a lot of Suyo as well, so I'm actually kind of surprised that it actually leaked out of the bag. So we shall see how that is going to work out for them, right? So with the Hylos, the Nolan as well as 1-1, I like how Saudi Arabia actually picked up the Hylos first and it immediately picked up the 1-1, so that Cambodia wouldn't have a chance to pick up the 1-1 for themselves. So now Cambodia will have to resort over to picking out that Harith. It worked well, definitely, for UAE before, and I think that Saudi Arabia, they definitely will want to look out for that, considering the fact that we have got Gatakacha plays very well into the Harith for being able to deny an area. Maybe for the side of Saudi Arabia, they can look for more heroes that can define these areas well, like the Phobias, for example.
Yeah, as of this moment, that is going to be the Harith and the 1-1 in the mix of that gold lane matchup, and we're looking at a Khalid that's going to be the first ban here for the Cambodian squad in the second phase of this game. Not only that, right, you're also going to have to take a look at the Aurora on the other side for Saudi Arabia, because both of these teams doesn't really have a lot of magic damage yet, except for Cambodia because they have the Harith. So I'm looking for mid laners here. Maybe the Vexana would come in really handy, but I am wondering if Cambodia still has some tricks up in their sleeve because of the picks that they've had from a while ago. Do they have something left in their arsenal once more that could surprise us in this game number 3? Or will they go traditional this time around and look for those meta heroes? I mean, you still have a lot, right? Like the Valentina, you have at some point the Faramis if you want to use it as well, because it could go in matchup okay at some point when the 1-1 uses that crossbow of Tang, but as I say it, they're the ones who banned it instead. So the Faramis and the Khalid are going to be taken out by Cambodia.
So with the Phobias and the Aurora taken out from the side of Saudi Arabia, they're really afraid of Cambodia being able to supplement all of these area denial to themselves, and I think that is pretty valid. But what other heroes is currently left to the side of Saudi Arabia? That's the question, right? Vexana is currently still available, and I think that Vexana is probably one of the main contested high priority picks for both sides. So Cambodia might want to focus on taking that away, because aside from this, honestly, aside from Vexana, I can't really think about anyone else unless. Okay, the other thing I'm thinking about is Loyi, but that could work, right?
Yeah, I think the Zask is a really good counter towards the Hylos, or maybe not like a hard counter, but it deals enough damage so that the Hylos will be peeled off its HP bar every once in a while. And in addition, I was wondering why the Phobius was banned instead of the Terizla, because the Terizla was what Cambodia is mixing together with the Gatotkacha all throughout the first 2 games of the matchup that we've seen. But they didn't get to use it, if I remember correctly, in game number 2, and they might go for that right now, considering that Cambodia has been on a roll, but instead it's going to be a Sicilian added into the mix here. So pretty early is the scaling coming in from Cambodia with the Zask and the Suyo together with the Gatot Kacha in that trio mid. But on the other side, you have either the Edith or the Hylos and the Rome, you have the Nolan and the Sicilian. Both ends of the spectrum are going to be covered there in terms of late game and early game damage output. So this is a very well-rounded composition coming in from Saudi Arabia. But now that I look at it, the 1-1 and Sicilian are going to be activated way later in this game. So the Nolan and the Edith are going to need to do some hard carrying, because if they don't, it's going to be a little difficult for them to push through with the initiations moving forward.
I absolutely agree. In fact, it kind of seems like a very, very greedy draft from the side of Saudi Arabia. If they know that they are a competition, or rather, if they know that they are a team that prefers and likes to play over to the late stages of the game, I can understand why they have decided to go for that. In the meantime, the final pick from the side of Cambodia happens to be a Tigreal. As such, the Gatokacha will go over to the EXP lane. We'll talk about lane priorities in a short little bit. But for now, we do have got Nolan as well as the Suyo that will be starting from the same point and ending together by the EXP lane.
And not only that, right? We're looking at two potential power picks here coming in from Cambodia, just because they picked up the Gatot Kacha and the Tigreal on their side, and no purifies except for Sicilian is happening for Saudi Arabia, which led to a flicker in the coming here from Pink that would not be available in that first turtle fight. So they're quite tad here in terms of like the battle spells, but as long as a lot of them are going to be staying alive, they have a chance to make it into the level 4 and hopefully deal some damage early on.
One thing that I'm a little bit worried about Cambodia's lineup is the fact that they picked up the Zask into the Hylos. And the thing about that is that Hylos cannot go down to the Dominator's descent. And that is definitely the most important thing. In fact, we'll hold on a second as down in the bottom lane, Moshi pops off with a Revitalize in hopes that he will be able to stay alive from Lyrics. And indeed, he will be able to stay alive from Lyrics as well as Rafa. So that's all fine and dandy. But for me to finish things up, Nabi might not be able to do any form of damage aside from bringing Lyrics all the way down to a very low amount of HP, because the Hylos would want to tank the entire laser beams from Nabi.
You see the situation, right? Both of the teams not having enough firepower yet to be able to take at least one of the tanky members from either squad. So they're heavily going to be prioritizing more on the objectives, and that's exactly what Saudi Arabia is going to be doing here, because they will be able to take the first turtle of this game. And as I was saying a while ago, it takes 3 just to be able to give pressure towards Lunar, not kill, just pressure. So Saudi Arabia, knowing this, they will transition into the purple buff objective, and that's going to be the first flash of this game.
I don't think that Cambodia will be able to hold them out at all, as Saudi Arabia came in and got what they wanted, which is the purple buff, and that is going to be credited over to the side of Rafa. While Tegami playing as the Suyo didn't get much of an EXP from that. So at least for now, they're both at level 5. It is still salvageable at this point in time. Cambodia, I'm mostly just looking out in the early stages of the game. How much damage do they realistically have? Considering the fact that Tegami is actually a very painful hero in the early stages. But ladies and gentlemen, the very first technical pause that we are going to be seeing for today. Now, for those people that have just came in, welcome to the Asian Esports Game 2024. This is match number 4 out of 5 matches that will be casted today. We've went through quite a lot of games already, and right now we're looking at the lower bracket quarterfinals between Cambodia and Saudi Arabia, which have turned out into a 1-1 in this best of 3 game. And so far, I think that Hans and I would both agree in unison that this game is probably gonna be the toughest game, where we definitely have to send off one of these teams. And so far, both of these teams have given us tremendous effort in their gameplay, and of course, very enjoyable to watch too.
Yeah, I think in game number 1, Cambodia surprised us with a pretty uncharacteristic pick, if I would say. given that, it's not usually picked very often, but they were able to overwhelm Saudi Arabia just because of the chaos that they were given them. And then Saudi Arabia, on the other hand, fought back in that second game. It's just by trying to dish out as much of the possible scenarios here. One being the extra damage output that has always been part of that AoE. I feel like for both of these teams, Aurora has been a pretty critical hero towards how they claim victorious as in most of the time. So I honestly feel like if that's going to be the case, then there is going to be a good chance that AoE is going to be leaning on towards that team fight, because those team fights have been really crucial for them moving forward into this game. And not only that, right, you have AoE, you have early game scaling and damage as well, which goes to the side of this ask. So I'm wondering on how Saudi Arabia is going to be making their moves into getting those objectives, because if they won't be able to get it, then the Sicilian and the 1-1, both of them will not have enough time to scale, and that is going to be the main issue of Saudi Arabia in this game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the draft, Hans, what do you think, right? Based on the trends and based on both of the teams' playstyles thus far, who do you think is going to be taking this game, though?
Based on the draft, I would like to say that at some point, Saudi Arabia's draft is a little too risky for me. I feel like Cambodia's draft is a little easier to execute just because they have the early game pressure. But based on the trend that the games are usually going, we tend to go for like the counter engages. And I feel if Saudi Arabia plays their cards right, they would be able to prolong the game and get the victory just because they have two late game power horses on their side. They have the 1-1 and they also have the Sicilian. But if the early game doesn't go very well for Saudi Arabia, then it might be Cambodia's to take, just because of the Suyu and the easy objective taking that Cambodia can possess here, knowing that there's a lot of possible skills in their arsenal that they could potentially use.
Yeah, I would agree as well, right? When so far, I'll say that team fight has always been the case and team fight has always worked out, because at least for the side of Saudi Arabia, it is risky. It is a very greedy draft. They need to play the game towards the very late stages of the game. They do have Lyrics that is a very tanky wall. They also do have Pink that can double as both. But let's be honest here, when it comes down to a chaotic team fight of 5 versus 5, I think that Saudi Arabia would not be able to stand too much chance within of UAE's Zaman Force because of an incoming AOG or perhaps even Nabi, making sure that the opponents were unable to run away from the Zaman Force. It really just boils down to positioning and how Cambodia funnels the members of Saudi Arabia backwards, right? Because it's all about the retreat. It's all about the retreat of Saudi Arabia that Cambodia gotta have to catch on.
All I'm before the start of the first turtle fight or the second turtle fight already is that Rafa can't die in these first 6 minutes. Because if she does, then that means it's going to be a little trouble. And considering that we are already in, and then there hasn't really been a lot of activity in the map so far, favor Saudi Arabia because they get prolong the team fights even longer. So I feel like Cambodia is going to have to force something here so that the scaling would go their way. And I feel like that's exactly what they're going to do.
At this point in time, we're just going to be looking at a 4-minute turtle. Well, Saudi Arabia, they have gotten themselves quite a bit of priority, but there we go. The Glorious Pathway is just going to be drawing a line to Nabi, while Rafa was hoping that he will be able to go all the way to the back lines, but unfortunately, Dominators, the stun coming from the side of Nabi just ensures that he will be able to be safe and sound, and even getting the kill down onto Pink. So now Cambodia can very blatantly walk into the face while the flicker implosion coming from UAE came right in, landed onto Libid as well as Rafa. So now We've got the Purify that's been popped from the side of Livin. They're trying to go for a comeback. They're trying to fight back again. Nabi flickers right into the brushes and hoping they'll be able to come back. But Lunar, as well as Nabi, trades against one another.
Oh, wow.
And Tegami saves Moshi right by the hair, while Yui came back to life, joined in with the Summon Force, goes in with the Synchro Vision, deals a significant amount of damage over the Pink, and the Chrono Dash for the Synchro Vision finishes it off once again on the Pink. That is a cycle of death coming in from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it felt like for the entire 1 minute and 30 seconds of that team fight, everybody has at least experienced death. Except for Tegami, except for Moshi. So I felt like Cambodia has had a really good run in that first few minutes. And Saudi Arabia was able to take that turtle because even though there was a certain amount of implosion that was landed by UEE towards Rafa and Livin. Livin used her purify to be able to get away. But meanwhile, Rafa just had enough of airtime for her to be able to get out of that, and then came a series of bloodshed for both of these teams as Cambodia was able to get more of that. But here comes the fight once more.
Immediately, it does seem like we do have the crossbow of tank just going to be popped coming in from Lunar. He's going to be safe and sound, while Moshi hopes that he will be able to get away. He still continues on. Moshi's almost stayed alive. UEE, I could say the same as well, as he survives with just a sliver of health, while Rafa made her way to the middle lane, takes down the middle lane tier 1 turret.
Again, we've seen the same strategy from Saudi Arabia in the first game, right? Where Saudi Arabia's idea is that they're going to have to fight with a 4-man or 4-woman push. And then Rafa's just going to go ahead, roam around the map, try to find a really good angle where they could penetrate through the defenses and go back to the turtle. And I feel like that's what they're going for now, with another turret taken down, but Pink and Lyrics being left behind here.
Saudi looking for more. Cambodia flickers forward. Moshi lands the AOG around the Livin right within of the Zaman Force. Cambodia pushes the rest of Saudi Arabia away. They did manage to pick up a single kill, and that's more than enough because Cambodia can just threaten onto the purple buff and steal it away from Saudi Arabia. But that's not gonna be the end. 3-man implosion knocks up. Cambodia comes in, takes 2 kill, or rather takes only 1 kill onto Lyrics at the cost of UEE's life.
I felt like that would have been even better when the follow-up came in immediately. Saudi Arabia got lucky in that time because it was only Lyrics that got caught in the crossfire. If Cambodia was, even a second alert, or a second more alert, I felt like it would have gotten south completely for Saudi Arabia. But fortunately for them, it was only Lyrics that was taken back then, and it was also UEE that was killed in that clash for Cambodia. So at this point in time, Cambodia is still leading by 2,000 in terms of gold lead, but Saudi Arabia has been doing a really good job in trying to prolong this fight, courtesy of Rafa doing work in different parts of the map. Just look at this, right? It's always going to be 4 members from Saudi Arabia grouped up together, and Rafa doing work on the other sides of the map. And I feel like Cambodia is starting to catch up to it.
Little bit by a little bit. Rafa is just being an absolute menace, going to take down every single one of these. Oh, almost gotten away. The Grand Theft turret went out well for Saudi Arabia at the cost of his own life, but Mochi re-engages when it comes down to the AOG. Tegami goes for the flicker, wants to end up a kill on the Livin, but I don't think that's gonna be the case. Never mind! Whee! Amazing implosion once again. Pulls down on the Pink, forced the Purify from the side of Livin. Cambodia reclaims the middle lane tier 2 as Saudi Arabia, once again, they gotta have to play from behind.
That has been the story of this game, right? You can't let Rafa die in this first 10 minutes because she's going to be the one that needs to carry the early game potential coming in from Saudi Arabia. But if Rafa goes down, then that means Cambodia has access to all of the other members because there's no longer going to be a distraction for Cambodia in terms of them proving a team fight with Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia, whenever they go for these team fights, they are only with 4 members. Rafa has always been roaming around the map. She is the reason why they have those 4 turrets taken down. But Cambodia has done a tremendous job in capitalizing in the fact that Rafa was already out of the picture, so they were forcing these team fights against Saudi Arabia, and they caught Lunar, they caught Ping, and sometimes they would also catch Livin. That was the best case scenario. So props to UEE for just finding the best targets possible with those implosions and forcing the Purify out of Livin for him to be, or for her to be a little bit more, doubtful on what her next moves are going to be like.
And now with the Lord that will be marching in from the middle lane, we still have a couple of Holy Defense that's available for the side of Saudi Arabia. Holy Defense popped in the middle and at the bottom with the Glorious Pathway popped from the side of Lyrics, just so that they will be able to slow down any form of push from the side of Cambodia, just to ensure that they will be safe and sound. UEE hoping to catch on to Rafa, but didn't manage to.
Yeah, 11 minutes have already been passing by in this specific game. Still a Holy Defense available on the top lane inhibitor for Saudi Arabia, but Cambodia, they were probably looking forward to at least burning down one of those inhibitors down, but that wasn't the case. So it was a good defense coming in from Saudi Arabia. 11 minutes in, you start to see a little bit more damage coming in from both Lunar and Livin. So at some point in time, Cambodia is gonna have to be a little bit more weary in what their next move is gonna be like, because again, you do have UEE and Moshi to unleash that implosion AOG combo, but the situation for Saudi Arabia is they are going to be more than willing to go for these team fights, considering that they have enough damage with Sicilian and the 1-1 already, who is currently at 3-1-0. So just really be careful here if you're Cambodia.
So now Cambodia, they have decided to play things a little bit slowly, as you can see. They're just making sure that they will be able to work their way over to the Lord, because at this point in time, they can't afford to lose anyone, as the Lord will only be popping by in about 30 seconds time. And Cambodia, it does seem like they're trying to go for a kill, and Yui himself wants to go for something as well. So close! Cambodia, they're gonna be fine.
That was dangerous, man. I was about to say, what was she doing there? I didn't know, because there wasn't enough teammates for her to initiate that sort of team fight. And I feel like as we speak, there's already the glowing one, the Clock of Destiny, being built up by the Sicilian. It's just 2 items in 13 minutes of gameplay, so she's trying to farm things a little bit slower than usual. Knowing this, Cambodia is wanting to go for the Lord, and they will be able to take it. No casualties whatsoever, unless it happens now.
Yeah, it's going to be a simple Lord take from the side of Cambodia, and all they really gotta have to do at this point in time is just hold the fort down, wait for the Lord to eventually come in, and bing bada boom, the Lord ends the game. But this is 13 minutes game, and I would very want to believe that Saudi Arabia should have enough firepower to kind of take down the Lord just that easily. So Cambodia might have to take a little bit more time before they can end the game.
Yeah, that's going to be the case here. And UEE also has that Flicker Implosion combo together with the Revitalize coming in from the Gatot Kacha. How and will they be able to defend?
Perhaps just a little while longer before we'll be able to see something amazing from Cambodia, as now the Lord is still slowly marching in. Saudi Arabia dealing with this Lord slowly but surely as the middle lane creep slowly marches on down. The Glorious Pathway is popped, and the AOG lands on the Livin. He haven't used the Purify just yet, but we do have the Zaman Force from the side of you. It's just going to be doing a tremendous amount of damage. And at this point in time, Saudi Arabia, they are left with 4 members. They're still going to be alive though. Cambodia lost UEE, while the Lord, or rather while the creeps, marches down middle lane. Cambodia, they manages to find themselves an absolute winner as of this game. Ladies and gentlemen, Cambodia moves on to the lower bracket semi-finals.
What an incredible performance coming in from Cambodia. They knew their timings. They knew the power spikes of their heroes, considering that there was a lot of possible comeback potential that the 1-1 and Sicilian could pose in that lineup coming in from Saudi Arabia, but they no longer waited for it. As long as they were already there, they made sure that they had every single chance and possibility, because again, that was their window to strike, and they didn't hesitate whatsoever, because if they did, then it would have posed a lot of problems for the side of Cambodia, because you have the Sicilian and you have the 1-1 as well. So just a really good job coming in from Cambodia. GG's of course to Saudi Arabia, but it's Cambodia getting the win on this one.
Congratulations over to Cambodia. They have managed to escape death here at the lower bracket, and going up against Saudi Arabia, it is definitely a very difficult and very painful journey as well, since they had to go all the way down to the wire of a 1-1 scoreline. I think the Cambodians, they themselves are really afraid for what might eventually happen. So one thing's for sure though, Hans, it seems like my trip to the temple worked out well, because I did definitely have a little bit of a problem when it comes down to supporting Philippines at one point in time, but coming into this game, I went in, supported Cambodia, they won, thank God, and Tegami takes the MVP as the Suyo in game number 3.
This is the surprise. I mean, we're probably talking about surprises in that games 1 and 2, and we were looking for like some sort of hero that was utilized. But yeah, good transition. I felt like Abstract was really just waiting for that opportunity, and now she has the he has that scarf all over again, resting around his neck as he joins Cambodia in this victory as well. It's just an incredible, right? Incredible notion here with the understanding of the Suyu as well. Just getting a lot of those objectives whenever possible, and not only that, she's also trying to force more of those team fights and adding to the pressure that was being felt by Saudi Arabia from start to finish. Just an overall great performance here coming from the side of Cambodia.
It has been a very fun journey to see Saudi Arabia, albeit we have only gotten the honor to watch Saudi Arabia in this one very match. And it definitely pains our heart to see a team that have to bow out of a competition. But hey, a competition be competition. I think that Saudi Arabia has done a very good job thus far already, especially since they went over to the group stage and absolutely dominated in that group stage. And I gotta have to say though, this is one heck of a storyline, right? Saudi Arabia 4-0 in the group, Cambodia 3-1 in their group. And that means that Saudi Arabia actually won against Cambodia, but now Cambodia delivers the finishing blow, and they are the one that sends Saudi Arabia home.
Now I'm wondering for Cambodia, right, regarding their next opponent, on whether or not it's gonna be either China or Malaysia. I'm not sure if that is the bracket that we're looking at, but I feel like that is going to be the case. We're about to figure that out in just a bit, but this will really give you confidence, because again, you followed your timers, you made sure that you will be able to stay alive in certain situations, and most of the shots brought about by Cambodia weren't really forced, and I felt like Moshi was able to do a good job as well in trying to locate the back lines, in which Lunar, a very agile hero using the 1-1, didn't have a lot of space to operate, because you would want to continuously move if you're the 1-1, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to do that as much together with the Sicilian that got them this victory. So it was Tegami unleashing the damage, but for me, I really would also like to commend Moshi, just knowing where most of those people are, and they really capitalized on it.
Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, that would pretty much conclude the 4th match of the day. We're almost going to be closing out the day soon, because we still have one more match to go, and that will be the next round, which is going to be Malaysia versus China. that is definitely a game that we gotta have to watch, guys. I'm super excited. So, to every single one of you guys, thank you so much for tuning in thus far. Make sure you guys come back in again after a short break, because the final game of today is about to start very soon. Take care, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Gulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia diri. For M6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia time for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Golak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for end in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk membah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back over to the Asian Esports Games 2024. My name is Abstract, with me here is Hans. The both of us are going to be a caster for this final series in the lower bracket between Malaysia and China. For you guys to kind of get a quick wind of what things has been, or what has been going on thus far, Malaysia, they started off in the upper brackets, went up against Saudi Arabia, won in a 2-0 fashion, but lost to Indonesia in a 2-0 fashion as well. Well, for China, they went up Philippines at the very first upper bracket quarterfinals, got dropped down, and of course, they fought against Myanmar, got them the 2-0 win, and now they are here between Malaysia as well as China. Now, before we even jump over to the nitty-gritties about the game, I gotta have to say that a new era is definitely here to all the MLBB fans as the M6 World Championship kicks off from November 21st to December 15th. Of course, with the December 15th being the grand finals, and it's time to witness the rise of the new teams and players ready to make their mark on history. With fresh new talents as well as fierce competition, the battlefield has never been more unpredictable. Who exactly will emerge as the next champion and claim the ultimate glory? That's the question that we gotta have to ask. So, don't miss out on the action and the drama as the journey to greatness unfolds. This is the M6 World Championship, greater than ever. I hope that you guys are excited. I hope that Hans is excited as well.
I am, bro. I am, like, for sure. At this point in time, I am just interested to see what type of G's, what heroes are about to discover in this specific game, and not only that, right? We're about to find out more of China Malaysia's best of 3 series, and from what we've seen from before, China has been a squad that has had tremendous performance all lower bracket, and they're starting to try to make a run in the lower bracket. But Malaysia has also been one of those squads that have really showcased what they can do, and as of this moment, they're going to be the first team all throughout the day that's going to be picking up the Fulvius, and I feel like the Angela as well could be a premonition that a Ling is about to arrive, considering that it is part of the banning phase.
I think that it all makes sense with how Malaysia usually play. They would just want to go all out for the battles, and normally we see that Malaysia actually put a lot of priority onto Cho. To see them actually first pick on the Angela is actually relatively interesting. But still, Angela is still the first blood queen for a very good reason, and I pretty much expect to see that the aggression from Malaysia is unparalleled against China.
And at this point in time, right, you pick up the Bruno, and you also get the Aurora for yourself, and just like what I was expecting, the Ling is obviously going to be part of it, and I feel like if China gets to pick it up, this was also like a test, Malaysia's test towards China on whether or not their jungler Chokes is comfortable enough to use the Ling, but apparently that is not going to be the case. So, you know, Malaysia tends to pick it up pretty quickly, and they're very comfortable with that kind of hero, knowing that Quinn with a 1 for an eye is going to be using that as we speak. And in addition, I feel like another thing that is about to arrive here could potentially be the I'm looking at other options here for the EXP lane. I'm just missing all of the others. But I felt like a Teresa is about to arrive too. But it's just a solid 3 option here for Malaysia. And China still has some sort of flexibility on whether or on where this Katulkacha is going to be coming from.
I would say that with the probability of seeing a Khalid not banned is definitely going to be one of the possible initiations as well, right? Especially for both of the teams, technically speaking, majors has been picked out. Glue is also going to be one of the very possible reach out, especially for the side of China. If Malaysia didn't really pick, if Malaysia kind of showed that they are definitely going to be picking like the Angela over to the middle lane or to the Rome, and we don't have a Vexana nor a Faramis, I think that the glue pick for China is going to be super good, because that is going to put the Phoveus ambitions to rest. Believe that at this point in time we're still looking for one final ban from the side of China, but taking a little bit of time to really consider what do they really want at this current state of mind. Now, with the Julian being banned out, it does seem like Malaysia is not really quite fond of any form of early game engagement. You can pretty much tell from their bans that they don't want to deal with those early games. They want the early game for themselves.
Yeah, and in addition to what you've mentioned also, the Julian is a really good catalyst towards that early game aggression that China's going to be looking forward to here. So that resulted into a ban, most likely coming in from Malaysia. And I feel like one of the possible options that China could potentially expect here would be the Alpha. I feel like the Alpha going up against the Ling would be a little too slow in terms of getting the jungle objectives, but when it comes to like the neutral objectives, I feel like that is where the Alpha could shine going up against the Ling. So that might be one of the things that China could look forward to heading forward into this game. But a Khalid is going to be the pick up here for Malaysia. Obviously, it will go into the roam position. So knowing that Keyboy is the roamer, yep, that's Keyboy with a Q. You can expect that the aggression is going to be, right? You're going to expect that there's going to be some sort of aggression here that's going to be displayed by Malaysia in the early portions of the game, just because they have the Khalid and the Phoveus on their side.
So, with all said and done, both the Phoveus as well as Khalid is out. Glue is actually amazing over to the side of China. There's no one that is going to be stopping this Glue right on his tracks, and there should be no problems in winning in the lanes as well. But unfortunately, we're not going to see a Glue. It is going to be an Edith as well as a Nolan that's picked up from the side of China, and Malaysia, they're now left with one final pick, and that has got to be the gold laner. They're going up against a Bruno, so there's actually quite a bit of options, right? 1-1 is definitely something that they can potentially look out for. But other than that, if they want to play for area denial, I think that Nathan is actually not too shabby of a pick too.
Yeah, I think there could also be a potential of a Harith getting picked up here if they want to. But yep, it's going to be the Earthel instead, so that there could be damage coming in from Malaysia in the early to late game portions of our matchup. And I feel like for the rest of the members of Malaysia, they have access towards the back line, which is really going to be crucial for them to win this game. Because again, the Bruno is going to be the main target. It needs to be the first casualty in mind of the Malaysians heading forward into this matchup. Because if they don't do that, and the Bruno tends to scale very well, then it's going to be causing a lot of problems. And one of the advantages of Malaysia in that specific lineup is that they can go from one place to another easily because they have the Ling and the Khalid on their side. So let's see if they're going to capitalize on that now.
Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going in with China starting at the blue side and Malaysia onto the red side. Both junglers have decided to start off at the second half, or rather the bottom half of the jungle, and ended off at the gold lane. Lane priorities, you can very much be able to see that Malaysia have a very strong lead, and they're just dueling it out right off the bat. You can see the Fanhua already popped off with the Revitalize.
Just an immediate popping off of that battle spell is really going to be crucial for both of these teams because the turtle fight hasn't even started yet, right? So I feel like for both of them, they're gonna have to make sure or ensure themselves of some sort of idea that they can do something about it pretty quickly. But as of the moment, Malaysia just really allocating most of their resources upon just getting those jungle objectives, and then afterwards start off with a fight in the turtle that's going to be happening in less than 40 seconds of gameplay.
So with that all said, no one has gotten killed just yet. Very uncharacteristic of Malaysia, I gotta have to say. Usually they would just want to run all the way in and just kind of destroy everyone that they see. They have an Angela. They have got the Khalid as well. As much as possible, they will want to look out for more of these battles. As long as they're able to shove and ensure that the Aurora kind of stays in the lane, they should constantly be able to find out where Chokes has been throughout the map, and they should be able to kind of catch out Chokes as well, especially since the turtle is about to appear for this match itself.
First turtle of the game already here present for both of the teams. Someone in position as we speak now. Looking forward to getting this first major objective. Key Boy is trying to find some space here. Fanhua is doing exactly the same as Chokes is at the primary position to be able to take this turtle, and she will be able to do so. And there goes the Heart Guard as well, popping off for the rest of the members in together with that avatar of the Guardian. And it is going to be China though, punishing them with an extra set of skills, and Sha landing onto that Infernal Pursuits one after the other, but she gets bounced as well. That is 3 heroes down for the side of Malaysia. Quick respawn since it's just the first 3 minutes, but China making sure that they will make a mark in this game.
And now, with 3 kills over to the side of China, we definitely did not expect that going on. We've got quite a bit of lead. In fact, close to 2.2 thousand gold lead for the side of China. They are definitely going to be happy with what they've gotten thus far. But when we look at other parts of the laning phases, I would say that Malaysia down in the bottom lane is pretty much neck and neck. This game is very much on the roaming trio, and if we're talking about roaming trio, then it would technically make some good sense that Link will mostly not be in action, and it becomes Keyboy as well as Hani that has been dealing with these 3-man gang from the side of China most of the time.
It's been a little difficult for Malaysia to just try and force their way inside for the issue, because again, the main scenario for them, or the main reason why they can't really capitalize on most of these, is because they don't have the burst capabilities as China has. And as of the moment, that's going to be the Earthel going down. Quinn and Hani immediately retreating back, but that is going to be another casualty towards the side of Malaysia. And China capitalizing on the fact that they do have the burst damage possible on their side, and now they lead a kill per minute in this game.
Oh man, not a great start for Malaysia, especially since the turtle is going to be coming out in 10 seconds. I think that they would want to get the lead, they will want to get some priority here, but in the meantime, Choke has actually made use of the fracture in that fight just now, so that they would actually lose quite a bit of that engagement as well as that terror to just burst down this lot in this upcoming one. It's gonna be tough, but Malaysia, they're not making full use of the information, and they're not exactly gonna try to contest for it. Probably the main reason is because Chokes is at level 7 and Quinn is still at level 7. The moment that they take a fight, Chokes will hit level 8 immediately and just get themselves the win.
Yeah, they're really just waiting for the best opportunity to strike here, given that Malaysia doesn't really have that as of the moment, because it's Quinn and it's Fafao that needs a little bit more scaling. You have 2 of those main damage dealers, and even though Shah has to tank most of the damage output that China's trying to give here, it's not going to be enough, because again, you're worried about Chokes, you're worried about Yin Huai, and not only that, even Vermuth already has at least 3k or 3 assists to her name. So I feel like this really is starting to be China's game, and we start to see a little bit of like the disadvantage, but Keyboy is looking for a way for them to get back into this by putting himself in a pretty unfamiliar position, something that China hasn't really checked yet.
See, from this point onwards, slowly but surely, there's definitely gonna be a little bit more intensity and more action going on. Oh, not quite.
I felt like if, Kiboy waited a little longer for that one, it might have been a case and they would have at least gotten a kill out of that. But yeah, China needs to be able to find a little bit more in terms of those vision checks, because I feel like that's something that they haven't really done as much. So that is where Malaysia could potentially capitalize in a lot of the engages that they're going to try to look forward to get back in this game. It's just a 3.5k gold lead, not a lot in like the first 6 minutes of gameplay, but if China continues to assert their dominance, especially in the mid portions of our game, with the turtle already popping up, it could be a problem for Malaysia.
So moving on forward, Malaysia not getting a single kill is definitely going to dampen their moods a little bit. Here is unable to get themselves a little bit of snowball, but as long as they're able to get this turret at the bottom lane, it would be fine and dandy. But Fanhua just going to go in with that AOG.
So far, it's going to be another attack right at the back. Vermouth now trying her best to just be able to stay alive, and she will be able to, because that is going to be another kill. This time towards Malaysia once more. Sha trying to fight by her lonesome, and that is 2 kills. On the side of China, Malaysia immediately retreating, and that what seemed to be an initial attack coming in from Malaysia was dealt a counter punch by China. They lead 6-0.
At this point in time, I'm just having a little bit difficulty just understanding what's going to be the best case scenario from them, right? It's kind of a tough game for Malaysia. They are 4,000 gold down. Their jungler is about 1 level down. It's not too bad actually, but we gotta have to pull the game out a little bit longer.
So far, that is going to be one of the cases that they are going to be looking forward to again. Now, fortunately for Malaysia, no casualty has happened in that one, but China having all of the confidence in the world right now as they would try to continue to initiate more in terms of what Malaysia has to offer. There's going to be the knockups coming in from Shah here, and still no deaths for both of the teams, but the pressure is starting to be felt by China, so they're gonna have to retrace back on their on their steps and find a way that works best for them, because Malaysia is starting to realize that Shah is gonna be the main catalyst of how they will initiate and fight back.
Slowly but surely, Malaysia will slowly start to take points away from China. They are definitely trying to defend their middle lane inhibitor as much as possible. It's not necessarily going to be the easiest though, but China doesn't seem to be too involved in that fight just yet. In fact, China, at this point in time, I think that they are just kind of floating around on the river line, not really making full use of the lead that they have got in order to get even more objective, which I think that is going to be definitely a little bit of a problem. But luckily now, they got in the bottom lane T1.
In this scenario right here, China just slowly but surely asserting more of their presence in the Land of Dawn just by getting one turret after another. Already 2 turrets have been secured by China at this point, and they have also secured 6 kills. I feel like an icing on top would have this lord that will be spawning in just less than 20 seconds of gameplay, and Yin Huai has been, roaming around freely, and Jessica's just right there dishing out at least damage and information, but the fight's gonna be here now. Keyboy landing onto that Raging Sandstorm, not gonna be able to hit anybody, but that just might just be another one of those ultimate Tempest of Blades that's already been thrown here. Again, no casualties. Malaysia just doesn't have enough damage to take one Chinese player down.
Well, that's okay, considering the fact that we are only 10 minutes into the game. Malaysia will start to pop off even more once we have hit the 12 to 14 minutes part of the game. We're looking at 24,000 gold, so the lead is not all that great. 6,000 gold, but unfortunately, because of this lord, we might be able to see more of these money bags taken away by the side of China. So eventually, slowly but surely, I think that if China is able to play this well, take down every single one of these inner turrets, I think it's relatively fair to say that China should be able to get a good 7,000 gold lead, and if they are able to hold on to the 7,000 gold lead, they should be able to end this game roughly about 14 minutes in, right before Malaysia eventually gets their power spike.
And not only that, right, the flicker is already gone coming in from Sha. I'm surprised that Sha didn't choose to go for a vengeance. Instead, she went for a flicker as of this moment in time. But maybe that is for the case of when she is going to try to evade most of China's attacks here. But as of the moment, it is still a-okay. Sha's going to do her best to be able to defend this middle inner turret. But that to no avail is going to happen. So as of this moment now, China already burning most of the holy defenses that the inhibitors of Malaysia are going to be putting here, but they're simply not forcing their way inside. They're waiting for the right opportunity, and they know that they're almost at least like 8k or 7k gold lead ahead, so they don't want to pick most of their corners. They just want to establish more of that lead so that when they make for that one final push, it's going to be ready.
Honestly, that's kind of the problem for me, right? They managed to get themselves a good lead on top of China. That's an 8,000 goal lead, but they're not necessarily playing like as though they got the 8,000 goal lead, and the timer is running out. The moment that they take a little bit too long to end Malaysia, that is pretty much going to be the end game for Malaysia, and they will be happy with what they've gotten thus far. China, they really gotta have to make a move soon. Malaysia may have got 0 kills at this point as we speak, but won't be like that for long.
Quinn hasn't been checked by Jessica at this point in time, and you know, those are some of the fundamentals that I feel like China should need to improve on. But mechanics wise, they've been stellar all the way through, and now Quinn is going to be using the full arsenal of the Ling just so she would be able to escape that China onslaught. And it is going to be okay for China at this point in time. Still, they lead anyway, 6-0, and they just have to wait for the next Lord to spawn. And Malaysia, they might want to make a bit of a move here, maybe go for a pick-off, but not too risky to the point all of them would get wiped out. So at least that would be something.
I guess the main thing is that, second, middle.
Attacking here, the rest is in. Coming in from China, there's already been a stun unlocked by Vermouth, but that is not going to be the ultimate just yet, so it will be insanely crucial as to how China's going to be approaching this, as Sha is already going insane right at that portion of the map. But it is going to be Malaysia getting that first Lord of this game, or second Lord rather. A turnaround is possible here for the side of the Malaysians, as you know, the Chinese players are slowly falling down. Fan Hua is trying to fight another way, but 3 heroes are already down. Make that 4, as Hani is the only person left here for Malaysia. The waves are on the top, or are on the mid and at the bottom, with Tans being the earliest Malaysia's reinforcements could arrive from.
Oh boy, oh boy. Malaysia did manage to get 2 kills to their name, but at what cost though? We are looking at some crazy amount of lead now, with the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane taken down. Malaysia did manage to take the Lord, yay! However, I don't think that this is gonna go anywhere at all.
Just a little risky coming in from the side of Malaysia, because they were really looking forward to at least getting most of those kills for their side, but they simply lost control of that main objective, because they would have been able to capitalize it, but that was a call coming from China. What they did was to turn right from not being able to secure the objective. They knew that they had the lead in terms of getting much more of those items, in which Malaysia doesn't really have enough of, and they were able to just capitalize on bringing down 4 heroes. Good thing Hani had the presence of mind in just keeping away from the fight, and she was able to at least help and assist in securing at least 2 more of their objectives. Also, the Lord had a really good time. But all of a sudden, it's going to be another coming in from the rest of the members. It's going to be an avatar of that's correctable. Though Chokes goes down, and here comes Quinn, the live. That is a good knockoff coming in from Shop, but the football on the rest of the members of Malaysia. That's 2 heroes down now.
That's definitely a pain for the side of Malaysia. It's literally just rubbing salt right into the wound. And Malaysia, they've got no way that they can really defend this. They don't have Quinn, one of the main damage dealers from the team, right? The pause 1 is out for the count, while for foul, unfortunately, is going to be the pause 2. How much damage can he possibly deal? That is always going to be the main question. You don't have a lot of crowd control onto the side of Malaysia, and that is generally going to be the main problem. If you don't have any of these crowd control to make sure that people stay intact just for foul to be able to deal that frontline damage, then that is going to be easy game for China. Because Quinn, you want to go to the back line. And the moment you go over the back lines and you are uncontrolled, you will just shift the focus away from Shah, away from Keyboy, right over to the Ling.
A bit of a problem now for China on how they're going to be able to finish this game off, because again, you still have one more inhibitor to worry about, and at 16 minutes, Afao is already going to have the scaling that she needs, although she's a little bit expended here, as the rest of the members of China are really aggressive in trying to defend their position. Meanwhile, there's already going to be Keyboy landing on the words at Raging Sandstorm, landing his Quinn, using the Tempest Blades as well. But look at the other side, it's trying to fight 1v1. The Angela and winning on that one, but Shah goes down in the process as well. 1-for-1. No Lord is going to be taken by both of the teams, but instead there's going to be an immediate turn, which Malaysia were completely aware of. So China goes back into taking that Lord.
I like how China was hoping that they will be able to end the game right then, but it didn't really quite work out so well, as Malaysia has very good ways to wave clear. And it does seem as though China, they almost got a hold on second middle lane.
Oh, look at that. That's going to be another Tempest of Blades being popped off, and this time around, Vermouth goes down. Miller slowly turning it around, although that's going to be Quinn going down as well. And then Fafao is going to go down next. Hani, the only one left alive in that middle lane, because Shah and Keyboy are doing their very best to predict this and try to protect it. Will they be able to do so? Not like this, and that will not be the case. But look at Yin Huai trying to force the issue right now. Fan Hua is going to be assisting her as well, but Jinwai just a little too much on the damage output. Can Shah be able to handle it? And that might not be the case here, as Keyboy her very best to protect the rest of the members in, but that is to no avail. Would be the bane of the as well, and that is going to be ending that game number 1.
My goodness. That is not what we all expected. Technically speaking, it wasn't the Winions that ended the game, but it is still one heck of a show. We all gotta agree. They were literally hanging on a lifeline, and any mistake from that point in time is just going to be like a GGWP kind of situation there.
That was crazy. I really thought that, I think this is the reason why it should be a fundamental thought that you take the inhibitors as much as you can. You try to force them, because those super minions are really gonna put you in a very good position, and that is exactly what happened to China in this game, right? It seemed like Malaysia was slowly trying to turn it around, but if they don't, it's gonna start to cause problems. And another addition to that problem is the fact that China has already broken down all of their inhibitors. So you can expect that a lot of these super minions are going to be coming into play one by one every 40 seconds and 10 seconds of, the Land of Dawn just popping up, spawning all of these minions, and you get to see them right away, just showing what they can do. Although the Winions did not finish the game, hey, at least they contributed to at least 97% of that being taken down.
I agree. There's so much damage that the Winions did for the China side, but even without the Winions, I think that there is still a lot of probability and a lot of cases where it will still work out tremendously well. So regardless, we gotta have to give a huge congratulations over to Fan Hua, which is the MVP of that game. So regardless, ladies and gentlemen, that is definitely fine and dandy, and that's pretty much the game 1 of China versus Malaysia. Looking at the itemizations though, Malaysia really seemed as though they could have done something over here. It really seemed as though they had the chance, they could have went pretty far, and it could have dragged the game a little bit longer, but it's a sad waste.
I think a lot of the players here in the Asian esports games tend to favor the Gatot Kacha so much. Like for the most of the time that we've been here, a lot of the MVPs of the game have been using the Gatot Kacha, and to a trend, to a specific standpoint, right? It could be a statistic without any sort of basis that Gatot Kacha could win a lot of games. So I feel like that is going to be the case here for both of them, most especially for China, because again, they are one win away from at least securing maybe a top 4 seed. And for Malaysia, they weren't really expected to go down the lower bracket so early, but their backs are against the wall right now, and they're going to have to find a way to bounce back.
Yeah, so as you guys can see from the replay, we can definitely see the domination of the China of Team China, as they just went all the way in for most of these battles, just having very sound control of every single one of the members from the side of Malaysia. They knew how to stack up their abilities. They knew exactly how they would want to play things out eventually as well. I gotta have to give it to them. They stacked up the skills, or rather they kind of like staggered the skills. They went in for these team fights very objectively, and they also singled out the members from the side of Malaysia, created some good space, and ended the game in a stylish fashion as well.
I felt like Malaysia was banking their cards too much on the scaling of both Quinn and Fafao at this point in the game, whereas China was really taking advantage of the fact that each and every one of them can make a play. Right? The Bruno can just dish out a ton of damage to bring those turrets down. Vermouth, the crowd control mage, as we would expect. Showcase getting a lot of those objectives and neutral creeps right from the get-go. And then you also have Jessica and Fanhua, who was the MVP of that game number 1. That was which were the initiators, all right, of this specific game, and they really did an incredible performance in making sure that the lead will stay with them, even though this game lasted 18 minutes, even though the scaling was already somewhat favoring Malaysia at some point in time. They were still able to hold it down.
Exactly. Now, it's really unfortunate that Malaysia dragged for so long already, but still couldn't find those wins. It's either that they get themselves early game lead by snowballing and winning in all of these team fights, but that wasn't the case. So what Malaysia had to do in the end of the day was just hold things out a little bit longer. Let's just play the game all the way to 18 minutes and try to win team fights, try to win objectives from that. We shall see if whether Malaysia have got a different game plan for game number 2 right after this short break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you guys in a short bit for the Asian Esports Games 2024. Don't go anywhere too far. Hans and I will be back with you soon.
Pada tim SRG, Gularat Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for N6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan. Ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa. Dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa. Demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever. Pada tim SRG, Bulak Red Giant, banggakan Selangor, banggakan Malaysia.
Champion juara wakil Malaysia fight for F6 in Malaysia.
Keunggulan ianya tidak hadir dengan mudah. Ia tidak menunggu sesiapa dan ia tidak memilih sesiapa. Keunggulan adalah potensi hebat yang tersembunyi dalam diri. Seperti benih yang menunggu masa untuk bercambah, sedia untuk mekar hingga berkembang indah. Ketika cabaran mendatang, ada yang hanya memerhati. Kekuatan sebenar lahir dari dalam diri. Dibangkitkan oleh jiwa yang menyokong teguh tanpa henti. Kadangkala, saat kita rasa jauh dari apa yang kita impikan, ia muncul dari arah yang tak dijangka. Saat itu, kita sedar potensi yang sebenar ada di sekeliling. Ini semua bukanlah satu kebetulan, tapi kita yakin ini semuanya aturan takdir. Setiap langkah bukan hanya untuk diri sendiri, tapi juga untuk mereka yang berdiri dan berjuang bersama agar kita melangkah lebih jauh, menjadi lebih hebat.
Bangkitlah rakyat Malaysia. Kita bersatu menyokong sepenuh jiwa demi jalur gemilang kebanggaan negara. Tiba masanya untuk menjadi greater than ever.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to Asian Esports Games 2024. My name is Abstract. With me here is Hans. We are potentially going to be looking at the final game between Malaysia and China, provided if China were to take yet another point away from Malaysia, because this is a best of three fashion down here at the lower bracket quarterfinals. Previously, we saw Cambodia going up against Saudi Arabia at a very nail-biting fashion, with Cambodia heading onwards. So, if China were to win this one more game, they will be facing off against Cambodia in the lower bracket semi-finals.
Yep, that's right. I feel like this is the closest that, China has ever been towards making it into the Final Four for the longest time after joining a lot of different tournaments in MLBB competition. Like, this could really showcase the level of understanding that China has already had by just participating in a lot of these tournaments. Because I feel like it hasn't really been that long since China became part of the MLBB scene, right? But then all of a sudden they're showcasing what they got, and for a very well-known region such as Malaysia to get a game off of them and potentially even eliminating them from the competition is no little feat. Like they're really making sure that their presence is felt around here.
You gotta have to agree that China, they are learning and improving at an exponential rate. And at this point in time, they are going to be a beast with the growth that we have seen from them thus far. Without further ado, let's just jump right into game number 2 at the lower bracket between Malaysia and China. We start things off with Chusin, Matilda, Yves, and Moskov back.
So there's the Eve, Moskov, the heroes that you've mentioned. So I feel like there has been some sort of throwaway bans, I honestly think, for the side of Malaysia, because those are heroes that you don't usually eliminate so early in the banning phase, except if you're really looking at specific play. So for Malaysia, I think there's something that they're probably trying to cook here in this specific moment of game number 2, because even the Hylos was already taken out. Usually, right, you'd see heroes like the Suyu, you'd see heroes like the Hilda, but so far we haven't seen both of those heroes, or neither of those heroes as we speak. So it could be potentially picked up by Malaysia, and they do have to pick it up pretty quickly, because if they don't, then it's definitely gonna go to the hands of Jessica here. It's gonna be hands of China for sure. I'm telling you right now. They'll get it up because they know that China utilizes that hero so well.
No bans on the chip as well as Suyo. We shall see how that is gonna work out in the end of the day. Malaysia have decided to pick up onto the Hilda almost immediately. That will qualify for the aggressive gameplay that we more or less expect coming in from them. But so far, game number 1, we didn't really quite manage to see that, but perhaps we'll be able to see it a short bit of time. Now, of course, the ball is now on the court of China, right? We will always want to expect, okay, Suyo as well as the chip being picked out over here, but it doesn't seem like it's necessarily going to be that easy or that simple right off the get-go. They are going to be picking up a Bruno on their hands as well as a Gatokacha.
And this is an interesting take, right? Because it has always been Malaysia, or it has always been that red side who would always pick up the Gatot Kacha. We never saw the Gatot Kacha on the blue side, as the usual picks there would either be the Hilda or the I'm trying to remember the other person. It's the Hylos. But then, but yeah, China has always picked up, or the red side has always gathered the help of the Gatot Kacha, and I feel like yeah, it deservingly so, because the Gatot Kacha, when you pair it up with a lot of other crucial heroes in terms of setting up, such as the Aurora here, that is a really good pick, I believe, coming in from China, just really utilizing most of their skills to make sure that they can get the setups that they need. And through the Frigid Glacier mixed with that Avatar of Guardian, I feel like it could be possible to catch Malaysia off guard here. But Malaysia, compared to that game number 1, they're somewhat building off a little faster now with the early game, just because of the pickup of the Nolan together with that Hilda and the Vixana to top it off with the wave clear potential.
There's definitely gonna be a lot of team fight that we can expect coming on between Malaysia and China right now. So with all these 3 picks, 3 being picked up, we mostly want to look at their lane priority. EXP lane, Hilda definitely takes the cake against China, at least for now, right? Even if you're looking at a Gatokacha, there could still be a lot of movements, even though Hilda might be a little bit slower at clearing up the waves, but she will be able to run way faster and will be able to get her to her respective places. Now, how about the mid lane though? Malaysia with the Vexana and the China with the Aurora, very well balanced. So right now we need to find a way, and both sides, they probably want to find something that will kind of tilt the balance just by a tap of it.
That's gonna be the idea that they're looking for here, because again, based on the bans that I'm seeing, the Beatrix and the 1-1 kind of like limits the threat of AoE damage, and I feel like That is what China is trying to go for, because they're also limiting or like toning down the possibility of Malaysia getting a really good scaling hero, but even so, it is still potentially open. So Malaysia could pick it up if they want to for Papa to be able to use, or they could go with the Irithel once more. That might be one of those situations. But on the other hand, Malaysia also limiting the alpha so that the Nolan could always move faster. So I feel like the Hayabusa could be present here for China if they use it, or if they don't, they're gonna have to find a way to kick things up to speed. Maybe a Julian would be sufficient here.
Slowly but surely, I will say that with all of these bans going out, we have a very stable answer for it. Gold laners are out, at least when it comes down to Beatrix, as well as the 1-1. And as for the junglers and EXP, it is the Edith as well as the Alpha that's been taken away. So far, I gotta have to say that there is a lot more probability for the side of China to want to focus picking up a jungler for this moment, because they want to keep the ambiguity of that Gatakacha as much as possible. Or maybe I am completely wrong. Pick up the Khalid for themselves, and that's all fine and dandy, at least for now.
It's been that kind of combination, right? It's either the Gatakacha Terizla, it's either the Gatakacha or the Khalid, which has been a trend in the AEG. So far in the past 2 days of competition, we haven't really seen a lot of players use the show except for Vivian. So I feel like it could be just a possibility of how easy it is to pull off or execute. So Khalid has been a staple choice here by most of the players that we have seen from before. Now it's going to be Malaysia's turn, right? So we're looking for a really good gold laner that they could utilize to go up against Bruno, and Nathan might be their choice. To add to that is also going to be the Jawhead that will most likely be used by Kiboy. So it is confirmed, as expected, the Hilda will go to the EXP lane, and the Jawhead is going to be the roamer for this game number 2.
So the main thing is that for the side of Malaysia, they want to punish anyone that wants to play things very aggressively by going right into the face of the enemy. So I'm not too sure who exactly will be the main guy that would eventually do that. Because one thing's for sure, right? Khalid is going to go to the EXP and Gatakacha over to the rope. They want to ensure that... actually, wait, never mind. Could be an either-or situation. Yeah. So it's kind of tough. Yeah, I would say that there is definitely quite a bit of that opening scenario for the side of Malaysia. But as AoE crowd control, I find that to be a little bit difficult for the side of Malaysia to win, just because of lack of crowd control as in an AoE.
Yeah, and then finally, of course, in case you guys missed it, the Julian has been the final pick here for the side of China, because they really needed to scale in the same amount of time as the Nolan. Because if the Nolan goes berserk in the early portions of the game, then it's going to be a very difficult problem for China moving forward. So now it's going to be Jessica moving forward with this Khalid. I believe she also utilized that a while ago when China won against Malaysia in game number 1. So this could be a deja vu. Malaysia chooses to go a different route and completely overwhelms them with AoE and manage, courtesy of Hani and Fafao.
Right off the bat, China, they are going all out aggressive and showing every single one of their dominance right within of the lanes. As much as possible, they want to ensure that they play the game hard enough to just force out the entirety of Malaysia away and out from their homes. It's not going to be easy, let's be honest here. Malaysia, they do have the Hilda, yes, they also do have a pretty fast pushing lane pusher from the side of Hani, but Keyboy doesn't necessarily clear waves all that fast. It's still not too bad, but China's mid lane as well as their roaming trio will always come up on top against Malaysia.
I think the key to this fight is always going to be that riverside or that river bushes, because again, that is where most of the initiations are going to be coming from for both of these teams, with the crowd controls that they possess. For the Jawhead, it's going to be the ejector and of course the unstoppable force combo. And I don't think I need any sort of introduction, and this is exactly a perfect example of that, right? An immediate initiation coming all the way from China as they landed Keyboy to force his flicker to be taken away. So that is where the control of this early game is going to be coming from.
As we just slowly move on with the turtle, that eventually will be able to do quite a number over to the enemies. It's pretty much going to be a turtle that will be credited over to China. They are definitely going to be happy with what they have gotten so far, with a steady amount of 800 gold lead. Not exactly a crazy amount, but hey, we're only 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna take that if you are China, because considering the heroes that Malaysia has, this is supposed to dominate at least in the early portions of the game. But look at Fanhua, probably a bit unaware also of how the positioning of Fafao is going to be like, but Fafao already there trying to give out the assist as well. But then there's going to be that Avatar of the Guardian that was kind of a bit of a misclick there. I don't think she meant to go that position, but hey, it's mission failed successfully as Chokes gets a double kill anyway. So that works all out. It's all good in the hood for People's Republic of China as they got 2 kills in exchange of 1.
That was a surprise. I don't think any one of us was just gonna expecting that kind of play that technically worked out, I guess, but it's definitely fun to see the AOG going in like that. And regardless of all of that fact, I gotta say that there is definitely a lot more that we can expect from the side of Malaysia. Eventually, they are gonna be dealing a lot more damage, and I definitely believe that there is so much more that they can do coming into maybe 8 minutes into the game.
That's huge. That is huge. Another kill going on to Quinn, a Nolan, a hero that's supposed to at least be the threat in the early portions of the game, not get threatened by China at this point in time, but it really is working for them. And not only that, Choke is also able to get Quinn's orange objective, and that is going to be crucial. Good thing Fafa was built up on the Starlium side in like the first 4 minutes of gameplay, but we're starting to see a bit of a distance in terms of the gold lead that People's Republic of China has as we speak, and they will be able to take the second turtle of this game. Just an amazing and flawless performance for 1 in terms of kills.
So now 1-4. China still got a little bit of a lead, and Malaysia, as much as possible, wants to take some of these energy turrets down, get himself a little bit more gold. China has been playing up to the name, and of course with Jessica just constantly just leaving the lane so much, this has been great from China, because one thing's for sure, we always want to see that a Khalid constantly just running around, and to see just how much annoyance Jessica is able to put up with Malaysia, even though she's not doing anything. She just needs to show herself.
And they're really trying to force out like most of those ultimates to be popped off. Not even the early ultimates. I'm talking about the battle spells even, because Kiboy has had that flicker committed already. So unfortunately, that's going to be another one of those engages decreased in terms of distance for Malaysia. They would have covered a bit more ground with that extra flicker unstoppable force combo, but because of this, China has had all of the confidence in the world to go inside and maybe try to deal damage onto one of the members. Unfortunately, Fanhua was stuck in a little bit of a ruckus there, so she will decide to go to the other side, but that is going to be the fight that they will be looking for. Now Sha is caught in a little bit of a crossfire here. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's going to be Fafao staying alive. Keyboy stuck in the middle of it all, but he or she will be able to escape as work is going to be done by Malaysia in the middle portions of the map. But Jessica not allowing that to happen. Quinn unsuccessful in taking that middle herd down.
That's definitely a very drawn out fight, while Chokes took the opportunity to take down the tier 1 at the bottom lane. China has been pretty strong when it comes down to their macro decision, and we are almost looking at 1,000 gold per minute this is definitely very different because China, they haven't been overly aggressive to the point whereby they have been getting a lot of kills, but they have been macroing so well whereby they took the top lane turret, they took bottom lane turret, they took the turtle as well. All these objective games and objective plays that is for the side of China is just coming into dividends.
I don't think Malaysia has gotten a single objective in this game. All turrets are still intact. The damage output is going to be there for Quinn to take. Less than 35% of that HP is going to be there for her. But as I was saying, just really good allocation of the skill. And oh no, Sha felt it, but she was a little too late upon trying to evade that. Good thing she was fast enough to be able to run away from the damage output that China is starting to pose here. But the relentless pressure of China is just giving Malaysia a lot of problems right now, Abstract. And here it goes again, right? That's going to be another thing that you're going to have to worry about as Hattie goes down. And Kikboy is going to be going up next to Heroes for the price of none, as another turret is going to be destroyed by Quinn. But the problem is the damage has already been done by the red side, and China takes the lead.
Now the turret down to the bottom lane finds itself at a low amount of HP. Yin Huai survives with just a hair as Malaysia went in for the fracture. Didn't really quite do enough to get a kill down on Yin Huai, but it's still pretty fair, right? Malaysia, they have a lot of burst damage, but all of these burst damage is not quite enough to kill one for one kind of thing. You gotta have to work together as a team in order to really bring anyone down at this point in time. Especially since Fanhua, as the Gatwakacha, is pretty tanky. Jessica is pretty tanky as well. Malaysia, they need to put a lot of resources just to bring one of these tanky girls down.
The pressure is really felt right now by Malaysia as we speak, because again they are trailing by 8.3k gold, and it is starting to be a scenario wherein the chances of them winning is pretty slim. They're gonna have to rely on Fafan, and I feel like that is gonna be the start of retribution in this game, as they were able to take on Showcase. It could be a start, or which would have been an easy Lord take if she was already there. So Malaysia are going to be putting their resources on this Lord fight, hoping that the retribution is going to be enough for Quinn.
Now, with that all said, we're eventually going to be looking at China slowly working their way down over onto the Lord. There is quite a bit of HP onto the Lord though, so you're gonna have to be real careful with really wanting to burst it down ASAP. I don't think that Malaysia have got the probability or even have any form of power to bring down the Lord that fast. They're gonna have to let China just work along with it, play it slow and steady before they eventually go in for a fight. Malaysia's Quinn is currently at level 11, while in the meantime Chokes is at level 14. We can see that there's a huge disparity in terms of EXP, and it's just too difficult for them to fight Lord for Lord. So macro game is the only way to go.
Yeah, the idea for Malaysia this time around is that they notice that this isn't an evolved Lord just yet, so they're probably willing to give it up. Fafao already has at least the Feather of Heaven and also the Starlium Scythe in her arsenal, so I feel like this could be a chance for her to just dish out the damage and just make sure that that Lord will not be able to destroy any sort of inhibitors on China's side. And Malaysia, on the other hand, is going to have to pull something here, maybe get the pick off. That is the best scenario, but the worst scenario is for you to stay in your base, as China has now increased their gold lead from being 5k up to now at least 7,000.
Which is scary, let's be very honest here. As the Lord marches down from the top lane, we've got the Holy Defense that has been popped, and that Holy Defense didn't even do a single damage over to the Lord. That's gonna be tough, as China poses themselves and of course prepares themselves for an imminent push. With the bottom lane pushing right out, the middle lane is coming in as well. China, they have choices whether they want to go all out aggressive, or do they actually just want to play safe.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 of those holy defenses have already been popped off by China. However, if we're looking at it from a closer standpoint, I feel like they still are missing out on the macro aspect of things, because as long as they set their sights on trying to break down these respective turrets, they are really looking forward to that. However, it's going to be an unstoppable force, and they will be missing on that as of the moment as Fan Hua lands onto no one, but it will still be a successful mission as Keyboy is going to be going up next, but the flicker is going to be enough for them to bring it down. Instead, they will set their sights on the very first inhibitor to be taken down. China finally opening the doors to them making it to the next round, but Malaysia still keeping on closing up.
Such 2-8, 12 minutes into the game. We're almost come to the point where China could get themselves a 10,000 goal lead. Almost there, but not quite yet. Now, China didn't really quite inhibit the opponent's jungle to the point whereby they can just outright and blatantly say, okay, you're not coming into the jungle, I am just going to starve you as much as possible kind of situation. We didn't quite see that just yet. China is giving them quite a bit of respect, and I think that this has been the case for quite a bit already, right? China have always been playing safe, and so far they have been unpunished. So perhaps with Malaysia's lineup, with a Nathan in the mix, if China were to continue to drag this on for a little while longer, it would go bad.
Oh, but this is the worst position that Fafao could ever be at, as Kiboy is going to be falling down first. Now they're going to try to chase Fafao, and there is nowhere else to go. That Nathan has been doing her very best, but look at this. Malaysia has been willing to sacrifice their gold laner. How unusual has that move been for them? But do they have enough time to make it back? Because this is the Lord right here, and the Lord just in time is going to be spawning right on their doorstep. But it went the other way. That is going to be trouble now for the side of Malaysia, because there's only 3 people defending. Now it's going to be Quinn who's going to fall down. Oh my goodness, the Lord has left the side of Malaysia because they were not able to defend. Shine trying to lock on their base as of the moment, but they still don't have minions. Keyboy doing her very best, and then there's Fafao as well. The only Nathan trying to protect them, but that is not gonna happen anymore. China gets through and gets the sweep against Malaysia.
Oh my goodness, China, they improved tremendously. They are consistent, and they managed to find themselves a win against Malaysia, knocking Malaysia out of the Asian Esports Games 2024. Malaysia now moves on forward, and they will be going up against Cambodia in the lower bracket semi-finals, which we will get to witness tomorrow.
Nah, bro. If you are the Evolved Lord, Malaysia's like, what?
Bye.
What happened? Why did you go the other way? Why did you look the other way? And you see it. China very happy with the recent performance, and they have just dealt the most heartbreaking defeat here for the side of Malaysia, as they were able to get a sweep, right? It was very much surprising to the point that the only teams that were remaining in the AEG Bangkok 2024 were teams from very prominent regions. One of them is Malaysia, but China starting to reintroduce themselves now in this specific game, and they are really showing what they're made of currently, or probably the dark horses of this tournament.
Definitely, I gotta have to say, China, they are on a high road to victory, as they are slowly making their way into the podium finishes. If they are able to continue doing what they have been doing thus far, I'm pretty sure that they will do a perfect job. Congratulations over to Yin Huai, the MVP of game number 2. They did such tremendously well against such a prominent region, as you have mentioned before. Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, they are strong teams, and China have only fell short to Philippines once in the upper bracket quarterfinals. They have swept every other teams that they have met in the lower brackets. Myanmar and now Malaysia joins in the mix. I'm just very interested to find out if whether that is going to be the case for the lower bracket semifinals as well.
There's a lot of things that can happen in 12 hours, man. Not sleep, or maybe sleep, but you can add some bit of strategy to that as well. Props to the coaching staff for knowing where the adjustments are going to be at, but also props to the players as well, man. You can't really a lot of coaches can do so much. Coaches can only do so much, right? Just giving you out the information, trying to land on the best draft possible. But they're not the players. They're not the ones who would be in there to execute the game plan. And China just executed it to perfection. Just an incredible performance coming in from these girls that we have witnessed. And now, I guess this is the closest that China has ever made it into an MLBB tournament's Final Four. I think this is the first time that they made it into a Final Four.
I gotta have to say, yeah. I mean, even when it comes down to the M6 wildcards, they themselves have proved a crazy point against Turkey, right? Honestly, DYFG, they did whatever that they could in the M6 wildcards, and they definitely won the hearts of many. So, ladies and gentlemen, you guys gotta have to look out for China at this point in time. They are just one more match away from being in the losers' finals. So close, so close. We all gotta have to keep our eye on to China, right? They are going up against Cambodia next, and let's be honest here, it's definitely gonna be a tough game, especially going up against Cambodia's coach, where they brought in a party trick from into their draft. I think that even China themselves can't prepare themselves for that.
Yeah, and in addition, the Philippines and Indonesia is also no stranger to that kind of situation, given that they've always met each other at the finals for at least a lot of times, except for the recent IESF. So the familiarity between these two teams are also something that you guys need to watch moving forward. It's Coach Zaya versus Coach King Salman, and Zaya has been the former coach of RQ Hoshi back then. Meanwhile, King Salman has been one of the former players of TNC Pro Team, but then he went to Malaysia to try to further his pro career, and now she's together with Smart Omega Empress, aka our Civil National Team.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we wrap up the show, we gotta have to look at the highlights of that previous game, right? Yin Huai, the MVP of that match, rocking over on that Bruno, has been very strong in whatever that she does. And of course, when it comes down to positioning, you gotta have to look out for Yin Huai, right? Throughout the entire time, has been behind, and Malaysia hasn't really been paying too much notice as to where the Bruno is almost the entire game. So I would say that Yin Huai has pretty much been putting herself in spots whereby your opponents just couldn't see her or couldn't afford to just rush straight into Yin Huai's face.
Just a really good set of skills that have been given by China, and especially I just noticed, that a lot of teams are winning whenever they're on the red side in this specific tournament. I don't think I've seen a lot of blue-sided teams win. They get the wins, but not a lot of teams win in a specific series. And not only that, I feel like my hero of the day is gonna be that Gatot Kacha, man. The Gatot Kacha is just a little too big of a problem, and I feel like later on, as soon as the broadcast is ended, I'm gonna try it out for myself and see how strong that Gatot Kacha is. What role am I gonna do? I'm gonna do mid lane. I don't give a care in the world. Fine, I give a care in the world because I already saw your face. I'm gonna go XP.
Hey, you do you, man. You can do whatever that you want, as long as you don't play the taboo hero. Okay, that's the only thing that will piss me off.
All right, I'm gonna say it. Nah, I won't do you dirty. I won't do you dirty. All right, I'm gonna give you that. All right.
Okay. Perfect,
Good luck tomorrow.
I
I think you're gonna see it very soon.
Thank you. I sure hope that we don't. As such, that is gonna be the question for tomorrow, right? Will we be able to see Cyclops being drafted again by Cambodia? I don't know about that, but ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in to the Asian Esports Games 2024. It has definitely been a pleasure to be casting alongside with Hans, and today is pretty much the second day of Hans casting, and unfortunately he will not be joining us for tomorrow. It will be myself and Sadafa. So before we close it out, Hans, any last words before we close out the show?
Man, it's just so nice to be able to see a lot or a new platform for women's MLBB being showcased, and I think this is one of the first few times that we've seen MLBB being presented in Thailand. So I can't wait to see more competitions in this specific country, knowing that the SEA Games is going to be there next year. So to all of the female gamers and to everybody else who's watching, also thank you so much to AEG as well.
Alright, huge shout out over to Hans. Please go on and follow Hans at Hans Galleria on his social media platform. While in the meantime, you can also follow me at Abstract at Such Abstract. Well, I will end along with Sadafa. We'll see you guys tomorrow once again for the conclusion of the Asian Esports Games 2024. Take care and have a very good night.